In Dongshan City in 2022, there was a sense of overwhelming tension, as if every moment could be decisive. The streets permeated with the aromas of morning tea and smoke from the tall houses. The protagonist woke up after opening his eyes and encountered a strange portal in front of him, realizing that this was not a dream, but a reality full of mysteries and unexpected twists and turns. He couldn't have imagined waking up alone and finding himself in a dungeon that suddenly appeared right outside his house. Feeling a mixture of surprise and anxiety, the year 2012 saw the emergence of dungeon entrances around the world, causing people to question the nature of this phenomenon and its impact on the future of humanity. After research, looting, development and dungeon riots, governments of all countries confirmed 5 key facts that generated widespread public interest and inevitably influenced the course of events. The entrance to the dungeon is not destroyed, but close it after the raid. If the raid does not end in time, the monsters will leave the dungeon, appearing in the world. Governments have confirmed the entrance to the dungeon cannot be destroyed, but it can be closed by completing the raid. Survivors become stronger. Rewards depend on the level of monsters. Some bosses are invulnerable. 10 days have passed and dungeons are increasingly being explored. The world is slowly getting used to this new phenomenon. The last few years' information about dungeons and adventures is available to citizens, and the Canadian media has released a weekly report on adventurers. Rare quotas, millions in wealth, and social status are all values that official consortia fight for. In the age of adventurism, adventurers have become heroes to many, and for citizens it is a rare chance at wealth and status. Few people know that behind every successful high-level tourist there are hidden victims of middle and low-level adventurers, as well as civilians trapped in the underground. The main character, named Cheng Hei, is one of the few who are aware of this. Chang Hei realized that this portal was becoming a huge problem for him that he needed to somehow solve or deal with. Remembering that 5 years ago, the mortality rate in the initial rank dungeons was 50%, Cheng Hei realized that becoming an adventurer was too risky given his financial capabilities. He contemplated officially leaving the Adventurers Guild and moving elsewhere, where perhaps his chances of survival and success would be higher. At this moment, he read that a guild employee in Shanghai had been detained by the police today. According to reliable sources, he was suspected of being involved in the illegal resale of dungeon entrances. Of course, the protagonist was slightly worried about a possible encounter with monsters. Feeling like a sheep entering a cage, ready for the unknown, selling it to companies becomes even more likely given that the new dungeon entrance can only be used about 10 times to get it for free. Even if it doesn't get destroyed before the remaining number of uses goes to 0, companies won't send people to monitor and control it. If he persists and the time of use comes to an end, the entrance to the dungeon will become more dangerous and monsters will break out. If someone dies or public property is destroyed because of this, he could be sentenced to 20 years in prison. Cheng Hei decided to first assess the death rate in the dungeon. If high, he would move in and give the police time to sort out. If the survival rate was high, would try on his own, planning a raid. 2 days later, the lad received his long-awaited parcel, which he was anxiously awaiting, ready to see its contents. Out came the guy to the man to pick up his package, eager to finally receive it and see what was inside, anxiously awaiting the outcome of this encounter. The delivery man asked him to sign the paperwork and confirm that he was picking up the package, officially completing the delivery and transfer process. He insisted that the protagonist claimed to have discovered a wild dungeon. After all, why else would he buy a chainmail if he wasn't going to go on adventures? Cheng Hei explained that his friend likes to play adventurers, but his previous costume got ruined, so he decided to buy a new one. The man didn't see it as a problem and simply asked what Chang Hei was going to do with the new suit, remaining calm and unperturbed. The main character of course knew that many ordinary people dreamed of becoming adventurers, but he was scared when people started asking questions about it. After making sure the delivery man had left, he closed the door and prepared to begin inspecting the package, filled with anticipation and excitement. All through this period he felt a slight uneasiness which did not leave him, even when the delivery man had gone, and he was preparing to examine the parcel. The ringlets were quite heavy, and he felt a slight tightness in his chest when he finally inspected them after a long wait. But he was happy with the thought that this chain mail at least didn't constrain his movements too much, making him feel more comfortable. After he put on the chain mail, he felt that he was fully prepared to dive into the world of adventure, experiencing excitement and thrill. Chang Hei was determined and prepared to enter the dungeon, filled with determination and willingness to accept the challenge that awaited him in the dark depths. Upon entering the dungeon, he realized its appearance and assumed that his first enemy would be a certain gnoll, preparing for battle. Chang Hei was extremely happy, realizing realizing that the purchase of the ringed armor had not been in vain, and feeling prepared for the dangers and adventures ahead. According to officials, when a newcomer enters a dungeon, can activate a status window, receiving important information about their status and the environment. If he understood correctly, normal people have an average of 10 points, 8 being low level and 14 being good. He didn't train much, so 9 points of strength and agility were expected, but he never expected to have 16 points of wisdom. Even though attributes like wisdom and charm seem useless at the start, having 16 points of wisdom at first level is rare, even for experienced adventurers. Chang Hei realized that his overconfidence needed to be calmed down, and he decided to pull himself together so as not to risk in vain. To begin with, he decided to check out the mission that would help him get out of the dungeon so that he would have a clear idea of his goal. He learned that the condition for leaving the dungeon was to kill any murloc, and this information easily shocked him. He was shocked that the condition of release was killing the murloc, given his allergy to seafood, which made him very uneasy. A monster roamed the forest, causing alarm by its presence, and the lad, knowing that he was to fight it, looked forward to the encounter. As it turned out, the protagonist was watching murloc at that moment, waiting for the right moment to attack. At a certain point, he jumped out, ready to strike, scrutinizing his surroundings and preparing for action. The enemy dodged the attack, surprising the hero and causing him to rethink his strategy. Emphasizing the importance of caution and proper planning in dealing with the enemy, the protagonist was surprised as there was no way his opponent could dodge his attack, causing him to feel a sense of surprise and bewilderment. In his language, the monster reported that the leader was right, and as expected, adventurers had come into the forest, causing excitement and tension. At the end of the bout, Chang Hei was surprised to think about the possibility of the difficulty being set incorrectly, which caused him doubt and excitement. One murloc, breaking out of the dark waters, attacked him, swimming up sharply from below like a shadow of death. Already feeling the steel claws at his throat, the lad dodged at the last moment. Upon receiving the title to fight murloc, he first thought it was a taunt, but then decided to accept the challenge and prove his strength. Ending there, determined to improve his skills, he decided to hire a private trainer to help him raise his stats, and then when he gets stronger, he will challenge this dungeon again. After some time, he finally emerged from the dungeon, realizing that his efforts had not been in vain and his new skills had helped him overcome the obstacles. Very tired, the protagonist realized that he needed to do sports for at least 6 months to regain his strength and keep in shape. Suddenly a status window appeared in front of him, heralding the arrival of a new phase of his adventures and further trials on his path. The guy came in bewildered when he was given an E grade and told he could be more trash than the simple thermos given to him as an award. It wasn't that important to him, after all it was better than nothing, but he decided to see what features the thermos had anyway. It turned out that the thermos could store 500 milliliters of water and had upgrade ability, making it an even more convenient and functional item. Cheng Hei, tired at the pile of trash, didn't understand who needed this fucking trash left by indifferent passers-by on their street. The next day, upon arriving at the gym, Chang Hei was greeted by a certain girl who gave him an important message coach and was already waiting for him in the VIP room. It had never occurred to him that such a small town would have an instructor specializing in body training for would-be adventurers and daring expeditionary candidates. Even considering the possible cost of the high royalties he could use on his new books if it causes his body to become overly fatigued, the money is not worth the loss of health. The girl was curious why he spent so much money on a trainer when a regular trainer was enough for a beginner to get the right results. She could guess that Mr. Cheng Hei was already a novice at this and was therefore in a hurry to start training. The girl asked a simple and direct question, leaving no room for misunderstanding or ambiguity. The protagonist, being quite wealthy, realized that in order to achieve the goal of becoming an adventurer, it was necessary to hire a professional, and an ordinary coach would not be the optimal choice. He heeded the warning, realizing that he needed to be able to comply with the requirements placed upon him. The protagonist felt a great excitement, realizing that he was about to meet the best coach in Dongshan City, and this was an important event for him. When some guy appeared in front of him, it didn't match his expectations at all, because he had expected to see a muscular trainer, and it was just a guy. That's when a very burly man came up to him and announced that his lessons cost a lot of money, and yet someone had already paid for them. Cheng Hei felt that his financial situation had become an object of ridicule, and this made him disgruntled and annoyed. A rank A coach, and Ran, stood in front of him, and a question arose wondering if this guy was aiming to become an adventurer. Upon receiving the first exercise, he immediately began to express dissatisfaction, claiming that he was unable to continue, and his complaints reflected not only physical but also emotional fatigue. fatigue, which caused some concern to the trainer. The coach emphasized that he was not going to stop there and encouraged him, claiming that the work done was also commendable. Lifting 30 kilograms 5 times, Zhu Yu estimated his current maximum weight as 5 kilograms, which for a fitness novice combined with his weight means poor endurance. He felt confused, realizing his weakness, but it was far beyond his expectations, considering the average adventurer didn't weigh only 50 kilograms. The coach also informed the student that Cheng Hei has a poor foundation, limited to 35 kilograms if we consider his current condition where his strength is rated at 9. People with normal physical development have body strength and agility usually balanced, and the deviations are not too significant. The protagonist was interested in how long it usually took to catch up with the other adventurers who had completed the 3 main attributes. To reach the standards, if he trains every day, it will take him time during the season to reach 11 points on the 3 main attributes. 11 points is the level he will see in the status window after becoming an adventurer, which is roughly the same level of strength above that of normal humans. Chang Hei confirmed that he understood everything and expressed his gratitude for the counseling taken from the coach. After training at Cyberburger, a certain man approached him and expressed his bewilderment as to why the rookie had upgraded his training with Coach On, whose services were considered too expensive. People with conventional backgrounds are more likely to sign long-term contracts with associations or companies and do not consider a professional coach like Coach On as a source of investment. He had no problem with money as his books sold well. However, since his goal was to become an adventurer, he needed to find the best trainer to properly lay the foundation. The man understood everything, for he assumed that he had already discovered the wild dungeon and become an adventurer, which definitely influenced his decision. Since his goal is to become an adventurer, he needs to learn the basics to avoid falling prey to scammers and be prepared for adventure. When an adventurer goes to dungeons for the first time, they will be assigned the appropriate title according to the adventurer status window. The adventurer can choose an outfit if it is loaded, not only to gain a survival advantage but also to be seen by other adventurers. If the suspect pays attention to the title, it may attract the attention of others. Once the hunter determines that the person has become a lawyer, they will begin pursuit, and then they can discover the passageways to the dungeon. The man showed complete indifference to the boy's lack of interest, viewing him as a weak adventurer without any value. The protagonist refuses to be happy and is willing to fight one-on-one with the Murloc to avoid the infamous title and possible exposure today. The man reported that his brother had probably already signed a contract with the gym and offered to go back. The best-selling author is known to use adventure as material for his works, so it's no surprise that he has the wealth and motivation to enroll in classes, striving to become stronger before diving into the tourism industry. It turned out that this girl was Coach On's assistant, and she reported that he had no new requests. It seems he had discovered the entrance to the wild dungeon and was planning to raid it within the month. The coach agreed that Chang Hei was an adventurer who might have discovered the entrances to the wild dungeon, but the chances of success were slim. Shirina asked that if Shumao brought him back, his attention would be released from his title of rookie assassin. Before raiding the elite dungeon in Dongshan City, he could earn extra money if not refused. Suddenly, a second coach and a guy entered the room, with a cop accompanying them, causing a sudden tension in the room. The coach announced that the contract should be signed after careful reading, and if there were no questions, the protagonist could proceed to sign. When Chang Hei entered the gym, he was greeted by the AAA-ranked trainer, causing him to have mixed feelings from surprise and admiration for the trainer's skill that he wished to learn. The assistant motioned for him to come to the desk, and Chang Hei, obediently, headed towards it, waiting for the next instruction or request. Coach On ran, while evaluating the level 13 adventurers, noted Cheng Hei's normal expression and lack of fixation on his title. He saw him as someone who had discovered the entrance to the dungeon. Hu Mao, the second coach, who possessed a 6th level lore degree, couldn't understand why he should suddenly do something dishonest, especially considering the contract he had signed with Whale's gym. On Ran explained that there was no need for further attention to him, implying that the situation had been explained and no further attention to him was required. After a while, the protagonist announced that he had ended his contract, perhaps feeling that he had achieved his goals or found new opportunities. This copy was given to him, so he should take care of it. It seems Coach On is going to give him a strength test to assess his fitness and progress, exactly as he suggested. His physical fitness leaves a lot to be desired, confirms the coach, pointing out the need to improve his fitness. Of course, the protagonist felt dissatisfied with his physical form, realizing the need for improvement in this aspect. They are not scheduled to do a reaction test, instead focusing primarily on strength and cardio exercises for the next week. Chang Hei confirmed that his schedule is completely free at any convenient time and he is ready to get on with training, meetings or other business that may be scheduled. After receiving this information, the coach told him that he could come to the gym tomorrow morning at 10 a.m. and didn't have to bring his own food for breakfast. He never imagined that the largest fitness centers in China would offer such services or schedule changes that would result in his convenience and comfort. Training new adventurers with the intent of fooling them in the future seemed like an incredible idea, especially if his acting skills left much to be desired. He realized that lack of experience could lead to dangerous consequences, including the possibility of being exposed and killed. They were surprised that a small place like Dongshan had a AAA level training station, which indicated the high quality and seriousness of the sport in this region. If this is indeed the case, there could be problems with other adventure-oriented services, as a AAA level training station could attract more attention and customers. Fortunately, he realized that buying the same eyebrows and weapons in the same store would be too obvious, otherwise he risked being discovered when he purchased the chain mail. He seems to have underestimated the occupational risks of adventurism, and it's time to change his plan of action to avoid unwanted consequences. He had planned to train hard at first and then take on the challenge of the dungeon, but he never imagined that the real world was so harsh and full of traps for those at a low level. Although today he was lucky enough to avoid getting caught in a trap, he realized that such luck would not come his way every day. Now his only course of action was to raise his level to better cope with the challenges that awaited him in the future. This time, in order to leave the place, one must possess the Eyes of Murloc. This new condition adds complexity and requires extra effort from Chang Hei to achieve his goal. This time he remembered the monster he had killed yesterday, realizing that his past experiences might be the key to overcoming new challenges in the dungeon. He wondered if he could get something of value from the same Murloc using his knowledge and experience from past fights. As it turned out, the monster's corpse was still lying in the clearing all this time, reminding Chang Hei of his previous battles. The organs had been eaten, indicating the presence of wild dog-like creatures in the neighborhood, ready to take every opportunity to replenish their diet. But fortunately, Chang Hei's eyes were still in place, ensuring that he could continue to explore and overcome the dangers in the dungeon. Lucky he doesn't have to fight today. Instead, he has to walk around and sketch the local landscape using his visual art skills and talent. Immediately afterward, the protagonist noticed some sound right behind him, causing him to look around carefully and be ready for any possible danger. The monster turned out to be an evil guy who killed the protagonist's companion, triggering feelings of anger and determination to pay him back. The protagonist, agitated by the expectation of something more horrible, was relieved when he realized it was just a Murloc standing in front of him. The guy thought he could easily defeat the lone Murloc without seeing him as a serious threat. Upon discovering several Murlocs, he immediately began to run away, realizing that 2 against 1 in battle he would not be able to defeat them. The next day, they both just stood in the middle of the forest, time losing its meaning in their fight for survival. The enemy, ready to attack the protagonist, was tensely waiting for the moment to strike, while the gloomy silence of the forest reigned all around. Cheng Hei was just laughing at this time, not seeing any problem in this situation, causing his opponent to be perplexed. He asked to stop being insolent when facing a death threat and asked if it had gotten to his opponent's consciousness. Separating the monster from his companion was a serious blow to him, depriving him of his support and alliance in battle, making his situation much worse. Now the roles between the two had reversed, and the former monster was in a more vulnerable position, being targeted. For his partner, this meant an imminent threat of death as he was in a more vulnerable position without his ally, making him easy prey. It was at this point that his companion joined him, but it was obvious that he had come too late to change the course of events. The protagonist decided to take on the creature's companion, hoping to use it as an advantage in the fight or as leverage for victory. Cheng Hei once again felt an inner indignation as he saw his ranking go up, but at the same time he realized that there were no rewards for it, which only increased his disappointment. He assumed that the chance of dungeon items dropping for newcomers was very low, making it especially difficult for them to participate in this world. But besides this situation, there are other adventures he has encountered, and he wondered how other people make money in this world or if they know something in common that is unknown to him. He didn't know if there would be an opportunity to ask Hu Mao or the coach tomorrow, but he realized that he needed to raise his level first so that they would stop treating him as a beginner. Oddly enough, the guy showed up to the gym at 10 a.m. the next day, despite the events of the previous day and his thoughts on leveling up. Hu Mao wondered if Cheng Hei practiced with the same intensity on the days he was away, and if he was self-disciplined enough to maintain a rhythm without his presence. He worked hard at night, and it seemed that he would soon increase his strength considerably. The guy's physique reached 11 points. If he can keep up this pace and not be held back by injury or illness, he could even increase his stats to 12 points a season from now. He wondered if the coach was planning to get the protagonist into the gym, and if nothing out of the ordinary happened, he would at least become a mid-level lawyer. The protagonist has refused the trainer, intending to purchase on the black market what he needs to travel to the dungeon, where he plans to go it alone and seek adventure. It was at this point that Cheng Hei suddenly ended the training session unwillingly, for he had just tripped and fallen off the treadmill unluckily. Hu Mao warned the guy that his overzealous training could lead to injuries because he was practicing too hard and risked injuring himself. The protagonist announced that he needed to become an tourist quickly, or else if this dragged on, his abilities would not allow him that kind of luxury. This unexpected twist made the coach think deeply about the words on Ran said about the black market, realizing their potential impact on the protagonist and his future actions. Today, the protagonist has added Kochen's kit from yesterday to his arsenal, which will probably help him in his upcoming adventures. Hu Mao and Kochen no longer consider him an adventurer. Now the protagonist just needs to find the right moment to ask what he wants to know or ask so badly. At this moment, when Hu Mao approached him, the protagonist felt slightly uneasy, but gathered his strength and dared to open up, revealing his thoughts and plans. The protagonist replied that he was simply too tired to discuss anything serious or make important decisions right now. He shouldn't overexert himself. Frequent weight-bearing exercises only increase the risk of injury. He realizes that training can slow his progress if he doesn't consider his body's limits. Realizing this, he also plans to reduce the intensity of his workouts in the near future to avoid possible injuries and ensure his body is healthy. The protagonist was interested in whether the initial investment in his profession as an adventurer would have time to pay off at this point. Hu Mao said that it was too early to draw conclusions, but judging from the current progress, perhaps the protagonist would be able to recoup his investment when he reached level 11. The protagonist was interested in why exactly after reaching level 11 there might be a return of the invested funds. Perhaps it is due to some features or benefits available at this stage of his journey. Low-level adventurers, especially 1st through 5th level, can easily return after completing an exit mission, but veterans know this is not the case, and at levels 6 through 10 the difficulty of missions increases and information about monsters becomes more valuable. So many of them begin to act as information gatherers. When they reach level 11, the difficulty of the dungeons will increase and they will no longer be able to relax, but then they can start earning, and at that point many will want to increase their combat abilities at any cost. Equipment, artifacts, skill books, anything that contributes to survival will be sold at a high price, as at this point everyone is looking to increase their chances of survival. The character doesn't understand why the adventurers didn't prepare and work hard from 6th to 10th level if they started working hard during that time to become strong. For many reasons. Firstly, the official organization, the social integration of adventurers, does not encourage the search for adventure in dungeons, and so most people tend to think about their retirement or return to normal life. In addition, leaving the dungeon supports only a small number of adventurers seeking the reward of risk in an elite dungeon, compared to their high risk from level 11 to level 15. From level 6 to level 10 information gathering is important to recover the initial investment and remain comfortable for the rest of your life. People don't need to put their lives in danger to enter the elite dungeon from level 11 to 15, as there are other ways to enter it. It is surprising not to find useful information and guidance on a Parade Adventurer forum. This is because most adventurers use the information to make money selling guides and data. However, if such an interest is discovered, it could even lead to life-threatening situations. But even more shocking is that in the same dungeon, even if its explorer keeps doing quests to get out, he can only get the quest reward once. The lad realized that the value of the dungeon to him was now just pure rewards, and becoming an adventurer would be his main goal once he entered it. Given that he doesn't make any money and the risk of selling out to adventurers is high, the guy should consider going through this dungeon alone. After that he can decide if he wants to become an adventure writer. The method Hu Mao thought of would involve first using the protagonist to gather information and then, once he was confident in his actions, considering mopping up the dungeon. Chang Hei was stunned by this surprise after learning that this time, the mission did not require fighting to exit, contrary to his expectations and previous experience. Fortunately, Hu Mao shared the basics of adventurism and general knowledge with him, and he decided to purchase drones as support. Otherwise, exploring the dungeon with just one scouting ability might have taken much longer. This was when a group of murlocs wandered near the guy, causing some alarm and forcing him to be vigilant. At that moment, he noticed the guy's drone glowing in the distance, giving him a sense of support and safety in this dangerous place. Strangely, the protagonist was flying that very drone on his own, suddenly realizing his abilities and skills in this area. But it surprised him when he saw an image of another monster on the drone's screen, making him feel anxious and unexpected at that moment. He seemed extremely sinister and threatening in appearance. His appearance suggested a sense of danger and caused the protagonist some anxiety. Chang Hei couldn't figure out who he saw, and assumed it was also a murloc, causing him to be even more anxious and cautious. Although the creature's appearance and aura was different from the murlocs he had encountered before, he still assumed it must be a murloc, perhaps with a higher level of combat ability and strength. The protagonist considered it unimportant and decided that it wasn't worth dwelling on right now, focusing on the current tasks and challenges in front of him. After completing the task for the exit, he will have to go back and actively search for the orange murloc, which will be a new priority and challenge in his adventures. That same orange monster was obviously plotting some plans and was ready to carry them out, which added some mystery and tension to the setting. He kept a close eye on where the drone was headed and was able to figure out the guy's location, which prompted him to speculate on the orange monster's hidden agenda. After 5 minutes of persistent searching, the lad finally located the object he was looking for, filling his soul with confidence and joy at his success. It's not surprising that murlocs are showing up, considering there is such a large lake here, which is a natural habitat for them. Now that the exit task should be completed, it's time to go home and celebrate the success of the completed mission. Chang Hei heard something not far away from him, which made him listen carefully and be vigilant. Immediately after hearing the noise, Chang Hei came across that very orange murloc, which made him excited and made him wary. He still couldn't figure out if it was a unique orange murloc or just a member of his species with unusual coloring, which remained a mystery to him. The enemy immediately began attacking the protagonist, emphasizing their aggression and intent to defend their territory or objectives. Unfortunately, the drone's remote control immediately slipped out of the guy's hands, depriving him of an important tool in this dangerous situation. Despite losing control of the drone, he stayed on his feet and was able to stand up to his opponent, showing his endurance and determination in the fight. By reacting quickly, he avoided injuries that could have been serious if not for his quick reaction to his opponent's situation. Of course, he was upset that his new controller had broken, as it could have seriously affected his ability to fly the drone. But now is not the time to think about that. The speed of this murloc is too fast, so he must proceed cautiously to avoid danger. Just at that moment his partners began to come to their companion, creating hope for support and help in the fight against the murloc. The protagonist, without wasting time, found himself in a situation where he had to wait for a short time and go straight to action, for his life was filled with events and adventures that did not allow him to linger on trifles. The protagonist, despite his trusty chain mail, found himself powerless against a powerful attack that penetrated their defenses and caused him irreparable damage without giving him a chance to survive. The monsters, in their horrifying language, asked what had happened to this fellow, what events had led to his present condition and fate. If a colleague had struck higher, it would surely lead to the death of the protagonist without any doubt. Such a strong impact would leave him no chance of survival. The newcomer wondered how realistic it was to face such an opponent that even experienced fighters had difficulty with, while the murloc, with curiosity in his eyes, wondered why he couldn't immediately destroy this guy. He, turning to his partners, ordered them not to stay where they were, but to approach and finish off the protagonist, depriving him of his last thread of hope of rescue. Cheng Hei suddenly realized that he was surrounded and intended to harm him. It was clear to him that his situation had become extremely dangerous and did not bode well. It was okay to fight alone, but he still had to deal with the other enemy behind him to prevent any unpleasant surprises. The complexity of this dungeon was so enormous that it exceeded all his ideas and fantasies. It seemed to the protagonist that it was simply unimaginable and unfathomable. Turning back around, the protagonist suddenly saw purple illumination oozing out of the portal, surrounding it with glowing rays. At this time, he just had to run, no matter what, to escape the danger that threatened him. and then, at one point, a status window popped up in front of him, issuing an error and informing him that the trials would be cancelled. And just at that moment, a certain cave appeared to be completely cleared of monsters, providing the protagonist with a safe haven. The man turned to his partner named Quan, watching as he suddenly turned into a motionless white stone wall, devoid of all movement and reaction. A man named Bu Ziming, who possessed a high level and title, wielding 5 fireballs that could destroy everything, couldn't understand why the man was venting his anger on a dead body. In front of him was also an adventurer named Quan Chong, who held the title of Powerful Fist, who also had a high status and reputation. In the end, the goblin could not resist the powerful strike of his fist, for it was too weak and incomparable to Quan Chong's strength. It was no wonder that he could fight back even though he was only level 5, as his strength was not inferior to a level 9 adventurer. But how a monster like him was able to face an entry-level monster was still an open question. Quan explained that this sometimes happens in the world of adventures and battles, when strong and experienced fighters might face entry-level opponents. If he could handle the legendary bug and fight a powerful monster in a low-level dungeon, it would truly be a great test of his strength and skill. Regardless of the outcome of the battle, as long as he keeps his life in his hands, he will be rewarded with an item enhancement coupon. Moreover, it will make him feel more confident to reach the level of a legendary adventurer in the future. Unfortunately, they are only at level 5, while some monsters are already at the threshold of legendary level. This unfathomable strength and power of monsters is truly beyond comprehension. An enhancement scroll was considered a true miracle item. Obtaining it was a rare and special event that could greatly enhance and increase the effectiveness of an adventurer's item. Regardless of your view on this, it should be noted that these are all just rumors that can attract people's attention and interest. In order to leave the dungeon, the guy needed to survive for 3 minutes and kill a unique murloc with high combat power. Just at that moment, the guy got inside, close to the target, and prepared to fight the unique murloc. His paw almost came close to the protagonist's face, which could have serious and irreversible consequences, including serious injury or even death. Chang Hei had an accident. His helmet came off and shattered, and he himself received a wound that bled. The protagonist felt immense confusion, unable to understand how Chang Hei was so abruptly on the verge of death after their recent battle. His mind was full of questions and anxiety, and he was trying to figure out what could have happened. It was a disappointment for the monster because he said it was too boring for him and he would keep this man as his partner. Had he known of the events to come, he would have refused to be an adventurer and would not have agreed to explore the dungeon to avoid the possible trouble and dangers that awaited him there. While she may say that, she is actually very aware of the situation or facts despite her words. For several years he had dreamed of going underground, and this dream often visited his thoughts. He hoped that if he became an adventurer he could become a hero like the main characters in his favorite novels. They have gone through countless battles to the death, survived incredible and exciting situations, making their adventurous careers full of challenges and adventures. Despite his fear of death, he lacked the skills to fight well and was inexperienced in skirmishes. He was an adventurer and had a belief that death should not come to him so easily. He strove to keep alive and used his wit to find ways to survive the most dangerous situations. Morlock noticed that the protagonist not only did not give up, but continued to fight with determination despite the difficulties and dangers he faced. He had to ponder what trump cards he had left, what resources were still available to him, and what he could use to his advantage in the current situation. He remembered his skills in combat and realized he could stand up to Murloc. He was ready to use his strength, agility and knowledge of fighting techniques to deal with him. He used his skills, weapons, and equipment to effectively fight Murloc one-on-one. Filled with determination and excitement, he immediately thereafter threw himself into the fray with his first opponent, channeling all his energy and skill to gain victory. And right after that, in an astonishingly short period of time, his body was torn in two with the unrelenting force of the enemy, and suddenly he felt better, he felt stronger, and he also noticed that the monster's movements had become slower. Perhaps his vision had improved. It was comprehensible. The current protagonist would be able to handle it all. It was extremely strange to the orange Murloc that the guy not only survived, but also showed incredible fighting stamina and skill, able to continue fighting with such fervor and determination. Orange Murloc was filled with bewilderment, unable to comprehend how this man was able to become so strong and overcome all odds. He wondered what exactly this man had undertaken or what path he had traveled to reach this level of strength and skill. Despite all the complications, Chang Hei boldly walked towards his main opponent without stopping or doubting his abilities. Chang Hei was alone in the clearing, surrounded by emptiness and silence. He realized the weight of responsibility and prepared for the decisive confrontation. The monster warned the protagonist not to be too confident, for killing a few of his subordinates did not yet mean victory over himself. Despite the dramatic increase in his physical capabilities while he was in the ring gear, he realized that he couldn't match the speed of this red murloc. Despite being behind in speed, the guy was ready to fight his opponent and take on the challenge, relying on his strength, skill and tactics. In order to achieve maximum speed, the guy would have to use his armor and leave his head unprotected. He decided that in order to defeat this murloc he would have to decisively punch him in the forehead. The strategy was to use his opponent's style and predictable target routes as bait. The guy made the decision to drop his head protection to get his opponent's attention and take advantage of that moment to hit him hard. If the guy doesn't take this opportunity, he won't have a second chance after everything happens. He realized that he had to act boldly and decisively not to miss this one opportunity to win. That moment is forever etched in his memory. Life hung in the balance. Adrenaline rushed through him. Decisions became fateful. Time slowed, but he remained focused on survival. Still, the protagonist had something going for him, and he was able to pierce the monster right through their heart with dexterity with his spear. Although the protagonist was also injured, a smile appeared on his face. He felt satisfaction and relief, realizing that he had dealt a crushing blow to his opponent. Cheng Hei wondered if he could really handle this challenge. He felt a mixture of emotions of joy at winning, amazement at his capabilities, and pride at his accomplishments. At this point, the murloc was writhing in unbearable pain as the spear was lodged right in his neck. He let out agonizing screams as he tried to free himself from the deadly weapon. Murloc thought he was being joked at, as he couldn't believe that such a seemingly weak man could defeat him. He felt a mixture of amazement, frustration and even some respect for his opponent. The strength was leaving the murloc, and after a while he collapsed, weakened and exhausted from his painful wounds. Just seconds later, the guy and his opponent lay breathless on the floor, their bout ending fatally for both of them. At that moment, a status window opened in front of the protagonist, displaying the results of his fight and his current health and resource status. The system reported that the death of the unique murloc had been recorded and the mission had been successfully completed. The protagonist felt a mixture of relief and pride in his accomplishments. At this point the guy remembered the thermos he had received earlier. He realized that it was an unusual item, perhaps having hidden properties or purpose, and decided to examine it in more detail. Cheng Hei decided to use the coupon that was attached to the regular thermos. He took out the coupon and read it carefully to determine what benefit or privilege he could get by using it. Just at that moment, the thermos began to glow and transform into something completely different. The guy watched in amazement as the simple thermos transformed into a powerful artifact or weapon ready to give him new capabilities and abilities. The thermos dispensed a strange potion that had the ability to restore blood. Its effect was to produce a different flavor potion every day that could be used to treat injuries and restore physical strength. The protagonist, without thinking for long, immediately made the decision to take the potion from the thermos, realizing its value and hoping for its healing properties, which could greatly affect his ability to survive and fight. The potion from the thermos was incredibly effective. The hero's wounds healed quickly, and his energy and physical strength returned to full volume. When the hero was completely cured, he realized that the potion from the thermos was not only able to heal, but also had an amazing refreshing effect. A few minutes later the guy regained consciousness and was able to stand up. He felt full of strength and energy thanks to the healing effects of the potion from the thermos. Chang Hei was surprised at how quickly his wounds healed. He felt grateful to the thermos potion that played a key role in his quick recovery. He decided to call up the status window to check certain details or parameters related to his condition after healing and using the potion from the thermos. In addition, he noticed that his intelligence scores had increased slightly. He felt that his thought processes had become clearer and sharper, which added to his confidence in his abilities. He was also curious about what turned into the new task he had to complete after using the potion from the thermos. He was to clean up the murloc hatching pond, removing obstructions and clearing the body of water to ensure a favorable environment for their survival. The guy realized that he simply had no choice and that he had to make a decision and act to deal with the current situation. Obviously, the task of cleaning up the pond is not something he can handle at the moment. Perhaps it appeared to him, but to his mind the entrance to the dungeon had become much more expansive or spacious. The protagonist slowly brought his hand to the entrance, feeling the tension and anticipation of what awaited him inside. However, at this moment, the portal literally rejected him because his level was insufficient and it was impossible for him to enter this dungeon. He learned that the dungeon had received a rank upgrade, and so the entrance to it was inaccessible due to insufficient hero level. Now thinking about it, he realized that the exit task he had completed actually turned out to be from a higher level dungeon. No wonder the tasks were harder and the reward was so great. At this point, the system started giving error messages, causing him to worry and look out for possible hardware or software problems. If he remembered correctly, there was an expert on the forum who seemed to emphasize the rare importance of such things as a hidden profession, which piqued his interest and some anxiety. The protagonist decided to start the process of changing careers, realizing that this could be a crucial step in his adventures and allow him to better adapt. When death becomes close, strength and agility increase noticeably, so he had 16 sense attribute points, allowing him to better adapt in dangerous situations. His brain is able to perceive and store information about every detail of the living room so precisely that even if he closes his eyes, he can imagine every part of it. He cannot imagine what the world will be like when his sense attribute reaches 20, and what incredible experiences he will have in this new dimension. He is ready to fight one-on-one with the Murloc, resulting in the title of the strongest, having mastered the basic attributes of this monster. When you are cornered, this grants a bonus to strength, dexterity, and sense, increasing their values by +4. This title works almost as effectively as a walk with death. Walking with death, in extreme conditions, can be used to regenerate after death and bring him bonuses of 8 strength, 8 dexterity, and 9 perception. If he gains more courage, the lad will be able to fully rely on his title when he faces a powerful foe in the future, killing him with a strange potion that returns blood and ensures his recovery. A month has passed since the events of the dungeon. Time has brought changes and new challenges, leaving the hero waiting for the next adventure. Strangely enough, the protagonist continued to attend the training room in an effort to improve his strength skills. He realized that keeping fit and developing strength were important aspects for successful future battles. Mu-ha was clearly surprised at what Chang Hei was now capable of. He watched as Chang Hei displayed new high abilities and skills that were not noticeable before. His astonishment knew no bounds. Mu-ha was amazed and delighted by Cheng Hei's new abilities and accomplishments that surpassed all his expectations. No one could have guessed that a beginner like him could reach a level that normally requires a year of training in just 2 months. It was an incredible achievement, causing amazement to all who saw his progress. Judging by his exertion, if it were anyone else, he would have been sent to the ICU a long time ago, but he can still walk like a normal person. His terrific physicality shows that his physique is in great condition, and coach on this time missed a good chance to unlock his potential. The protagonist noticed that the coach approached him with interest in his eyes, perhaps to discuss his progress and new accomplishments. Mu-ha congratulated him as his strength and agility should have already reached 12 points, which combined with his current physical condition was enough to fully pass the rookie mission and exit the dungeon. The coach was interested and was considering signing with Whale's Gym, given the potential and progress of the protagonist. He sought freedom and did not want to be restricted by a contract, preferring to be a free adventurer, freely choosing his adventures. It was a pity for the trainer, because he thought they could explore the dungeon together as colleagues and share impressions and knowledge. Even without being co-workers, they can still go to the dungeon together, and the coach, wondering, probably has some inkling of what awaits them inside. The man did ponder the question, mulling over the possibility of teaming up with a trainer and exploring the dungeon together, realizing the potential benefits of such a partnership. The information about the Sanren Alliance slightly surprised Chang Hei, sparking his interest and desire to learn more about them and the possibility of joining the alliance. Unless he was wrong, the Sanren Alliance is not the largest group in China. If a guy decides to buy an in-tourist slot on the black market, the man advises choosing a low-level dungeon that is guaranteed to be controlled by their own team. Chang Hei couldn't understand why this was what he was advised to do. He wondered about the reasons why choosing a dungeon with a controlled team was recommended. This all has to do with trading adventurer slots. Both parties, buyer and seller, are at significant risk in the transaction. The seller fears that veterans may act like rookies after buying a slot, and the buyer fears that the seller may not take action after receiving payment. When it comes to the alliance, things are different. Despite the high commission associated with trading adventurer slots, the alliance provides contacts for both buyers and sellers in the dungeon business. Their reputation and trust is still noteworthy. After receiving all of this information, everything became clearer to the protagonist and he was able to better understand the risks and potential benefits of buying an adventure slot and joining an alliance. Cheng Hei checked all of Zhongju, but only the seller in Yunxiao City seemed more reliable. He wondered if he should find a middleman to provide additional reliability and security in the transaction. 2 days later, the protagonist was in the city park of Yunxiao City, immersed in the surrounding atmosphere and enjoying the tranquility and beauty of nature. When the protagonist arrived at the meeting, the person he had arranged to meet was already on site, ready to conduct the transaction and discuss the details of the adventurous slot purchase. The guy asked if this man was the same old driver from Yun Xiao that he was supposed to meet. It turned out that this man was not only Yun Xiao's old driver, but was also the dungeon entrance salesman. The protagonist said that he was very pleased to meet this person, who was both Yun Xiao's old driver and the dungeon entrance salesman. All they are missing now is a guy and signing a contract so a man can lead the protagonist to the dungeon. At this point, the contractor from the Sanren Alliance, Contracor, was in the process of signing some papers. The content is divided into three parts. The first part is that the buyers make payment to a specified account provided by the seller. The second part is related to the seller committing to provide certain services for ordinary people and adventurers after their return from the dungeon. Finally, in the third part, the buyers transfer the final payment to the seller's account. The third rule implies that after entering the dungeon, the buyer must not commit acts that violate the security agreement, and the seller cannot ignore dangerous situations or use violence against the buyer. In addition, the location of the dungeon must not be disclosed to anyone. Leader and Liang reported that they had no further questions for the man, which may indicate that they were satisfied with the information they received or the resolution of the situation. The misanthrope and the main character, known by the nickname Sports Lover, also stated that they had no further questions, indicating that they understood the situation or had no further questions for the man. The man then stated that in such a case the contract had been concluded, implying that all parties had agreed and negotiations had been completed. The guard squad commander and another guy with a fascinating nickname noticed that their hands began to glow, which could indicate some special ability or phenomenon. After making sure that everything went smoothly, the men declared that his work here was finished, implying that he had fulfilled his duties or accomplished his goals. He hoped to be able to collaborate with them again in the future, which implied a positive impression of collaboration and a desire to continue the interaction. The driver announced that there was no need to waste time packing as he would take them to the entrance of the dungeon, which implied that he was already ready to go. After a while, the entire group arrived at the abandoned building that housed the entrance to the dungeon, preparing for the next phase of their adventure. One of the men remarked that since the location of the entrance to this dungeon was indeed hidden, it was no wonder that the officials including the capital city Yun Xiao had not discovered it. He had a nickname that asked to hit him with money from underground, emphasizing the desire to find hidden riches. At this moment, the leader and Liang exchanged glances, which could indicate some internal reflection or discussion of next steps. The driver ordered them to enter the building one at a time, probably to ensure safety or to control the process of entering the dungeon. As the driver passed through the portal, he was met by a comrade who asked how the newcomers were doing, meaning those who had just entered the dungeon. The guard squad commander was particularly pleased that the driver was now an adventurer, which probably gave him new opportunities and perspectives in their adventures together. The driver, after making sure it was safe, signaled to the rest of the group to begin entering the dungeon, indicating that they were ready to continue their adventure. The protagonist noticed two men standing nearby talking, which may have drawn his attention to possible interesting dialogue or events. The guy might have assumed that one of these men was the other salesman, which might have piqued his interest or puzzled him about the situation. The driver drew attention to himself because he wanted to share something important or interesting, causing others to want to know what he meant. He urged everyone to follow his example immediately, perhaps hinting at the urgency or importance of following his instructions. The man confidently opened the status window, which could indicate his experience or knowledge of working with technical devices or software. After his instruction, everyone immediately started repeating his actions, probably to synchronize their actions or to accomplish some common task. Each participant could see information about themselves in the window, including basic attributes, and swipe down to check their mission. The contents of the window were just them, so there was no need to worry about revealing personal information. Have all participants report their exit assignments so the driver can sort them and organize the work to complete them. The guard squad commander did not believe that his basic attributes could have been so low, causing him to be displeased or doubt the accuracy of the information. The protagonist was given a mission such that he needed to hear the voice of their Banshee at the same time as a mop-up mission that involved destroying this monster. He noticed that there was no mention of this creature on the newcomer forums, which could indicate that this dungeon was not as easy as it seemed, causing him to feel a sense of uncertainty or apprehension. The protagonist wanted to believe that this dungeon had the same bug as his house, based on the knowledge of the survivor. If the monster is not mentioned in the forum for a general guide to monsters for newbies, there are only two options. Either he is rare, or those adventurers who encountered him died in the dungeon, leaving information about him little known or absent from the forum. It was related relayed through one of the men's supervisors that the man had violated safety rules by not providing the correct exit assignments, which could have caused anxiety or resentment in the group. Chang Hei was surprised that this guy lied, perhaps because of distrust in his intentions or disappointment in his act. One of them couldn't believe he was so quick to violate safety rules, considering they hadn't even started yet, which made him perplexed or suspicious of his actions. The man asked for a chance to explain his actions, perhaps hoping for understanding or forgiveness from others. He thought it must be a mistake, as his assignment on the way out was to gather valuable herbs, leading him to believe that he had acted lawfully. The master contract wasn't 100% accurate, but for a novice as he was, there shouldn't be a problem. His exit assignment definitely didn't include gathering valuable herbs, and he cheated them. The man instantly collapsed to the floor, not knowing what to do in this situation, perhaps feeling embarrassed, afraid, or unsure of what to do next. The leader explained that this man had just become a lawyer and may not be familiar with the rules and that making mistakes in this situation is normal. He asked to be merciful and give him another chance. The commander wanted to make sure the man shared his understanding and was willing to accept the offer of an extra chance. He then immediately began to show mercy, persuading him to give another chance and forgiving the previous offense. Despite this, he was given another chance, but warned that a repeat offense would not be tolerated. The man noticed that everyone had almost the same assignments. Someone had to find Banshee Lake. The main character had to look at the banshees for 10 seconds, and someone just had to find the banshees and hear them sing. Liang was beckoned by these tasks of interest and danger. He could not resist the temptation to explore, for it was in such moments that he felt alive and filled with energy. The man stated that depending on the circumstances and the degree of predation, the tasks are usually fairly easy and doable. One member of the group was relieved to see that there was no danger so far, and that pleased him. The driver announced that he would take them into the woods to a lake where he said the banshees lived. He asked the group to keep their pace and keep up. After some time they finally reached the lake, which aroused their curiosity and amazement by its beauty and tranquility. The second seller opened a status window, and after that he shoved some harmonica into it, causing astonishment and bewilderment among the others present by his unusual action. Of course, everyone else became curious as to what he was doing and all turned their attention to him, waiting for an explanation or clarification. The driver explained that he used this tape recorder to summon the banshee to the lake using a certain sound signal or frequency, which caused everyone around him to wonder and ask more questions. Well, of course, the driver didn't give them a normal answer, but rather told them it was a trade secret how he knew about being able to summon banshee to the lake with a tape recorder. Suddenly, a head that clearly belonged to the banshee of the lake approached them, causing everyone to feel a sense of astonishment and some anxiety. A member of the guard squad exclaimed that the banshees had appeared in front of them after all, causing everyone to have mixed feelings of surprise, excitement, and some anxiety. Two people had their exit mission ended immediately. They were carried away by the banshee's power or something unexpected happened that caused them to retreat immediately. At this point, the protagonist was trying to determine whose mission had ended, focusing on watching his comrades to see which of them had been forced to prematurely end their mission. Immediately afterward, the protagonist also got a status window and the system informed him that his exit mission was complete. The driver warned them to wear earplugs as the banshees were going to perform their songs. The participant was intrigued by what would happen if they did not wear headphones or earplugs and decided not to use them to see what the effect of the banshees singing without the barriers of sound isolation would be. As it turned out, the banshees singing caused explosive effects in their brains, but a level 1 newcomer who had just begun their adventurous journey, upon hearing the singing, would encounter incredible effects and die on the spot. At that time, the vendor continued to play the tape recorder and summon the creatures, continuing to call them with his sound effects. It was at this moment that the creature began to perform its chant, filling the air with magical and amazing sounds that encompassed everyone present and created an impressive atmosphere. Instantly unfathomable events began to happen in the group, as if they were enchanted by the mystical power of banshee singing. The participants felt the magic penetrating into their essence, causing them strange experiences and changing their perception of the world around them. The protagonist, upon hearing the banshee sing, was enchanted and lost in streams of memories, feeling time and space merge into an unpredictable reality. Luckily, he wore headphones that allowed him to not hear the banshee singing clearly, otherwise he could have been exposed and potentially killed. The vendor asked everyone if they had completed their exit mission, and since the mission was complete, he suggested going back to where they came from. However, one of the participants didn't like it because he didn't want to just go back. He wanted to explore and continue his adventure in uncharted places. He stated that he had investigated everything before coming here and had found valuable plants and minerals in the dungeon. He assumed that the seller was in a hurry to drive them away to take all the valuables for himself, and expressed his disagreement with the proposal. The man expressed dissatisfaction with the participants' behavior, emphasizing the importance of cooperation and respecting each other's interests within the team. He expressed his disappointment that they had not been paid money and questioned why they could not collect valuable herbs and minerals in this dungeon to receive at least a small compensation for their efforts. The driver explained that their contract did not include collecting valuable herbs and minerals in the dungeon as a source of additional income. He noted that their main goal was to accomplish the exit mission. The participant pointed out that the contract also did not expressly prohibit their collection of valuable herbs and minerals in the dungeon after the exit task was completed. The protagonist asked if this meant that adventurers had the right to collect valuable herbs and minerals in the dungeon. Usually, most adventurers do not have the ability to free the dungeon from dangers, so their main sources of income for them are collecting valuable resources in the dungeon and gathering information about monsters. The man asked the group if they thought that after completing the task of getting out based on the contract, they would be protected from the enemy and could not face problems if they decided to gather resources or cause problems in the dungeon. The participant was interested in what would happen if their arguments and reasoning were completely correct and valid. The seller said that the participants left out one small detail that mattered in this situation. Lian came with some resentment after those words, his emotions starting to show with a bit of rage. The man categorically stated that he never signed a contract with the other participants and has no responsibility to them. At this critical moment, he was expressly forbidden to continue his journey any farther, and was requested to remain where he was. The salesman was curious as to what these two were trying to do against him by teaming up together. Liang had the title of a martial arts master, and he stated that he had no special plans or intentions for the man, but simply disliked people of this type. The leader believes that his reason for collecting herbs and minerals is legitimate and he shouldn't be too concerned about it. The driver explained that according to the first clause of the contract, if he could get out of the dungeon alive, they would not receive the final payment, but based on the document, if he did not survive and could not leave the dungeon alive, they could not receive the final payment either. The leader told the driver that he could provide protection for the entire group. In response, the driver asked why they couldn't share some of the materials collected with him in recognition of his role in providing security. The man apologized and explained that they did not want to risk their safety or breach their contract, so they could not share the collected materials with the driver. Leader asked if the man really didn't want to take the risk or if there were other reasons why he didn't want to share the materials he had collected. For example, perhaps there are other secrets in this dungeon and they are afraid of being discovered, so they focus on gathering herbs and minerals. The driver realizes that they are rookie adventurers, but they have come to complete a mission to clean up the dungeon. The driver kept turning to Liao and inquiring what he was doing or what actions he was taking. The driver argued that the seller should have the ability to sense which one is stronger or more powerful, but the man, except for rage, could find no argument or answer to this statement. He told the driver they were leaving and let her explore this dungeon on her own. The man disagreed, but in the end the driver decided to follow his partner and accept his decision. One of the participants couldn't understand why they left so easily. One of the participants thought that the decision to leave the place was obvious because a good man and his friend had helped them. However, the two were actually more experienced and stronger adventurers. In front of them stood the team leader, who was also a martial artist. However, the leader was not actually the strongest, and his friend was the perfect candidate for the role. This was strange to the protagonist, since according to what Coach Hu Mao had taught him about adventure knowledge and Sanren Group's contract master, making mistakes allowed an adventurer disguised as a rookie to easily find loopholes in the contract and take away the vendor's control of the dungeon. It seemed illogical. The leader offered a choice: everyone can decide to go on their own and receive full profit from their actions, or join a group where half of the profit will be taken as a reward for the clearing mission. The participant did not anticipate that he would have to give up half of the resources as a reward, and this came as an unpleasant surprise. The guard commander remarked that perhaps the participant had not heard that half of the resources were rewards for completing the task. He explained that the goal of these two veteran adventurers was a sweep, and it was worth participating. Usually newbies are only given 10% or even less of the total reward, so even if these participants give half, they are still 90% ahead of the newbies. Indeed, who would have thought that due to an illegal operation by his superior, he was blocked by the entire bank after 2 months. Now he has the opportunity to start from scratch and to make a comeback in this situation. The man wasn't sure if this was really a bargain, or if it just seemed that way. To some extent, the time it takes for an aspiring adventurer to receive a reward for completing a task affects how quickly they can advance in ranks and become stronger. The sooner they receive the reward, the smoother their path in the adventurer world can become. The participant wondered if this meant that if he received half of the reward for passing, being at level 7 would make him significantly stronger than all the other adventurers. If a participant has spent his starting resources wisely and efficiently, he can indeed become stronger than the other participants. The driver expressed his displeasure, calling them hearty bastards, because before signing the contract, they had agreed that it only included an exit mission and nothing else. However, upon completion of the mission, they suddenly showed arrogance and refused to do what was agreed upon. The second vendor stated that they had already advanced far enough and would not be able to follow them. He also added that he no longer needed to pretend and play a role. The driver noted that his acting skills had improved greatly, but he now realized that he could not surpass this adventurer and achieve the title of martial arts master. However, the man confirmed that it was indeed impossible for him to defeat this adventurer. However, he also has a fear of him and did not try to convince him to leave. It has become clear to the driver that he cannot defeat the adventurer and is intimidated by him, so he does not try to persuade him to leave. He only wondered if he was thinking about whether they could successfully deal with him and his obstacles. Probably the rank of martial arts master will prove useless against the banshees as they are too strong. The team leader looks charismatic, although he himself is only level 5. In his opinion, they wouldn't be able to handle the banshee, and out of the entire group of inventurists, only 1 or 2 lucky ones would be able to survive and leave this dungeon alive. But the driver believed that it would be just like the previous times and they would be able to successfully handle the banshee despite the difficulties. The important point was that the group of adventurers were equipped for the upcoming battle, which greatly increased their chances of success. Since everyone has decided to work together to clear this dungeon, the leader will no longer withhold information. He can give his teammate a base attribute with a random boost. Immediately afterward, all the participants' strength and abilities began to increase. The main character's physique has increased by 1, and he believes that the team leader uses his rank to make the team members stronger. No wonder the leader has proven so useful. One participant had more questions and ambiguities that required further explanation and clarification. They know of no other way to attract a creature from the lake other than the sound of a harmonica. If the creature hides in the lake and doesn't come out to summon it, they'll have a hard time completing the purification task. One of the participants had the title of provocateur, which allowed him to provoke and annoy the target during the dialogue. The annoyed person would lose 2 attributes of wisdom, become vengeful, and not fear death. This participant had his own plan in his head as to the method of coercion in the dialogue. All he needs to do is actively attract and hold the target's attention, and use a variety of tactics and techniques to generate interest and engagement from the target. With all his strength he threw the stone he had picked up, trying to give it maximum force and accuracy. Immediately afterward, the creature manifested before them again, perhaps this time in response to the stone throwing. He used his title of provocateur and told the creature to approach him if it dared. The system relayed that his target was on a rampage, ready to be aggressive and do damage. The banshee immediately began to approach her opponents, seeking to make contact or attack them. The men were pleased, for they were able to provoke the banshee and elicit her reaction. Lian announced that they were now giving him the opportunity to take over the rest of his duties and lead the rest of the mission. The leader suggested that everyone disperse, let the martial artist take care of the creature, while the rest of us should put on earplugs and look for opportunities on the outside front. The man was 100% sure that he was capable of attacking the creature at this moment. However, at that moment, incomprehensible events occurred and Liang's fist literally passed through the creature without any effect or impact. Now, being a provocateur, he had to think of something to just not die. He had to think of a strategy that would allow him to survive and deal with the current situation. At this time, the creature was ready to unleash its attack on the contestants. The man asked the creature to wait as he was clearly not prepared for such a confrontation. He was trying to gain precious moments to come up with a strategy or plan of action. Immediately after that, the creature began to create sound waves that harmed everyone around it. It was a powerful attack technique that caused physical and psychological disadvantage to everyone in the vicinity. Without exception, everyone could not bear to put such strain on their ears. The sound waves created by the creature had a devastating effect, causing severe pain and hearing loss to all within its range. The provocateur, as well as all the others, was unable to stand on his feet due to the effects of the sound waves. He was subjected to great discomfort and loss of balance, falling to the ground as a result of the strain caused by the creature. All but the commander of the guards were affected by the sound waves, but he was safe thanks to his earplugs and could direct the actions of the others. The provocateur couldn't believe it, for it meant that this banshee was a ghostly being. The leader was concerned about his partner's condition after the attack and asked if he was hurt. His partner was fine, however using the monk fist he possessed from the previous dungeon required more time. He hadn't reached the right skill level yet, so the fight would be slower and more cautious. This creature should have no other means of attack. She poses no particular threat to them. The leader has a hunch that the reward for passing this dungeon will be very generous. Sensing the presence of someone near him, Chang Hei looked in the same direction. Suddenly, a girl appeared on the way of the protagonist, expressing her bewilderment about such a strange choice, as if emphasizing its absurdity and inappropriateness in this situation. Upon finding the girl, the protagonist instantly turned in her direction, showing curiosity at her words and wondering why exactly she felt that way. Realizing that the girl looked unusual, the protagonist could assume that she might have had special views and opinions. After imagining a huge number of people, the protagonist realized that among so many people it was unlikely to find someone who had developed perception at level 16, but at the moment he had encountered just such a person. A certain invisible woman appeared before the protagonist and told him that she seems to be addressed as if she doesn't exist. Using a third-level judgment effect, the invisible woman concluded her story by adding that the case was indeed unlucky, leaving the protagonist confused and thoughtful. The protagonist realized that his assessment of the events that had happened in the moment had been successful, and he was able to make sense of what was happening in front of his eyes. Approaching him, the security commander asked if everything was all right, given that the protagonist was talking to himself, expressing concern for his mental state. By pointing his finger in the direction where the girl was, the protagonist aroused the guy's suspicion of hallucinations, which could be the result of his strange behavior and talking to himself. Suddenly both of them noticed a bright red glow in the distance, in the woods, and the protagonist assumed that someone was approaching, causing both of them to feel uncertainty and anxiety. It turned out to be more banshees, furiously heading towards them, ready to attack. The protagonist and his companion felt a wave of terror as they realized the imminent danger. The martial artist showed courage and struggled to fight the fierce creature despite the fear and tension standing in his way. Despite the difficulty of the situation, the martial artist managed to strike the creature hard, knocking her back a considerable distance, creating a brief pause in the battle. The man was pleased to see that his actions had had an effect, and now they could feel relatively safe being in relative safety. Of course, he didn't completely kill the creature with the blow, and it only fell to its knees, allowing them to continue fighting, realizing that the danger was not yet over. Despite this, the martial artist sensed something strange present right behind him, alerting him and forcing him to be vigilant. He also noticed the same bright red glow in the distance in the woods as his companion, causing him to feel uneasy and uncertain. The man assumed that they were wrong in claiming that there should be no creatures in this dungeon, and the unfriendly behavior of the two salesmen only confirmed his doubts. Several banshees appeared directly behind them and began to slowly approach them, causing the man and his companion to feel uneasy and apprehensive. The pastor, who had combat skills, could not understand what was happening and ordered them to flee immediately, realizing the gravity of the situation and the need to leave as soon as possible. Of course, realizing the importance of his words, she immediately obeyed and began to instantly run away from the forest, eager to quickly leave the danger zone. Everyone hurried away, running in every direction and not looking back to avoid meeting the creatures and remaining invisible to them. The man was confused and couldn't understand why the gods seemed to be so unfair to him, putting him through such a serious and dangerous ordeal. It troubled him why it always happened that he faced such problems, causing him inner turmoil and doubts about his destiny. He remembered how he was once a tiger and met Ziyang, causing him to remember the past and ponder the meaning of life. Now the situation with the banshee in the dungeon was also added to this, adding to his sense of unease and uncertainty about the future. Memories of some man who assured him that he would be spared surfaced in his mind, making him think about the past and the future. It was a wanted-a-rank criminal named Gao Cheng Yang, a famous level 7 adventurer who enjoyed seeing others regret living their lives, but he would eventually regret his own actions. At this point, the creature practically caught up with the man, filling his heart with terror and making him realize that time was running out to escape. He told Banshee that he should stop bullying him since he hadn't avenged Tin and Ziyang yet. Suddenly, many trees in the forest collapsed for unknown reasons, creating chaos and additional danger for everyone in the area. As it turned out, the creature took over the man's masculinity, overcoming his strength and leaving him defenseless against the threat. He still couldn't understand how he could die right there, feeling confused and fearful of the inevitability of his fate. The guard commander was also rounded up. He stated that a man seeking a legendary quest for adventure should not give up, emphasizing his determination and courage. The greedy money lover remembered his words that he was wrong and should not have cooperated with the president and deposited the money. The martial artist analyzed the situation and saw the light at the end of the tunnel. He did not lose hope of victory. Confident in his abilities, the leader realized that they had been deceived, realizing that they had fallen into a trap or fallen victim to a clever ruse. Unsurprisingly, the dungeon doesn't limit adventurers' access to only level 3 and above, luring level 4 and 5 adventurers to deliberately wait until they encounter dangers, taking all their trophies upon their death. The protagonist wondered if the man had any suggestions on how to defeat these banshees and escape the trap of the dungeon. Let the man hurry with his suggestions, as these creatures, in addition to attacking with their voice, are capable of interfering with the body, causing serious consequences despite the servants. He doubts the possibility of leaving the dungeon. The leader, recognizing the guy's voice, said that he was a writer from Dongshan City, making contact and finding out his identity. He didn't expect the protagonist to turn out to be a newcomer, but seeming more alert than the old-timers. Chang Hei explained to him that because of his perception at level 16, he was able to hear him. According to his feeling, the difficulty of this dungeon is insanely high. These creatures are immune to physical damage, have high resistance to fire, light and acid. Honestly speaking, a normal team wouldn't be able to handle the dungeon from the 4th to 5th levels. The main character asked if he knew of any other ways to overcome obstacles and defeat creatures in the dungeon. Still, the leader reported that there was one way that could help them overcome the obstacles and win the dungeon. Liang received a small jar of consecrated oil from the last dungeon raid, which, when applied to his fist, can harm creatures, including banshees. However, that would only allow them to keep, and the man doubts that the newcomer would be able to withstand the pressure from so many ghosts. The protagonist pointed out that they cannot just sit back and wait for this to happen, emphasizing the need for action and finding solutions. The banshees were surprised that despite everything that had happened, there was still someone approaching them, causing them a sense of bewilderment and unease. They immediately started using their voice to shoo the guy away, trying to get him to go away and leave them alone. Profession detection Walk with Death is activated. The effect of Walk with Death 2 is also activated, increasing strength and dexterity by plus for each. The protagonist activated his skill called Life After Death to the end, using it to its fullest to survive the fight with the banshee. He then approached the martial artist to help him in his fight against the banshee, ready to support him in this dangerous situation. The lad asked his companion and the latter informed him that in order to pass the dungeon he had to obtain holy oil blessed by the monks. He wondered if their master could give him the oil. The man apologized, explaining that his eyes were blind and he was unable to assist in obtaining this oil. But the protagonist may not worry, because the man has a way that will allow the guy to get this oil. The man, after saying these words, made a sudden and strong punch aimed straight at his chest, causing surprise and bewilderment to those around him. The protagonist could certainly understand what he was doing, observing this unusual and strange act of self-aggression. It turned out that the plot required the martial artist to die first in order for the item to fall out and trigger further developments and plot twists. It seemed to the hero that the man misunderstood him, as there was really no need to use that bottle of oil. In fact, after activating the Life After Death effect and Walking with Death, he still had 20 charges, enough to run away from creatures and choose from the dungeon. He just wanted to test his ability to go through the dungeon. Guy received an item, Holy Oil Blessed by Monks, which was meant for special rituals and protection from evil forces. Just as the leader had told him, the guy started pouring holy oil on his sword, realizing that it could give it special strength and protection. At this time, the banshees began to strangely surround the guy, creating a mysterious and frightening atmosphere around him. Realizing that the noise was preventing him from concentrating, he spoke loudly for all the banshees to shut up immediately and create silence around him. He needed a moment of calm to make sense of the current situation and continue on his way. Of course, the creature immediately heard his words and lunged at him in fury, reacting to the challenge and attempt to stop the noise. Once the decision was made, they decided not to waste time and immediately went to the protagonist, ready to give him all their help he needed in his task. A blessed long sword has been discovered that will be able to aid the protagonist in this battle, providing him with an additional weapon to fight with. With this, he now has an additional +2 damage power to the unclean, which will greatly increase his effectiveness in battling foes. Cheng Hei offered to fight right here and now, emphasizing his willingness to confront his enemies and accept the challenge without hesitation. The two salesmen were at the entrance to the dungeon at this time. After a while, an invisible man came out to them, clearly indicating their cooperation. They were probably planning something unfathomable, hidden from the eyes of ordinary visitors, but it was clear from the driver's reaction that he was surprised by the appearance of someone from the dungeon. This unexpected event disrupted the usual order of things. The second vendor didn't notice anything, while the driver claimed to have seen someone. It's unclear if it was just imagination or if someone actually appeared from the dungeon. Expecting adventurers of the same level, we didn't set a trap in the dungeon. They were doing tasks while waiting for someone to die to pick up a drop or even kill. The employer's son was to be killed in the same manner as the other adventurers trapped in the dungeon, awaiting their fate after completing their quests. During this time, the protagonist continued to fight the tower and successfully defeated it, demonstrating outstanding skills and determination despite the odds. They literally seemed to burn at the touch of this sword, as if its blade possessed an inexplicable magical power, their skin covered in flames at every touch of it. After a while, the guy just collapsed, exhausted, as if his strength had run out and he now lay breathless, devoid of vitality. It was very hard and he came close to death. If there were more creatures he would probably die. Now he needed to regain his strength to survive. This moment was an opportunity for him to assess his status, his strengths and vulnerabilities, and to realize that he needed to rethink his actions and prepare for new challenges. He received a bonus of immunity to death from the undead, an asset that provided him with extra protection and safety in dangerous situations. If the additional rewards are so great, the base rewards for completing the clearing tasks should be just as good to motivate adventurers to take risks and deal with dangers. As expected, in addition to rare items and new titles, he also gained 2 explicit skills. This dungeon was so useful that it's now clear why it's so difficult. The boy forgot all about the leader, absorbed in the new skills and rewards he received in the dungeon. His thoughts were focused on exploring his new abilities. Cheng Hei asked the guy how he was feeling and if he could stand up. He was having a hard time. The damage caused by Banshee's scream had already done damage to his internal organs, and he could barely move. With his head down, the protagonist was breathing heavily, but still confirmed that he understood what was said, despite the severe damage caused by Banshee's scream. On top of that, people told him that everyone else had died, adding even more weight to the protagonist's already grave condition. The lad confirmed that the fat man, the bespectacled man, the uncle and his 2 companions were dead, concluding all present in despondency. The man assumed it wasn't the first time the guy had entered the dungeon, considering he must have either strong skills or experience, or both. The protagonist thought that the man had no intention of publicizing his secret or weakness, leaving him hoping for privacy. He was alone and it didn't matter now. Even if he agreed to cooperate and keep his identity secret by giving up everything he would get in the dungeon, he would still be killed. Alternatively, they could use a contract similar to that of his companion Lin to hold him back and force him to cooperate, but he could still help the guy keep his secret, even after death, by honoring the one-sided contract they'd made. But in this case, the protagonist will not be able to receive a reward for successfully completing his mission in the dungeon. He will be forced to spend his reward to pay for services to hide his secret, which can be extremely expensive. All this time, of course, he had been communicating with him with high caution, aware of the potential risks and consequences of revealing his secret. The driver would be sure to ambush them at the entrance to the dungeon, as the combat abilities of the vultures were at the highest level among adventurers of the same level. The man could help attract their attention by setting the stage for an attack or escape. The second salesman was telling his partner that seeing the portal at the moment meant that someone was coming out of it, causing him to be anxious and cautious. The first thought that came to the man's mind was that they were engaged in clearing the dungeon of monsters or other dangers. The protagonist immediately interrupted one of the men when his partner warned him to be careful with this lawyer, pointing out a possible trap. In the blink of an eye, without giving the driver a chance to defend himself, Chang Hei threw his sword at him, piercing through his body with ease, leaving him powerless against the attack. The first step was planned, and to accomplish it, it was necessary to eliminate the weakest link, which Chang Hei successfully did, stripping the driver of his strength and ability to resist. As promised, promised, he started by eliminating the weakest member of the team and then took on his next opponent, following his plan without hesitation. The vendor couldn't understand how a writer from Dongshan city dared to do such a thing to them, wondering about his audacity and possible motives. Let him remain silent, not telling them that he thinks he has the right to unilaterally deceive and harm others, and believes the victim cannot retaliate. The man armed himself with a poison dagger, preparing to fight the lad and use every means available to accomplish his goals. Chang Hei mocked his opponent, noticing that he seemed very scared, emphasizing his superiority in this situation. At this point, the fight began, and the battle looked very fast and intense from the observers, as if time had slowed down to allow every movement to express itself. Of course, the leader had been watching them the whole time, carefully analyzing every move and action of his subordinates in this tense situation. Although he doesn't consider himself an expert, the fight between these two adventurers is completely beyond his comprehension as a level 5 interest. He is afraid that even level 7 or 8 adventurers don't have such insane speed. Now he finally understands why some people say that whether a person can become a legendary is decided long before reaching level 5. Still, the lad was able to overpower the man to some extent as the battle suddenly stopped, indicating that he had the upper hand over his opponent. After taking the title, he was still slower than the guy, which seemed absurd, causing a sense of insanity. He only asked him not to mention that the main character's agility was 17 or even 18, emphasizing that it would be too unfathomable for him. Chang Hei suggested that he just guess, not wanting to reveal specific numbers and set up the protagonist. The vendor decided to address the status window in the hope that it might help him or provide some benefit in the current situation. The guy was surprised to ask the salesman if he was no longer going to use his speed in scrimmages or other circumstances. Of course, looking at the results of the battle and his past experience, not using speed would be an extremely foolish decision. Saying that, he instantly smashed the vial of poison right in front of him, creating instant danger for everyone present. He had intended to use it in a duel with an art master, but decided it could also be used in a fight with the guy in front of him. The vendor was unwilling to waste any time and instantly launched an attack on the protagonist, acting without any hesitation. Let the guy feel, and from the mutated spider he bought on the black market at a high price, bringing with it not only danger but also memories of his dubious dealings. The guy's bodies did begin to undergo some sort of change, indicating that there was exposure to the mutated spider and its venom. Despite these changes, he was still able to parallel resist the enemy, showing his stamina and strength in battle. The man realizes that his resistance to the poison is much weaker than that of ordinary people, and he lacks the strength for even the weakest attempt to resist. Cheng Hei remained silent, realizing the meaninglessness of the answer. His gaze slid along the walls and his heart pounded loudly. A battle between hope and disappointment raged inside, but he remained silent. Well, still the boys managed to get some offense in on the man. The salesman said he was too slow and wouldn't be able to wound him that way. Their blow wouldn't do serious damage, but the guys wouldn't give up. Everything Cheng Hei had already asked about the poison, the man was preparing especially for them. Their courage was ready to go through any challenge. This poison is produced in a level 7 dungeon. It can greatly reduce the strength, body speed of a low-rank adventurer, making its use extremely dangerous. As of now, he had already defeated 4 adventurers of that level using this method, and he would be the 5th. According to the man who was preparing this poison, the hero was wondering what's next, because he doesn't only have this trump card. Let him show all his talents and abilities. Cheng Hei realized that he was facing his greatest challenge, and despite having no other means, he made the decision to take on this challenge, relying only on his skill and willpower. His title of Toxin Carrier has given him a peculiar power. The breath he exhales permeates the blood in his veins. His entire being is poisonous. The more he fights, the more poisoned he becomes. But he still continues to pursue his column, burning with bravery until he sends them to the bone along with an accounting of blood. It was a terrifying tactic, and even Liang, facing such an opponent, would realize that he wouldn't be able to finish the battle before I would withdraw. This whole scenario could end in his demise. This actor is impossible to defeat for level 6 and below. No wonder his companion was so confident that they became a vulture relying on this title. The Master Virus, who has shown insight, has decided to use the understanding of life after death for his own purposes, which has raised the stakes in this game of survival. Guy admitted that he had overestimated the man, realizing that his abilities and influence were far greater than he had originally anticipated. He told the system to immediately stop the new dance of death, and the death was shut down. The environment slowly returned to its usual norm. The man suddenly disappeared from sight, leaving behind only emptiness and a sense of bewilderment. This greatly surprised him him and caused him anxiety, for he had disappeared so suddenly and mysteriously. A split second later, he suddenly appeared right in front of his face, barely having time to defend himself from the unexpected attack, which caused him great amazement and consternation. The salesman found it hard to believe how he got such great speed, for the man appeared in front of him as if out of nowhere. A moment before he appeared, the protagonist once again offered him a guess as to where that speed came from, hinting at his unique abilities that he hadn't yet unlocked. Immediately after, he attacked him directly in the back, taking advantage of his moment of unpreparedness, causing the salesman to get on the defensive. The man advised him not to be overconfident, reminding him that when dealing with the unknown, it was best to approach with caution so as not to fall into a trap. The guy quoted the man as saying that he was too slow and wouldn't be able to hurt him that way, but he didn't let his guard down. The vendor realized how he could be stronger than he was, a predator who was trying to excel more in the number of adventures at level 5. The protagonist was able to plunge his sword right into the man's back, showing his strength and determination in this fight that brought a decisive turn in the course of the battle. Nothing is impossible, the protagonist thought, realizing that he had been in his comfort zone for too long, and would probably never see the landscapes seen by those who walk death. Drowners often know how to swim, and if he goes with death, he won't get far, especially if he doesn't change his strategy. Though even competing with weaker artists will help him build up resources and strength to compete with guilds of official adventurers up to level 10. To ordinary people his way may be the right way, but as it seems to him if you go with death to the extreme, nothing bad will come out of it. Oh, and on top of that, he won't be able to go beyond death, making his situation even more difficult and limited, confining him to this world. The leader could not believe that any of us had been so easily defeated, for it seemed too unusual and surprising to him. At this point, the protagonist returned to look at the man, observe his reaction after the encounter and his vulnerability. Impressing him, the protagonist then pointed his finger at him, thus making it clear that he should keep quiet, because the quieter the better in this situation. Chang Hei was in the sick ward when he had a visitor who immediately stated that he was too unlucky, perhaps alluding to his condition. As it turned out, Hu Mao had come to see him, and of course, Chang Hei was interested in why he had come and what he had in mind. The man began to recount that he first entered the dungeon and encountered a monster invulnerable to physical attacks. He worked hard to clear it but was still ambushed by the vulture. But this experience earned him the title Life After Death, making him even more dangerous and influential in the world of adventure. Coach believed that this was a hidden blessing whichever of the legendary adventurers had not faced an opponent stronger than them by 5 levels, which emphasized their outstanding skills and experience. His personal opinion was that no one should reveal their main title, as leaking the information could be deadly to adventurers. Everything was now clear to the protagonist, and he was grateful for the advice, realizing the importance of caution and secrecy in the world of adventure. Although officially the entrance to the Banshee Forest was killed by the master, but investigation revealed that his main title was more suited for group combat. His individual abilities were probably not strong enough to overpower 2 vultures. The coach was looking very thoughtfully at the protagonist at this point, probably absorbing what was said and pondering the next steps. The guy noticed this and asked if something special had happened or if the coach was analyzing something that caught his attention. Hu Mao mentioned that Kochin would be back in town at the end of the month, which might have made the coach pensive, waiting for his return and possible repercussions. Let the guy remember to hit the gym after recovery, because you need to make the next workout plan to get the results you want. The leader shared that this dungeon made him realize that he had no talent to become a legendary adventurer. If he continued to progress, his limit would be at level 11 to 15, compared to working on the northern dungeon. At this point he could save more money in a level 6 or 10 dungeon and retire. The guy has every chance, but only if he stops always being alone and learns to work in a team, because it can make him even stronger. The protagonist wondered what it was all about, as every piece of information and conversation raised new questions and doubts. While it is possible to improve your skills alone, this can lead to an increase in the number of items, titles, and skills you receive. This ability is limited to the dungeon up to level 10. The dungeon from level 11 to level 15 is only available to groups. If he wants to join the ranks of legendary adventurers, he should form his own team, otherwise, after reaching level 11 to 15, his progress will stop. The vultures that killed a certain man's son are now dead, and perhaps one of the people in the photo is to blame for their deaths, causing a human reaction to the horrific incident. It was a businessman from Fujian province, named Cao Huowang, whose son had been killed by vultures, and now he might be seeking revenge, and in front of him stood the very invisible girl who had caused him surprise and some mystery by her existence, and the photo was of the main character who was suspected of killing these vultures, raising further questions and bewilderment from others involved in the events. The action will take place in the morgue of Yunxiao Hospital, adding an air of mystery and suspense to the storyline of the events taking place. It turned out that there was a dungeon expansion going on there that would take place in 16 hours, adding tension and urgency to the current situation. The next day, the protagonist went outside to get some air and a break from the tense environment inside the hospital. At this point, the guy was addressed by name, catching his attention and adding some mystery to what was going on. Two guys approached, one of whom asked if he was Chang Hei, the one who frequented the forest inhabited by the banshees. The boys, who turned out to be double-fist brothers at level 5, met him, the younger brother showing little interest in what he'd gotten in the banshee forest and defiantly asked to give up everything he'd gotten. Chang Hei replies to them that he's not for sale and he's not going to give up what has been dealt, regardless of their insolence. His companion laughed when he heard him say he wasn't for sale, as he realized the guy had misinterpreted their intentions and thought they had come to bargain with him. The protagonist cast a cold-blooded stare at the two of them, expressing his determination and steadfastness. The boy came closer to him, crouched down beside him, and insisted that he immediately give him everything he had found in those woods. A nurse then approached them and sternly told them to get out and not to disturb the patient in the hospital. They called this girl and decided to leave already. Surrounded by disappointment, they finally realized that their fate was tied to this girl and regretted their bad luck in her presence. Not only that, she shouted loudly that the next time they came, they should immediately turn to her and not touch her brother, as his influence was unrivaled. With sincere appreciation, Cheng Hei expressed his gratitude to the girl for helping him, appreciating her kindness and support. However, out of the blue, she informed the guy that she was the one who should thank him for everything he had done. In the Banshee Forest her friend died, but through her and Mr. Van's efforts the dungeon was cleared and the villains using it were destroyed. She and the family of her fallen friend are deeply grateful. With a smile, Chang Hei noticed that it appeared that such a connection still existed, and he was happy to realize that fact. The moment had come, the dungeon expansion was complete and they had reached their goal. Feeling satisfied and proud of the work they had done, right in front of the guy, the girl began to disappear, as if digitized, transported to another world, shrouded in a mysterious light, leaving him confused and with a sense of loss. The protagonist suddenly realized that the phenomenon of people being pulled into another world began after the dungeon expansion was completed, forcing him to contend with a new reality and unknown dangers. Immediately after uttering these words, the guy began to be slowly drawn inside the dungeon, as if an invisible gravitational force was exerting its influence on him, forcing him to fight against an unknown and inexorable fateful challenge. Very little time had passed and he found himself already inside the dungeon, as if the world around him had changed, plunging him into a mysterious and dangerous environment. In front of him was the sight of other people also trapped in this dungeon, which seemed like a huge graveyard. To find a way out, he would have to fight and defeat the 100 skeleton soldiers standing in his way. The girl sat down, explaining that this dungeon was the starting level, and suggested they open the status window to check their missions and quests. The managing association named Judah showed displeasure, but despite this, he decided to visit the dentist. As a result of this visit, he found himself suddenly plunged into the dungeon. The protagonist also opened his status window and saw a list of his skills, stats, and current quests as he prepared for the challenges that awaited him in the dungeon. When he learned that this dungeon was a level 5 dungeon, he realized that it was very dangerous, and not everyone would be able to survive its obstacles. The hiring manager of the bar association, Shang Li, learned that Zhu had also disappeared along with people from the hospital. Immediately, Shang Li went to the scene and asked those present what was going on and where Zhu and the other people from the hospital had disappeared. Shang Li learned that 17 civilians and 3 adventurers were missing and their trail leads to the entrance of the dungeon. He decided to immediately explore the place and find the missing people. But Shang Li had one questionable thought. He was curious and wanted to know what this dungeon was really like. Almost everyone got the same missions, which were to destroy the skeletons that inhabit the dungeon. Turns out that the guys who hurt the main character were also pulled into the dungeon, becoming part of the same mysterious fate that fell upon everyone else. One of the guys decided to stare intently into Chang Hei's eyes, hoping to find some information or clue in them that could help them in the dungeon. They decided that they would deal with Chang Hei later, as there were too many people around at the moment and they needed to focus on the situation in the dungeon. Cheng Hei shouted, warning that it was too dangerous to stay here, and insisted that they take the available weapons, split into groups of 3 to 5 people, and finish exploring the dungeon as soon as possible. The man questioned who his deputy leader was as someone suddenly appeared commanding them in the dungeon. The man was also concerned that the guy who took charge might just want to appropriate all the resources in this dungeon. He reiterated that this dungeon was very dangerous indeed, and doubted that the guy realized how dangerous dungeon exploration could be. The girl started shouting, claiming that this man was very experienced and over the past few days he had constantly visited one of the most dangerous dungeons. She also mentioned that he had teamed up with an adventurer to confront the vultures that were killing the newcomers. The girl asked him to trust her and follow her instructions while the crowd of people discussed what they had just heard about the news. The protagonist noticed that she was exaggerating the situation a bit, but realized that she was doing it to draw attention to what was really important. Ju began to ask questions, doubting whether ordinary people would really be able to handle the task given that the dungeon was so dangerous. He noted, without mentioning how difficult it was to kill skeletons if they obeyed teams divided into groups. He warned that eventually the younger ones would team up with the more experienced and healthier ones, and the rest would be abandoned. There was a strong attraction to the conversation in the group, and many people implicitly trusted the guy showing leadership qualities. It turned out that this was Ju's plan. He hired Shuren to manipulate these people. He relied on Shuren's eloquence to protect his own interests and lead these idiots to his will. If the protagonist becomes too focused on taking care of others and constantly thinking only of those around them, they can turn into their mere babysitter, losing their own independence and ability to make their own decisions. It was important for the guy to decide whether to trust the girl and take her words seriously, or to remain skeptical and doubt her sincerity and reliability. Chang Hei told the heroes to follow him, promising to help them get out of the dungeon. Ju was confused and could not determine who exactly had given him the information about being able to leave the dungeon. It was causing him confusion and doubt. If Ju is an experienced adventurer and has dungeon mopping skills, he can really help the other participants. Everyone believed that the stronger Ju was, the more responsibility he had and had to fulfill the task assigned to him. First, since he is not an official lawyer, he doesn't care about the safety of the other participants. Secondly, you should not ignore his moral principles, otherwise there is a risk that he may injure or leave a person here to die. After making such a statement, Ju instantly reacted violently and fell to his knees, feeling an emotional blow. The crowd couldn't understand why Ju was behaving this way. Given that the strong usually protected the weak, they assumed that his behavior was due to his particular moral beliefs. The disgruntled man wondered where Ju's companions had gone and expressed his concern for their safety and fate. The protagonist was right. One of the conditions was to stay together for an hour, and for ordinary citizens this was a difficult task. Completing the mission and getting out of here was in their best interest. Moreover, they thought, becoming someone's bodyguard for the sake of some morality was very foolish from these people's point of view. At the same time, word of the dungeon entrance was spreading more and more, attracting more people and sparking a growing interest in the adventure. Shan Li was confused and couldn't understand how all this was happening and why the entrance to the dungeon was generating such a wide response and interest. The department head also came in and immediately started asking questions about what was going on here and why so many people were interested in the dungeon. The question isn't what's going on here, it's how many people will be able to stay alive considering they only had an hour to complete their tasks. The protagonist embarked on his mission to destroy the skeletons, focusing on his task and applying all his skills and powers. He told the girl to follow him, noting and repeating his actions. When the skeleton starts to come out of the grave and attack, he told her to cut off its neck. She was curious how he would handle this situation and what actions he would take at a time like this. After saying these words, skeletons began to appear from the ground, perhaps in response to the challenge or actions of the protagonist and the girl. Chang Hei revealed that he would take care of the remaining skeletons, implying that he would handle destroying or distracting them so that the protagonist and the girl could continue their mission. The two friends also set about destroying the skeletons, joining the protagonist, Chang Hei, and the girl. Together they formed a team to deal with the impending threat. While his partner was beating up the skeleton, the guy just stood there and watched. He asked me to remember to switch with him when his partner was done beating up the skeleton so he could join the fight as well. The skeletons stopped appearing. It seems that their appearance was not endless. The good news is that the pressure on the newcomers was much less than the veterans, giving them a better chance of surviving and successfully dealing with the situation. The protagonist reported that they had all been enlisted and could continue their movement further into the depths of the dungeon. Ju took charge and ordered the wounded to retreat while the rest of them split into pairs and killed the zombies that appeared from the ground one by one. They had to hold out for another 40 minutes to survive. After 10 minutes, the group had already tackled all the skeletons, and they discussed that these skeletons weren't as strong as the guy claimed. Ju expressed his displeasure and called them idiots because they were clearly talking nonsense about the power and danger of skeletons. The extreme ease with which they destroyed the skeleton does not indicate a low dungeon difficulty. The presence of such a weak skeleton implies the presence of someone much more powerful who is able to increase the difficulty of the dungeon to the limit. Moreover, he didn't have any progress even with his method that was used by the old and sick. He was only able to convince a few adventurers, and even out of them he only trained for out of 10 skeletons. However, the most important thing for him was to make it 10 minutes before time ran out. Otherwise there would be many more skeletons here. He needed to find a way to destroy the remaining ones as soon as possible. The protagonist was interested in whether the girl would be able to complete the task. Next to her, the little boy successfully completed all the tasks while the girl remained silent and gave no response. Finally, she expressed that she had managed to destroy as many as 80 skeletons, causing everyone on the team to marvel at her incredible fighting skills. The guy assumed that all this period the girl was actually helping the little boy, which explained his successful completion of tasks. The protagonist ordered him to return and not to continue destroying the skeletons, with the instruction that when all were defeated, they would meet outside. For the past decades, no one had dared to enter this dungeon, and now it had attracted a significant number of people, mostly newcomers, who had decided to venture out and explore its expanse. The department head couldn't understand where such a normal dungeon suddenly came from. After all, normally the difficulty of such places should be due to the power of adventurers. She wondered how such a thing could happen and what could provoke such a situation. The strong dungeon, known as the graveyard of the strong worlds, of now spawned newcomers at a 1:10 ratio of the difficulty faced by experienced adventurers. When the newcomers completed their quests and left the dungeon, they left behind their footprints and impressions. Suddenly a lord appears whose power surpasses that of the newcomers. He declares a hunt for them and starts destroying almost everyone who dares to enter this dungeon as adventurers. It's incredible that they don't realize that immediately after the first participant leaves the dungeon, a ruthless battle for survival will begin, and if they let anyone get ahead, it could have devastating consequences. The boy reaffirmed his decision to leave the dungeon, and the farewell to his friends was discreet. He wished them good luck and a safe journey before setting off on his own path. Both the boy and his friends bid him farewell, expressing their support and wishes for success in his journey. The protagonist told them that they needed to keep moving and he himself would destroy the skeleton for her to complete her mission, and then they would meet outside. The people near the entrance to the dungeon noticed a strange man coming from the village who caught their attention, and a moment later, a small boy emerged from the village, causing the people near the entrance to the dungeon to be surprised. The man was surprised that it turned out to be just a child, and upon realizing this, he knew that a second wave of challenges and trials was beginning. When the people inside the dungeon found out about the second wave of challenges, they were worried and felt envious of those who had already gotten out. Ju didn't realize that a dungeon meant that each participant would only have to live for a certain amount of time and then leave. Ju turned to Lu Ming and Wang Jiyun, both making it clear that they needed to discuss and understand the essence of the dungeon and its rules. He asked both Lu Ming and Wang Jiyun to follow him, expressing his need for their support and help in exploring the dungeon. While the partners were discussing which one of them had left the dungeon, they came to the conclusion that Cheng Hei was the one who had left, although they were left with some doubts, as tracking down 100 skeletons was not easy. Despite this, they were still curious as to who could have been the one who left the dungeon. They continued to wonder about this person's identity and motives. Suddenly, at this moment, they noticed the silhouette of a man standing right on top of the mountain in front of them. It turned out to be a death knight named Claude, but what was interesting was that his difficulty level was labeled as unknown. Lu Ming was surprised that the man asked them to go with him but didn't explain the reason for it. It clearly seemed abnormal and caused him to be perplexed. Wang Jiyun told Lu Ming to calm down and not to worry because the man most likely had his reasons. He pointed out that the man had called them after seeing that the panel had changed, which could be due to something important or unusual in the dungeon. He feels uneasy about the fact that Ju has much more knowledge of what is going on in the dungeon than they do. More skeletons appeared in front of them, clearly indicating the beginning of the second wave of challenges and trials. Ju told them to be ready for battle and not to get discouraged by the new skeletons they would have to fight. It was at this moment that the Death Knight approached the group, causing some tension and excitement. The man felt wary and instinctively turned around, expecting to see the source of the presence, his heart beating faster in preparation for a possible confrontation or encounter with a stranger. He saw the literally severed heads of his partners in front of him, which left him shocked and disgusted. Now they were faced with a difficult choice: either they would die or they could deal with the enemy and survive. At the same time, Zhu and Wang Jiyun abandoned Lu Ming and started running away, leaving him alone with the enemy. Zhu was curious how long the man had left to kill the skeletons before he could free himself from danger. He said that he needed to kill exactly 3 skeletons to complete the mission. This was the key to passing this stage of the challenge and advancing further. He didn't have much time left, and he needed to find a smaller group of skeletons to deal with. If he encountered a group that was too powerful, he wouldn't be able to deal with them. At this moment, Zhu received a report that something unusual or extraordinary had happened in the camp. The nurse was confused and couldn't understand what Phase 2 had just started. She was preoccupied in trying to find out more information about what was going on in the camp. The protagonist said that perhaps the second phase will bring with it more difficult challenges and more powerful monsters will appear. But he suggested not to worry about that and focus on the current mission. But the girl wasn't sure and decided to check. She was surprised to find out that there were originally 5 of them and only 4 were left alive. After the prince had killed everyone, he realized that there were 2 people to his left and similarly 2 people to his right. Despite this, he decided to deal with the people on his left first to find out their intentions or to solve the problems that had arisen. Zhu shouted warning that a boss had appeared in this dungeon. She said that if the man wanted to survive, they needed to stick together and complete the mission before the boss found them. Wang Jinyun inwardly doubted how the 2 of them would be able to handle this mission, especially since even the 3 of them had not been able to handle a situation like this before. Besides, they had a little time left to find the remaining skeletons. They felt the pressure of time and knew they had to hurry to complete their mission. The Death Knight approached closer and closer to the men, causing them a growing sense of unease and the need to take measures for defense and survival. At the aftermath, the Death Knight announced that he would now move to the right, warning the men of his intentions and creating a new threat from the other side. Zhu's last words were a plea for help. She asked for someone to help him, realizing that the situation was becoming increasingly critical and he would not be able to cope alone. In the blink of an eye, the Death Knight instantly chopped off Zhu's head, depriving her of the ability to even finish her plea for help. This was a cruel and unavoidable end for her. As it turned out, the girl was almost finished with her mission. She was very close to achieving her goal or completing her task. After a certain amount of time, a whistle from the protagonist informed him that he was done, and Zhu was on the verge of completing her mission when the Death Knight suddenly cut off her head. Cheng Hei said that it was all a game and Zhu was just throwing balls and then walking out of here, preventing the Death Knight from achieving his cruel goal. Just at this moment, when the girl didn't expect it, the Death Knight appeared right behind her. It was an unexpected turn of events, and the girl was in immediate danger. The protagonist immediately set out to save her and told her to jump. He wanted to move her to a safe place so that they would both escape the danger caused by the appearance of the Death Knight. The nurse had not had time to react and now all they had to do was wait for the inevitable death that came in the form of the knight. The situation seemed desperate and hopeless. Luckily the guy who was serving managed to come to the rescue in time and was able to protect the girl from the Death Knight. He stood in front of him ready to fight and protect them both from danger. The Death Knight, unable to kill the girl, even retreated. His attempt to harm her was unsuccessful and he decided to temporarily step back, perhaps planning a new strategy or looking for other weaknesses to attack. The protagonist was surprised when his sword began to simply splinter. This caused him bewilderment and concern as the sword was his trusty weapon and he did not expect such damage. After he got to his feet, the protagonist realized that his opponent was incredibly strong. He realized that it would not be easy to face this opponent and defeat him. The guy couldn't understand why the nurse didn't hear what he was saying a few seconds ago. It wasn't clear to him if she was too busy or maybe she couldn't hear him for some reason. He insisted again and again that she had to leave this place immediately, that she had to get out of here as soon as possible. The girl realized the situation but decided to wait for him outside, figuring he must survive and she would be there to support him. The protagonist noted that the 2 of them were alone and expressed doubt that the knight would let them go so easily, implying that they would face difficult challenges. The protagonist silently stared at him without uttering a word, emphasizing his decision and readiness for further action. At this moment, the nurse also came out of the dungeon. Of course, the guy experienced joy at the sight of a live girl, his heart beating harder and his face blossoming with a smile. The supervisor immediately asked if there were any other survivors there, showing concern and a desire to help anyone who was in a difficult situation. With tears in her eyes, she replied that only Mr. Cheng Hei was left there, expressing her anxiety and hope for his rescue. The protagonist and the Death Knight, oddly enough, began an epic battle in which the legendary forces of their destiny collided. The guy will really have to do his best to overpower the enemy and survive, because he faces a serious test and a battle for survival. Throughout the battle, it was noticeable that the odds were not in Chang Hei's favor, for the king was showing clear superiority and far surpassed him in strength and skill. survival. This could not continue any longer, as in strength and speed, the king was proving to be an unrivaled opponent. Even if Cheng Hei could anticipate his next moves, such a pace would soon lead him to complete exhaustion and hopeless defeat. Cheng Hei realized that his affairs were going badly. A sense of hopelessness stirred in his heart as he realized that the enemy was in clear superiority. He had no choice but to dodge. Since he couldn't block their attacks directly, he relied on his agility and reflexes to stay in the game. The Death Knight felt satisfaction at his victory. He felt pride and confidence, realizing that he was overcoming his opponent and achieving his goal. With such a significant gap in strength, he could only resist for so long due to his cunning and agility. The knight really admired this amazing quality of the lad. He recognized his cunning and agility as impressive traits that helped him survive such an unequal fight. The guy was surprised that he was talking to a knight, but at the moment he didn't have time to think about it. He had to focus on the current situation and survival. He found himself in a difficult position where he had no choice, and he had to do his best to think of possible solutions to the problem. Cheng Hei felt that there was no turning back here, for the opponent was ruthless, and he realized that there was only one option left: to fight to the end. He grimly announced the end of everything and asked to summarize the situation for his colleagues in Jingju, urging them to remember that of the 17 civilians, only 2 had survived. In addition, of the 3 civilian survivors, none were lawyers, adding to the dire situation. The nurse couldn't understand why he was talking like that, since she seemed to be the one who was supposed to draw such conclusions, given that 5 minutes had already passed. Understanding the nurse's feelings, the man still asks her to look at the situation without rose-colored glasses, calling for an objective view of what is happening. They were curious about what was in this dungeon because the men doubted that even a level 9 lawyer could handle it, much less alone. Even if he was above level and experienced among level 5 adventurers, he wouldn't be able to last that long. 5 minutes had passed since they had been knocked out, but he still hadn't shown up, suggesting that he was dead. The nurse fell to her knees in despair, unable to believe what had happened, realizing that it meant a terrible loss and the end of all hope. She's convinced that without slowing him down he would have gotten out long ago, and it's their fault, she thought. The man also realized that it was their fault, because if the guy hadn't intervened, things might have been fine for the couple. He was worried about Juder, realizing that the latter would have probably died in this dungeon as well if not for this situation. The man goes for a smoke break, giving these guys a chance to handle the situation on their own. The department head was faced with a dilemma, not knowing what to do about the entrance to the dungeon and how to handle the situation. When situations like this get out of control, they consume people, and after all their victims are dead, the entrance closes for half an hour and then reappears in a random location. The internal socialization training manual provides clear instructions on how to handle such situations. Let them handle the survivors and the rest will sort itself out. If it causes them such deep anxiety, surely they can stay and wait for developments to be sure that everything will be okay. Suddenly his entire life flashed before the main character, as if he had experienced an entire life at that moment in death. Facing him, the opponent finally recognized that the guy was indeed a worthy opponent. The opponent threw off steam with his ball with his sure-footed power, aiming it forward like an arrow from a bow, seeking victory before the eyes of the waiting fans. He looks forward to joining him as he turns into a ghost, waiting for the moment when their fates will merge together in the ageless spirit world. The Death Knight began to use his sword and immediately afterward, a purple glow and spinning entered around him, enveloping him in a magical aura of power and mystery. Then, as if out of nowhere, a portal literally began to be created before his eyes, opening the way to uncharted worlds and causing a wave of excitement and thrill in the heart of the nameless observer. A full-fledged portal appeared before them for him to enter, drawn by his thirst to explore the uncharted worlds hidden beyond its shimmering borders. And right after that, he and his horse basically walked into that portal, desperate for uncharted adventures and mysterious journeys. As it turned out, this was the protagonist's plan, for he was glad it had worked, feeling the excitement and satisfaction of successfully completing his skill. Just like the knight said, his body has value to him. Until he returned, he must act, namely to use the gift of death. Immediately after using the gift of death, the guy began to seemingly heal before his eyes, as if the magic was washing over his body, giving him back his strength and vitality. The Death Knight traveled to the realm of the Lord of Bones. The level of this dungeon was also unknown, shrouded in mystery and danger that awaited him in the depths. In the midst of the rocks, portals exactly like the one the knight had entered began to open, as if gates to other worlds were opening before the eyes of the astonished observer. And after a certain amount of time, the knight proper and his horse came out of there, returning from the world of shadows with new challenges and victories. A sense of pride and satisfaction reflected on his face. he noticed something near him and immediately took notice of it, as if something unusual had caught his eye and aroused a sense of curiosity. Some creature began to approach them at a very high rate of speed, causing them to feel uneasy and uncertain about its intentions. A moment later, some guy appeared in front of them, suddenly emerging from the shadows, causing them to feel a sense of surprise and bewilderment. It was a harbinger of the night, test level 16, a legendary creature. He asked why Claude was here since he was sent to the graveyard. Claude reported that he had encountered one rookie adventurer. He thought it would be too wasteful to make him a mere skeleton and wanted to ask the Lord of the Black Knight Crown to send this guy to the reserves. If he remembered correctly, access to the graveyard only opened at level 5. Previously newcomers, regardless of title, were not allowed there. He wondered if the knight was sure he would become a legend. Claude felt and realized that the lad had found a way out of the situation. Feeling relief fill him, realizing that the problem could be solved without too much difficulty. It was really too risky for the protagonist. If that guy didn't leave on his own initiative, even with an extra life he wouldn't stand a chance. The system informed him that the conditions for leaving the dungeon were met, but despite this, the dungeon exit window never appeared, leaving the hero puzzled and waiting for further instructions. It turns out that without completing the quest with the skeletons, he won't be able to get out, putting him in a situation where his release depends on the successful completion of that mission. Then he needs to hurry to get out in time. Sensing the mounting tension and urgency of the situation that requires quick and decisive action, he also needed to hurry before that jerk on the horse realized they were still alive and came after him, or he might have more problems and dangers. Half an hour later, the nurse and the boy continued to stand at the entrance to the dungeon, waiting for the hero to return and worrying for his safety. The girl was glad that the entrance hadn't closed. It meant that Chang Hei was still alive and fighting, inspiring her to hope and believe in his victory. The department head decided to call his boss to look at it, concerned about the seriousness of the situation and wanting additional guidance or help. The man at that moment thought about the fact that someone's sister had died in the dungeon and realized that the survivors would be blamed for the incident, which made him uneasy and worried. His musings were interrupted by the girl who had come to break the news of the dungeon to him, drawing his attention to the urgent events and possible consequences. The warden didn't realize what had happened and wondered what her panic was. Feeling vaguely uneasy and uncertain about the situation in the dungeon, the girl reported that here the entrance to the dungeon still hadn't closed and the time was long gone, yet it still remained open, causing them to be perplexed and worried. The protagonist decided to try some sort of calculation, hoping to unravel the reason for the strange behavior of the dungeon entrance. He found out that guy's name was Claude, legendary level. If he remembered correctly, creatures of that level were only found in proper dungeons. But then where would such a boss come from in a level 5 graveyard? This guy was incredible, and it was interesting to see if anyone had been through this dungeon before besides the likes of the protagonist. When the chief came in, he was surprised at what he saw. Feeling shocked at the unexpected circumstances or events unfolding before him, the woman told him to look at the dungeon himself, giving the chief the opportunity to see the situation with his own eyes and draw conclusions. The woman wondered if this could mean that low-level dungeons continued to exist even after there were no survivors, expressing her curiosity about the unclear situation. There are two versions. The first is the adventurer who was involved in the dungeon has completed the main objective but not the escape objective. The second is an improved version of the dungeon. The nurse is certain that this was the only right choice in this case and there was no point in considering other options. The kid was also sure that this was the exceptionally correct and only option in this situation. The man thought it was impossible, as the graveyard had long since been determined by the World Adventurers Associations to be virtually impossible, but he believed that something within the dungeon itself had affected it, altering its characteristics. Immediately after these words, the protagonist went out to the man to discuss and understand what was going on and how to proceed. Of course, the nurse was very happy to see the protagonist, and he was surprised that not everyone was still here. The boss felt furious, unable to understand how the protagonist could have appeared there, and was unhappy with the mystery. He couldn't understand how it was that the guy had single-handedly tackled almost the entire dungeon and successfully cleared it. Claude finally made it to the castle of the Lord of Bones, overcoming all the obstacles in his way. He knelt down, and his voice rang with trembling, for he wished to address his king with a sincere request or message. His gesture was full of submission and obedience. The king was interested, as this was the first time he had decided to meet him on his own initiative since sending him to the cemetery. He was curious as to what he had to say. Of course, the Lord of Bones stood before him, and the level of challenge he presented was unknown. The boss was curious and asked Chang Hei if he was aware that he had become the world's first adventurer by successfully mopping up this dungeon. The protagonist protagonist was surprised by such information that his superior informed him. He did not expect that his achievements in mopping up the dungeon could be recognized as so significant and unique. That was right. Although the level of the dungeon wasn't very high, this location was famous among adventurers, and the main character's achievement would surely attract significant funds and an influx of people. The protagonist was surprised to learn that his achievement in mopping up a famous location would attract government attention, finances and an influx of people, opening up new prospects for development. A little uncomprehending, the protagonist asked if he should now apply or somehow officially report his accomplishments to the government. He was absolutely right. His performance in the graveyard and Banshee Forest confirmed his potential, and there are no more than 10 talented rookies like him in Fujian province. So, as the person in charge, the boss certainly can't just let him go, given his potential and accomplishments. The kid couldn't understand why Cheng Hei still hadn't come out of the office and was puzzled by the delay. He asked if it was possible that his reward for passing the dungeon was being withheld or delayed intentionally. Otherwise, why else would Chang Hei have asked the guy to talk to him privately if not to discuss dungeon passage reward matters? Suddenly, right behind him, a supervisor appeared and told him that he was not the person he thought he was or thought he was. Yes, the boss stated that he didn't need resources from the level 5 dungeon, giving up valuable materials and capabilities that might have been available there. The boy stated emphatically that even if they didn't need him, that didn't mean he and his relatives needed him. The hero asked not to be silly, explaining that their delay had nothing to do with him, but rather a discussion about his possible entry into the Adventurers Association. The lad was interested and really wanted to work on the state. He took an interest in the affairs and development of his country, and was willing to contribute to the common good. The protagonist assumed the guys had some kind of problem with it. When the kid found out that the author of Immortal Adventurer was in front of him, he was in deep shock and couldn't believe who was sitting in front of him. But at this moment, Chang Hei was interested in something else, and he was distracted from his status as the author of Immortal Adventurer. The guy wondered why the girl wasn't eating at all. He wondered about possible reasons for her reluctance to eat. The nurse asked the guy not to join the association. Her request could have been related to his health or other circumstances of which she was aware. Of course, he was curious to know why she was so insistent on asking him not to join the association. He wanted to understand the reasons for her concern and care. As it turned out, she overheard a conversation between his brother and his friends, and it seems that most of the people who joined the association later regretted their decision. Cheng Hei asked if her brother had told her why exactly they regretted their decision to join the association. No, but the girl remembers the look on their faces when they discussed it. They called joining the association their biggest mistake without giving specific reasons for that opinion. He reflected on this and expressed his gratitude for his concern for him. The woman had once yelled about how that guy refused to help her brother, but despite that, the boss still decided to accept him. Perhaps the boss saw potential in him and valued his qualities despite his past circumstances. It was the daughter of the deceased legendary adventurer Zhu Jianming, Shang Li's wife. Her brother needed help, and she indignantly yelled at the guy who refused to help. The man offered the guy to join his company, actively exploring a dungeon the guy frequented, promising that in a few days his name would be known to everyone. While the competitors' offer complicates the situation, but if he signs a contract and joins them, after reaching level 15, something awaits him that he doesn't know about yet. The man realized that he had managed to alert the woman and promised her that he would think of something to do about the situation. He reassured her and told her that they would find a way to deal with him or get rid of him if necessary. Here was a man sitting at his computer at this late night hour, minding his own business or an activity that fascinated him. Yes, it was a hacker named Lao Huang, a famous dungeon information provider. At the moment he was chatting with someone about valuable information regarding the cemetery, and his interlocutor was wondering how much he was willing to pay for the information. As it turned out, the supervisor and the woman were present in the situation, but the woman expressed her doubts that it was a good idea, even though the reward for completing a dungeon at level 1 may seem insignificant to newcomers. But for experienced adventurers at levels 6 through 10 who are constantly short on resources, this information is of great value. In the circles of lawyers, it is not considered wrong to use the services of such experts to get information about the dungeons. It just requires passing on information about Chang Hei's search and interest, attracting attention from various nearby provinces, while not expecting revenge for her brother. a level 7 adventurer named Gao Chengyun, who is a wanted rank criminal, was notified that a hacker had received information that a rookie tourist was able to pass a level 5 dungeon that no one had been able to do before. As usual, 50% of the profits would belong to the hacker. Chengyun's eyes immediately lit up when he read that he was entitled to 50% of the profits. The protagonist was interested in whether his personal data would be entered into the official system within 3 days. The boss confirmed that the protagonist was right, and asked him to remind him that he was from Dongshan. He suggested starting by providing temporary housing so that the protagonist wouldn't have to hide for a few days. The protagonist remarked that it was unnecessary, as he was going into town on business and would be back here in a couple days. The man said goodbye to the protagonist and said they wouldn't see each other in 3 days, assuming of course the protagonist stayed alive until then. The next day, the guy had already arrived in Dongshan on business, just like he said he would. The guy walked into the apartment and found that the entrance to the dungeon was still open as usual, with no changes. The boy hadn't seen the entrance to the dungeon in days and didn't know how to take the fact that it was considerably larger than before. He extended his hand towards the entrance, but was informed that his level was below level 6, so he could not enter the dungeon. Indeed, if the entrance to the dungeon is only available to adventurers from level 6 through level 12, that means it is now only available to more experienced adventurers. If he is currently level 5 and according to his previous rate of progression he needs 1 to 2 more level 5 dungeons to advance to level 6. The last time he browsed the forum, he remembered that there was a level dungeon in the city where they were recruiting people to go through. He was glad to see that this recruiting offer was still on the table and immediately asked about the terms of the recruitment. The protagonist approached the coach and the coach asked why he was interested in gold coins that were associated with the black market. The guy said he was browsing the forum and found that when adventurers trade with each other they don't use cash. He was interested in what gold coins they were talking about in their discussions. With the exception of low dungeon entry and varied drops, one of the most common currencies for paying for anything in the dungeon are black market gold coins. Cheng Hei realized that the black market gold coins in the dungeon had special value and functionality, so the use of cash was limited and inefficient. Gold coins are a common currency in dungeons of level 10 and above. The protagonist had previously discussed this with the trainer but was not fully informed as to how valuable these coins are in dungeons of a certain level. The protagonist has realized this, and in that case, he needs to find out where adventurers below level 10 get or exchange these gold coins. You can try selling items from the drop at the local ghost market. It can be a good place for bartering and trading where adventurers can find buyers for their loot and get gold coins in return. After a while they arrived at the market and the protagonist asked the coach what he was working for from 2 to 4 in the morning every Monday. It turned out that there were a lot of people in the market, but the proportion of adventurers was only 1/10 or even less of the total number of visitors. In this market, sellers often engage in the counterfeit trade, taking advantage of the fact that people who are not adventurous are easily fooled. This market gave the guy a sense of the atmosphere of an antique market, albeit with elements of deceit and fakes. Like a genuine antiques market, the coach advised the guy not to rush to sell everything at once, but to go through, assess the situation and then already make a deal. The coach himself had some business, so he could not go with him. Chang Hei realized that the coach was a rather decent and reliable person. Cheng Hei felt that he needed to hurry as the ghost market would soon close. Chang Hei noticed the mining of cobalt from the mine and was impressed by the scale of this operation in the ghost town market. The second thing Cheng Hei noticed was the various weapons from the dungeon. Various blades, bows, arrows and armor attracted the attention of the adventurers in the market. Still, Chang Hei noticed something that impressed him, and he paid special attention to it. Then he saw a man holding a placard about some bills. It was written on the wadding that preference was given to drop items from low-level dungeons that would attract the attention of females and subjects and could damage him. Judging from the description, Chang Hei clearly intends to go to the Banshee Forest, where interesting drop items can be found. The man asked the guy if he had the item or merchandise he was looking for. He immediately thought of the harmonica that made howling sounds similar to those of the Banshee, as well as his special oiled sword. The protagonist said he had the items and asked what price the man would be willing to buy them for. The buyer smirked after hearing from the protagonist. The buyer asked the protagonist to show him the items, and if everything was satisfactory, he was willing to pay for them. The protagonist said he would go home and be back in half an hour, but he must hurry. If the man received any other offers in that time, he would consider them. As promised, the guy returned half an hour later and brought the items he had previously mentioned. The man realized that the harmonica could really attract a banshee, and was willing to pay gold coins for it. However, when it came to the sword, they had some contradictions or inconsistencies. The protagonist began touting a sacred paraphernalia that had the ability to add +2 to damage on evil creatures and was effective against the banshee's immunity to physical damage. The man recognized that the offer of sacred paraphernalia was quite curious and interested him. He was willing to pay 8 gold coins for the sword and offered the guy to be his friend so that it would be more convenient to conduct deals and promotions in the future. After making the payment, they did not exchange farewells and each went their separate ways without meeting again. As it turned out, this uneasy buyer was none other than the 7th level adventurer himself named Gao Cheng Hei. At a meeting about the dungeon, when someone noticed that it had been over an hour, the guy on the forecast had not yet returned with foresees for home, but they decided not to wait for him and continue on without him. The guy greeted the old new friends and introduced himself as Xiaoxi, the owner of the Goblin Crypt level dungeon. To his left is MS Lin, and you, as a tourist because of the association, were not mentioned on the official website, so you don't have to worry about vultures. This is not the first time these 3 men have joined. They are veterans of strong character. They also had a sponsor for their operations, their boss Wang, a common man who supported them in their ventures. Finally, their new friends were joined by a writer from Dongshan whose level was above 3, but his qualifications were not very high. The protagonist could not understand why all the dungeon owners liked to gather so much exactly in the park. It confused him and drove him to madness. Since everyone had already met each other, the main character suggested they follow him to the entrance to the dungeon, the Goblin Crypt. Since the entrance to the Goblin Crypt wasn't too close, the main character suggested bringing water and something to eat before the hike. The thief found out that the guy had just sold items but didn't spend the money he received. He decided to use it to buy tickets to a low-level dungeon. After a while, they found themselves in a forest surrounded by thick greenery and mysterious sounds of nature. The boss was curious as to how much further they had to go and how far away their target was. The guy assured them that they didn't have long to go and the entrance to the dungeon was right along the current direction. The man wondered how Xiaoxi had found this entrance, considering it was quite far away. As it turned out, Xiaoxi found the entrance thanks to a local resident who sold him information about his whereabouts. The man was surprised that in this day and age there were still idiots willing to pay for dungeon entrance information instead of searching for it themselves. Indeed, the crypts are quite a challenging location for newcomers. The guy who discovered the entrance and is the only survivor experienced this and appreciated his luck. Since owning such an entrance was of interest to many who preferred to just sell it instead of using it themselves due to lack of experience, the guy donated some of the money from the deal to the family of his fallen comrades. The man agreed that it was a smart decision, but he didn't believe the guy had sold him the dungeon so easily as he claimed. Xiaoxi felt furious as this was not the first time the man continued to doubt him despite their previous cooperation. After a while, they all reached their goal and came to the place where the entrance to the dungeon was. The entrance to the dungeon had a shape, color, and size identical to the entrance to a level 5 forest or crypt, which caused them some confusion. They decided to enter the dungeon only after carefully assessing all the risks involved in this move. When the protagonist was about to enter the dungeon, he was suddenly stopped. The protagonist double-checked his equipment, making sure everything was in order. His job was to protect Mr. Wang. The sponsor informed the protagonist that he would share some meat with him as a reward. The girls were intrigued by the exit question because their main goal was the same, but the main character had a separate mission to make an escape. They decided to prioritize completing the protagonist's mission, and then they would deal with the rest of the tasks and getting out of the dungeon. Then she has no objections, as the reward from the main mission will be motivation enough for her. After they entered the dungeon, the status window that displayed their current status and characteristics immediately disappeared. All participants had the same task for the day, to kill goblins. The only difference was the number of them each had to defeat. Xiaoxi explained that the main mission was to find the Goblin Crypt. A group made up of experienced fighters should discover the crypt on the 3rd level, and then on the 4th and 5th levels, destroy a certain number of goblins. The man realized that the missions between him and the girl were different, and it wasn't surprising. Each had their own unique tasks and role in fulfilling a common goal. Xiaoxi asked for attention to announce something important, perhaps related to the mission plan or providing more information about the dungeon. When confronted, Mr. Vanna will take it upon himself to protect protect the newcomers, giving them the opportunity to embody their missions with the highest priority, as they are in dire need of it. Maintaining unanimity. No one objected to the idea of staying put and not deciding to move forward. After 2 hours, the men showed interest and asked the protagonist if he would like to join them. One was a bit worried. After all, if these creatures turned out to be monsters from the 5th level of dungeons, he thought they could be extremely powerful. The men explained that these guys are just ordinary monsters, and the real challenges probably await deep inside the crypt where powerful bosses lurk. Defeating bosses in the crypt usually requires 3 to 5 experienced fighters. Normal goblins are not a serious threat to them as long as their numbers do not exceed a certain limit. After the explanation, the boss understood the situation and realized that goblins were not a serious threat as long as their numbers did not exceed a certain limit. If there are only a couple goblins in the crypt, they should be able to deal with them without much trouble, as goblins are not much of a threat in such small numbers. Of course, they wouldn't be able to handle that many goblin warriors, but according to the information they know, the number of goblins in the crypt doesn't exceed 1. The only known case of twins colliding resulting in death caused Xiaoxi to doubt the possibility of such a situation happening again. After receiving this information, the sponsor calmed down. In the crypt was a level 5 trial level goblin warrior, as well as an unknown level 5 creature. The group continued to be attacked in groups by goblins, attacking from different directions. The men shouted, urging to keep the goblins from escaping so they couldn't get away from them. They immediately launched a joint attack on the goblins, directing their efforts against them. The woman concluded that their situation had become bad and required immediate action. Xiaoxi couldn't understand what the woman was talking about as her words seemed incomprehensible and incoherent to him. She explained that since they came out, the group inside had already encountered 4 waves of goblins, all of them simple warriors, but they didn't have time to go deep inside. There are abnormally many mobs in this dungeon. They may have hit the jackpot, implying that they have achieved great success or received unexpected good fortune. At the same time, the girl showed interest and asked why the man was so desperate to become a lawyer, given that he already had plenty of money. If he doesn't want to miss the opportunity to explore the dungeon, just have him sponsor a couple of adventurers who can make the adventure happen. He is ashamed to admit it, but among other things, he also wants to become adventurous to burn off extra pounds and lose weight. The girl couldn't understand how losing weight had anything to do with all these risks and adventures. To him, the connection was obvious, and he asked a couple people he knew to explain that meditative practices were not only physically effortless, but also helped him become stronger both physically and spiritually. Maybe he meant to say that meditative workouts present an ideal weight loss option for those who have a lot of money and don't have time to exercise. Indeed, it may be difficult for some to understand why someone would have to spend large amounts of money just to lose weight. It may seem unnecessary or incomprehensible, especially for those with sufficient financial means. At this point, the main character came up to them and asked what they were talking about. He politely asked if he could join their conversation and find out what they were talking about so interestingly. The man was shocked that the main character already had his own ring gear with him and looked like a true professional. The girl was interested and asked if he always dressed up like that when he went to the dungeon or if this was a special occasion. He explained that the last time he didn't wear chainmail he almost died in the dungeon. He couldn't understand why she didn't wear armor and risk her safety. After a while, the man noticed that they weren't done with the goblin yet, meaning the goblin hadn't been defeated or destroyed yet. Now they switch, and the next wave of goblins are heading towards the guy and girl who have to deal with them. Xiaoxi was full of positivity and was happy about it, preparing to deal with the new wave of goblins along with the others. Cheng Hei came to a shock when she heard about some scoring mechanism. She was confused and couldn't understand what exactly it meant and how it affected their current situation. The girl asked if he didn't know that the less strength he used in the dungeon, the more points he would get for completing the task. Unsurprisingly, he doesn't need to kill small mobs this time, as he defended the dungeon in full armor. But despite this, he is worried about his rank as he realizes that his gear and skills may not be enough to handle the new challenges. She of course knew not to expect much, but she didn't expect the situation to be so complicated. It turned out they had not only one, but 2 newcomers who needed protection. The man approached them and said that after the current task was completed, they could talk and discuss future plans. The goblin squad that had been keeping an eye on them and blocking the path had been destroyed, and now they could move on without obstruction. After 10 minutes they were faced with a difficult choice. They had 3 choices to make and decided which one to choose. Xiaoxi was confused and couldn't understand why there were 3 branching paths in front of them. After all, there shouldn't be 2 possible directions in a 5th level crypt. It seems that the woman's earlier apprehension was well founded. they had encountered a bug in the game that caused two paths to appear instead of the expected one in the level 5 crypt. Information that some dungeons may have moments where the actual difficulty exceeds or significantly exceeds the stated difficulty is not yet available to the general public, but on average, 1 out of 5 low-level dungeons may encounter such a moment, and it may be considered a bug or unforeseen gameplay issue. There are 3 options for a possible bug. The first is an increase in the number of monsters in the dungeon. The second is an increase in the number of bosses that players must fight. The third is an increase in the strength or difficulty of existing monsters in the dungeon. These situations can lead to an unexpectedly high level of difficulty and exceed the stated parameters of the game. The problems faced by the hero are related to possible bugs increasing the number of mobs, bosses and the strength of enemies. This leads to an unusually high difficulty of the dungeon. The sponsor wondered if they risked running into more mobs if they decided to continue their journey into the dungeon. He realized that continuing on the path could be quite dangerous and suggested that he forget about it and go back. After all, his goal was to become an adventurer and he didn't want to risk his life in a fake situation. Xiaoxi confidently stated that going back was not an option. He was determined and convinced to continue forward despite the dangers and risks in order to achieve his goal of becoming an adventurer. The number of mobs exceeded all expectations, but the strength of the boss probably remained the same. It is important to remember that their task is not to destroy all the goblins in the crypt, but to achieve a certain goal and complete the task. They decided to just quickly find the boss and kill it before the small goblins could spot them. As a result, their approach to this task is no different than a normal mission where you have to deal with a target or hostile creature by bypassing other enemies. The girl warned that the boss's power may have been underestimated and they could be in danger and killed when reinforcements arrived. When the girl and the guy were arguing, the man had one question he wanted to ask to resolve the situation. He was interested in the question of whether to expect higher rewards in a bug dungeon compared to normal dungeons. It all depends on how much the actual difficulty of the dungeon differs from the stated difficulty. However, sometimes players don't get the satisfaction of tackling overly difficult dungeons, such as level 14 through level 15, due to the lack of appropriate rewards or honors. Cheng Hei couldn't understand why then they couldn't just clear this dungeon of mobs and bosses despite the possible difficulties. He suggested a vote to decide whether they should stay in the dungeon and continue exploring or go back. The man agreed to think it was a good idea and was willing to participate in the vote. Xiaoxi pointed out that the girl could try to stay and explore the dungeon since no one was holding her here against her will. Xiaoxi motioned for everyone to raise their hand of those who wanted to stay and continue exploring the dungeon. All 3 men, of course, raised their hands in agreement and willingness to stay and continue exploring the dungeon. All 3 men, including Xiaoxi, raised their hand, agreeing to stay and continue exploring the dungeon. Their decision was unanimous. The girl thought the team was unreasonable and didn't take into account the risk assessment. She thought they were jerks because they didn't take into account the possible dangers. The girl couldn't understand why the protagonist raised his hand, considering his strength wouldn't be useful in this situation. Xiaoxi stated that since everyone had made their choice, it was time to say goodbye. He promised Mr. Wang to return the money later. The sponsor expressed his opposition to the idea of parting ways and was happy to continue the partnership, willing to support the team and stay with them. As the girl started to leave, the man asked her to wait so he could go with her. The man decided that in this instance it would be better for him to go to the right, and he expressed his intention to walk in that direction. Xiaoxi suggested solving this problem with a game of rock-paper-scissors to determine which decision to make. If the rock-paper-scissors-paper game ends in a tie, they won't choose a pass in the middle and will find another way to make a decision. Xiaoxi shouted out a stone as the first element in the game of rock-paper-scissors to begin the process of determining the solution. The man shouted scissors as the second element in the rock-paper-scissors game, continuing the process of determining a solution. The outcome of the game was the paper. Now they will determine whether to change the original decision or stay with the original choice. The final winner was Xiaoxi, and the man felt that he should have chosen the scissors. She said that when the boss shows up, the main character will be tasked with protecting the mobs so they don't get in the way during the fight. The guy assured that he would complete all the tasks without any problems, ready to take responsibility and do the required work. The girl and the sponsor have successfully exited the crypt, having completed their research, and now continue their journey outside the dungeon. Vaughn was going to approach the girl with some question to get the information or advice he needed. He was unable to understand why the girl disliked them so much and why she found this dungeon so dangerous. He was curious to know why she didn't like them, but suddenly came to the realization that she just didn't sympathize with them. Given that he is a businessman, he has some inherent expertise in assessing people and their characters. Turns out the girl refused to go to that area and enter an unfamiliar place after being warned of potential danger. The son tells the owner there is danger ahead. Earlier in the crypt she used it and discovered two entities that pose a mortal danger to her. Based on the information provided by the members, it is a rare and extremely dangerous dungeon with two bosses. He realizes that it will be impossible for him to defeat both bosses at the same time. The man could not understand why the girl had not told him about it earlier to clarify the situation and avoid misunderstandings. If he wanted to, perhaps he should have told her how her information and title could be revealed to all the black marketers of information the next day. She doesn't have to sacrifice her own interests to save him from danger, especially if a teammate tried unsuccessfully to convince them not to ignore her warning and show their insubordination. It's not her fault. Men can't understand why she told him the information if she's not willing to sacrifice her own interests for his safety. The girl assures him not to worry and that she won't hurt him. He's not too concerned about potential harm from the adventurers, and he doesn't need money to reveal information about her to the merchant. Suddenly the girl stopped abruptly as she felt something unusual or unexpected. She said they could go no further, expressing her concern and caution about continuing the journey. Indeed, there may be a danger outside that is far more threatening than the sight of the perpetrator. At the agreed time, Xiaoxi found himself busy fighting the goblins instead of fulfilling his part of the arrangement. The woman was also ready to join this battle with the goblins. Her hand glowed brightly, emitting a fiery glow that illuminated the surroundings and attracted the attention of everyone around her. She used the fire flow and literally incinerated all the goblins, engulfing them in flames and finishing them off. It turned out that Lin's elemental armor had foreseen the events in advance and had designed names for him to use in such situations. He and she have the same level of socialization, but her skills and equipment are far superior to Whale's in terms of preparing for the task. Despite being at the same level, every goblin died immediately, leaving no survivors. With all the goblins dead, Xiaoxi was left with no opponents and no one to fight now. He praised Lin, saying that she did a great job and thanked her for her excellent work. The woman stated that the situation was not changing, and the next wave of goblins were heading towards them. A status window suddenly appeared in front of the hero, displaying information about his current stats and skills. Xiaoxi sensed the presence and offered to go back to be more alert and cautious. In front of them stood a goblin shaman whose trial level was 6. It had some peculiarities compared to ordinary goblins. The man wasn't sure if this goblin shaman was the boss, as it was so small that it was lost even against the background of ordinary goblins. Lin noticed this and warned caution, saying to be more careful in dealing with the goblin shaman. She also suggested cutting off his possible threats. Indeed, it was not a goblin warrior, but a goblin shaman, making it more dangerous and possessing magical abilities. Without thinking for long, the goblin shaman gave them no time and immediately began to attack, striking them without warning. Reacting lightning fast, they performed techniques, pushed the goblins away and managed to finish the fight before other mobs appeared. However, if they didn't finish this quickly, they would be in grave danger. Suddenly, someone started bursting right from behind the wall next to them, posing a new threat. The protagonist took notice and turned around to assess the source of the new threat that appeared from behind the wall. The first attack was probably aimed precisely towards Lin, exposing her specifically to danger and threat. Then, a huge goblin appeared in front of Lin, whose size and appearance evoked the impression of its immense strength and danger. She was confused. Since goblins usually didn't use battle strategies, Lin couldn't understand why they suddenly started using such tactics. In this dungeon, very strange and inexplicable phenomena occurred, which caused surprise and incomprehension. The chief explained that the woman had run away and he had captured the goblin to question him or use him as a hostage. Xiaoxi noticed that Lin was in trouble and said that they needed to help. The man pointed out that the number of goblins was so large that they could use some help themselves. The protagonist continued to hold the goblin's sword without letting go in order to maintain control of the situation. He told the woman to keep walking and help the others while he would handle the goblin on his own. Lin tried to argue with him, for she disagreed with what he wanted to do, expressing her doubts and objections to the proposed plan. If she stays here, she's only getting in his way, emphasizing with her words her unwillingness to be a mere burden or nuisance in his affairs. She still didn't agree with him, but she had to make a decision, realizing that time to think was limited and action had to be taken. Lin decided to quickly get rid of the shaman and help him, deciding to act decisively and effectively in this situation. The goblin still managed to give the guy a very strong attack, showing his danger and unpredictability in battle. He was very surprised when the guy suddenly disappeared from his sight, causing him to be confused and bewildered about what had happened. The protagonist said that he would not bother anyone now, expressing confidence in their actions and safety after the goblin left. He looked at his opponent coldly and was ready to fight, showing his determination and willingness to fight. He said the one could attack, and applied the dance of death, performing one step, one kill, showing his skill and danger in battle. The goblin was furious at the way the boy spoke to him, showing his resentment and aggression in front of his unwavering confidence. Without a moment's hesitation, they immediately started the fight, going deep into the fray without further words or hesitation. With a deft move, Chang Hei slipped right between his legs and launched an attack, using his skill and proficiency in combat. The boy quickly grouped himself and turned to face him, preparing for another wave of attack or defense in battle. Although this boss is very strong, he is too clumsy to dodge most attacks, even if they follow one after another. The goblin was surprised that the guy was able to injure him, not expecting such a development in this fight. Now the enemy's coloration had changed and he was literally red, standing out in a background that symbolized his increased aggression and rage. In a state of utter insanity, tolerance for pain is increased, sanity is reduced, and the speed of action doubles, increasing strength and aggression. The protagonist grew nervous as he saw the goblin begin to approach him, feeling the tension and anxiety before the coming battle. But it was too easy, even though his strength and speed have improved a lot. But he doesn't have any special tactics, so it's much easier to field against him. It turns out that this is a standard boss for the dungeon of the 5th level. Nothing special, does not stand out and does not pose a serious threat to experienced players. There wasn't really anything special about it. It was just another standard opponent that didn't evoke any particular emotions or impressions. Oh, and besides, the guy thought it was a bit of a shame, because he was counting on more than just a standard opponent. The goblin was surprised that the guy was able to knock the sword out of his hand, not expecting such a turn of events during the fight. He looked at him in surprise, expressing his amazement and surprise at what was happening in the battle. The protagonist expressed his belief that the opponent was so weak that he wasn't even worthy of being considered a warm-up level. The enemy was frightened and did not expect this turn of events, showing his amazement and uncertainty about further action. Surprise for the guy, he just started running away, showing his unexpected reaction and desire to avoid the fight. Cheng Hei asked if he didn't have the courage to fight to the end, expressing his disappointment and bewilderment at his opponent's behavior. They would look on the bright side now, he wouldn't build up false hopes for every encounter in a level 5 dungeon. At this time, Lin was helping them, showing her loyalty and helping them realize their plans and goals in the dungeon. The man had no way of knowing how many goblins were in this crypt as they continued to advance, their streams seemingly endless. Xiaoxi advised Lin to use fire magic, offering her an effective way to deal with the oncoming goblins. Lin replied that this was exactly what she wanted, expressing her determination to use fire magic to fight her enemies. As it turns out, this shaman is hindering her with his low-level spells, interfering with her use of fire magic for defense. At this point, a notification window began to appear in front of the guy, and the system informed him that a certain condition had been met in the building. Lin said that it looked like that guy had killed that stoner, and he was about to join them, sharing his observations on what was going on. His completed the mission, but is not with them, and it makes no sense for him to risk himself for them, given his own interests and goals. If they don't kill the shaman, the goblins he controls will cut off their escape routes, creating danger and complicating the situation. Lin was right, and they couldn't leave now, they had to stay and hold on, given the situation that had been created. The shaman started to smile, but at that moment, someone started sneaking in again right from behind the wall, causing unease and surprise among the group. He was startled, for he had not expected such a sudden appearance. Feeling stressed and unsure of his surroundings, the man couldn't immediately figure out who it could be either, feeling confused and anxious at the unexpected appearance. As it turned out, these were the main characters, and Lin of course rejoiced at this, feeling joy and relief at their appearance. In the blink of an eye, he straightened up the shaman, acting quickly and decisively to eliminate the threat. All the other goblins were scared out of their wits that their leader was dead, feeling fear and panic at the unknown future. After that, they instantly started running away from them, desperate to escape and save their lives. The man couldn't understand how he managed to handle everything on his own in such a complex dungeon with 2 bosses. Feeling surprised and bewildered, the protagonist just wanted to talk about it, perhaps share his experiences and strategies, piquing the interest and curiosity curiosity of the rest of us. He asked to keep his secret by being cautious and guarding his strategy from prying eyes. It makes sense that few would want to miss out on a budding star like him. He really should be careful not to put himself out there until his level is high enough. At that moment, the hero's attention fell somewhere behind Lin, causing him to look puzzled and worried about what might have happened. He saw the girl and Van approaching in front of him, causing him to feel a sense of joy and anticipation. A little earlier, the girl had just informed her sponsor that it was not safe to go out, as there was a much deadlier danger outside, emphasizing the seriousness of the situation and the need to stay safe. She talked about how there were adventurers out there who were more dangerous to her in terms of danger level than the two bosses in this dungeon. It was worth it to go out and the end would come. They must go back and find the others and convince them to get out together, in an effort to keep the entire group united and safe in this dangerous situation. Both were surprised that they appeared to have killed everyone, causing shock and bewilderment at what had happened. Moreover, it could be said that Chang Hei handled them on his own without any help from them, demonstrating his strength and skill in battle. The girl couldn't understand it. After all, she was testing him with her skill and he was no threat to her. Lin wondered how she knew about the two bosses in the dungeon. Perhaps all this time they had just been standing there watching from the sidelines watching their fight. However, that wasn't the case. They arrived before they met the boss, and Lin recognized it because of her title. Xiao couldn't understand why she didn't warn them, considering she had such a useful skill. She did not warn them, but emphatically advised them not to continue on their way, emphasizing the dangers of going forward. The protagonist wondered why she had returned to them if she hadn't warned of the possible danger of continuing the journey. She explained that she had returned because a high-level adventurer, much stronger than the two bosses, was waiting outside the exit, and he had blocked their way. Their surprise only increased when they realized the gravity of the situation and the danger that awaited them outside the dungeon. The girl reiterated her confidence and added that they should find another way out before they ran into the adventurer. The man believed that Xiao had connections with the high-level adventurer blocking the exit, making the situation even more suspicious due to the complexity of the dungeon. The man claimed it wasn't him and suggested they sign a special contract to prove their innocence if they didn't believe him. The protagonist wondered what I wondered if the exit was being blocked by the guy who never showed up. If that was the case, then it was entirely possible, but it still didn't fit in his head. Her title is able to warn of danger if the person expressing intent to kill has it used. The title will allow you to determine who is stronger. The girl stated categorically that she was certainly capable of accomplishing the task, leaving no doubt of her confidence and determination. The protagonist was ecstatic. Apparently his plan would finally succeed. She emphasized that Cheng Hei instantly revealed all his skills and abilities. She saw him take on the task without hesitation. Now he was curious to find out which of the two of them proved to be the stronger. The girl replied that she thought the guy on the outside was a little stronger, and it encouraged him to explore his own abilities even more. The protagonist never actively reacted to this. He simply accepted this information, internally pondering the next steps and plans. Lin realized that they only had one way out of this situation and resolutely set about finding a way out. They decided to complete their missions first, and only after everyone had finished their work would they try to attack him together. The man agreed to the plan and expressed confidence, saying he was suitable for the scenario. If Xiao had realized what kind of trouble he would bring upon himself after acquiring this dungeon, he would certainly never have done so. There was no use in regretting anything now. Besides, there were plenty of them, and she didn't necessarily have to deal with them on her own. On the other hand, the portal certainly led to that very lawyer, which added a new twist to their situation, filling it with additional complexity. Cheng Yun couldn't understand why no one had still come out. That guy who had cleared the graveyard would definitely not die so easily. At this time, they split into several groups and kept in touch with each other, discussing further actions and strategies. Chang Hei diligently searched for some information in the status window, hoping to find a clue to the current situation. He finally got the answer he had been looking for so long, and it came as a pleasant surprise. This time there were no epic items, and for some reason the dungeon with two bosses was easier than the graveyard. It seems there's no point in wasting time on a level 6 dungeon. You can go straight to the next level dungeon. Of all the titles he is only given a few: Wolf Skin, Survivor, Pitted Against Legends, Art of Darkness, and Guardian. It is worth noting that all their names are quite conditional and figurative. It is necessary to carefully consider and summarize all additional indicators to the characteristics. First, he decided to use the title Wolf Skin. With this he would infiltrate the enemy's low visibility area and then use the Art of Darkness. He then decided to activate Profound Science, conduct the Dance of Death, one step, one kill to strike the perfect blow and destroy the enemy in one powerful strike. He will then attempt to quickly switch between the titles Exposed vs. Legend and Guardian. Due to this he will gain +2 to perception and be able to successfully perform the dance of death one step, one kill. With his new skill he will be able to predict his opponent's next move. Once the opponent turns around to attack his comrade, he will quickly change his title to Guardian. Thus, the chances of confronting an opponent who is stronger than he is will increase significantly. The main thing is to think through and execute everything competently. He's confident in his titles and tactics, but it's pretty risky to opt for either one. He needs to carefully evaluate all the items he has received throughout the time before making a final decision. This new skill called Die to Survive is pretty good. It improves agility and speed. With skills like one step, one kill, it will be able to attack vital enemy points. The effective death skill is also very useful. He can pretend to be dead, giving him a chance to counterattack and resist before the high-level enemies blocking the exit become crazy enough to fight a corpse. His plan should work, but it was a last resort he took, realizing there were no other options left. If everything goes according to plan, he will emerge victorious. However, he is not entirely sure that the enemy will not try to kill them to take their loot. This time the drop is really nice. Bone Flute, Shaman Banner and Inheritance Book. All of these can definitely come in handy in the future. The potion can also be quite useful. With the flute he can get a goblin as an ally. Considering this guy may be at the level of 2 families, he should save his rare item improvement coupons and meltdowns. You need to maximize your power. Among the other high-level items, the best solution would be to use coupons just for them to maximize your opportunities. Once improved, it will still have a couple more coupons in reserve, ready to be used when needed. The protagonist still decided to apply the miracle item coupons, focusing on improving his arsenal for a more effective battle. When the system gave an error, he realized that he was raising the epic level, having reached the maximum limit. Maybe then he will decide to melt down what he doesn't use, and then decide whether to use that coupon on the item resulting from the meltdown. Then he realized that such items can't be melted down. It turns out he can't use copies and balls. It's hard to melt them down. You have to be careful not to lose anything. This sword, while not bad, is no longer amenable to improvement, yet its qualities remain very acceptable for the current situation. The protagonist received a special sword of the Black Knight. When using this sword to kill an enemy superior to the wielder, the light level, dexterity and physical fitness are slightly improved. Guy agreed that it was a good sword, recognizing its value in battle and its potential to be more effective in combat. He's got the helmet and weapon definition figured out, so he can use armor coupons. It's a great way to replace the chainmail he bought online. This armor is lighter than the chainmail he wore previously, allowing him to be more maneuverable and effective in combat. Lin asked if the guy had already finished all the preparations, left waiting for the answer that could determine the outcome of the upcoming battle. Cheng Hei said that he was almost done and asked how they were doing, showing interest in the current situation. They were just about ready to move forward, ready for the next leg of their journey, where a new battle awaited them. He asked to wait as he planned to bring a companion along on his adventure. He pulled out a bone flute and prepared to begin playing it to summon his companion for the next leg of their journey. He moved closer to summon his companion, expecting his music to attract a creature willing to aid them in their adventure. And a few seconds later, his companion responded to the sound of the bone flute, appearing at the call and ready to join them. A second later, a portal opened before them, and they saw the shape of a goblin appear from it in response to the sound of a bone flute. One of the men was surprised to see just an ordinary goblin emerge from the portal, rather than something more unexpected or threatening. He couldn't figure out what benefit he would derive from such a companion. His combat power seemed barely noticeable and he seemed useless. The protagonist asked to remain calm, explaining that he wasn't done yet. He pulled out a potion meant for goblins. Intending to use it, he handed the goblin the potion, and despite the strangeness of the situation, the goblin drank it without question or hesitation. The goblin immediately began to smell the potion, inhaling its aroma to determine its properties or possible side effects. Chang Hei used the knowledge of the goblin shaman and told the goblin to drink this potion based on her knowledge of its potential benefit or effect. The goblin immediately and without objection began to carry out his instruction, unconditionally obeying and fulfilling his new task. The man was surprised at how much the goblin listened to the boy and followed his instructions without reservation. The goblin then began to undergo a transformation, turning into a horrible and hideous creature. The men couldn't figure out what exactly the guy had given the goblin to cause such a transformation and change in his state. After the explosion, everyone was surprised at the destruction and loss that had occurred and realized that the situation had become irreparable and tragic. In front of them was an unusual goblin, more like a powerful boss than a normal creature of the species. Xiaoxi assumed that the goblin had undergone a transformation and turned into a powerful boss with unfamiliar strength and abilities. The protagonist decided to go to the goblin boss and ask him for something important or to make some request. The protagonist noticed that the clothes and weapons next to the goblin boss were perfect for him, and offered to take them. The goblin clearly felt gratitude towards his master and immediately ran, acting on his instructions or wishes. The man wondered if his company was out of control, for a goblin who had become tantamount to a boss was doubly dangerous to all. Feeling anxious, Chang Hei asked the girl to use her title to see if he was hostile. The sincerity in her gaze gave him confidence in their bond, albeit unfinished, but surrounded by love and support, ready for future challenges. The guy asked the girl to use his title and she began to embody it in her actions, thus confirming her sincerity, care and commitment in the relationship. Asking him to look at her, she said it was wintry than to worry and conveyed her calmness and confidence to him, with a pleading look in her eyes. Lin begged the goddess of magic to possess her being so that she could gain divine power and transform her destiny. With a sincere plea in her eyes, she asked for magical armor that would envelop her with strength and protection, as well as the attributes of bare stamina to overcome all the difficulties and trials standing in her way. The protagonist was amazed to realize that his physical performance had greatly improved, and he was stronger, faster, and more resilient. Buffs that have been imposed will only last for an hour, but the magical power can provide protection even for body parts that are not covered by normal armor. At this time, a goblin approached her, stealthily slipping out of the dark corners. The goblin, speaking his language, asked her if she could help him become stronger by revealing his desires and aspirations to her. With Galena's appearance, her combat power increased, adding +2 to her strength, filling her with confidence and determination. At this point, they did not begin to leave the dungeon, remaining in its dystopian depths, surrounded by secrets and dangers. The criminal was glad that they were finally starting to get out, for it provided him with an opportunity to realize his devious plans and continue his criminal enterprise. He was only trying to figure out where they had gotten the goblin warrior from, for his appearance added a new variable to their fight and raised doubts about their plans. Xiaoxi was surprised. After all, they hadn't been told about someone blocking the exit, and now, for some reason, there was no one on the horizon. The protagonist, suspecting that someone was hiding, suggested that the girl check with her title and reveal the hidden enemy by the power of her abilities. She has found him and he is hiding behind a thick tree. They must be careful, for he has set many traps and they may fall into them if they are not vigilant. A man came out from behind a tree and asked if they were detectives, hinting that he might have a connection to some crime or mysterious event. He read the whole performance as a show of pity, perhaps seeing something in their actions and search that evoked compassion or sympathy from him. Of course, Chang Hei recognized him immediately. After all, that made sense. He had warned him not to touch the protected Banshee forest, but the latter had decided to try to get his part through unfair means, probably knowing that few people knew his whereabouts. The commander had made a secret agreement with him, and it couldn't just be for nothing. But obviously, Lin immediately recognized the man in front of her, recognizing his personality or characteristics that were familiar or memorable to her. In his appearance she saw the same criminal she was familiar with, his features or characteristics clearly indicating his criminal history or past. She immediately shouted out and asked if he was Jiao Chengyun, calling him by his first and last name to verify his identity. Of course she recognized him, for he was the most wanted criminal in Fujian and Guangzhou. His name and reputation were widely known, and she was well aware of his criminal activities, despite being only at level 7. The death toll at his hands numbering in the tens of hundreds. There are rumors swirling around about the reasons for his bloodthirstiness due to his past, motivations, and internal conflicts, not only his lust for other people's gift, but also his desire for a special title. It is believed that he was the one who worked his way through the title known for bloodthirsty killing people. His real power is comparable to a level 9 adventurer. The man realized that the woman knew him very well, and it made him feel surprised or suspicious. Surprising everyone, he offered to make a deal with them, hoping for a mutually beneficial cooperation or exchange of services. He said this guy stays and he lets the others go, offering them freedom or the opportunity to leave. One of the men said that the guy would play hide and seek, but still suggested that the others leave, perhaps to avoid getting into danger and being implicated in what was going on. Lin said that they shouldn't listen to him since there were reports in the guild that he liked to release his victims for the sake of hunting. The girl confirmed this because even though he said he would let them in, his anger level level had not diminished and she knew for a fact that he was lying. The girl confirmed that she could verify the information. She promised to look in the guild and find confirmation or refutation of his claims. The protagonist stated that he himself was their target, and despite the possible difficulties, they would have to handle themselves. But since they are all in the same boat, they should have no illusions about him or try to find sympathy or help from him. Of course, if any of them feel fear, he asks them not to detain him and let him leave freely. Lin said that they would help him, expressing their willingness to lend support and assistance in times of need. The men realized they had a friend and made the decision to die together. The only decision they felt was appropriate in the situation. The protagonist was sure they were steamrolling him, meaning they were trying to set him up or set up intrigue. Cheng Hei disagreed with this statement and rejected the possibility that he was being imposed on or schemed against by the couple. He knew that newcomers who were exposed to S-rank skills at first often became overly ambitious and began to look at all their opponents as trash. But it's not really like that. It's usually difficult for adventurers from level 1 to level 5 to gain a prestigious title or access to the best gear in their profession. At first glance his armor looked pretty good, but he probably got a lot of gear from the Banshee Forest and the graveyard. But unfortunately, his skills proved too good for the guy, which could lead to problems or resentment. The protagonist decided to look at this situation and to relieve the tension. He immediately started dancing with his companion. The man wasn't ready to give up so easily and decided to use some skill of his to resist changing the course of events. Creating a magic wave, he directed it towards the guy, hoping to defeat him and inflict serious damage in the battle. The man stated that the guy not only slowed down a lot, but he is far away from such a weapon. After slowing down, the guy won't be able to adapt to his attacks in time. The protagonist realized what he was thinking when he realized that the man doubted his abilities and ability to adapt to the situation. Cheng Hei couldn't understand what exactly the guy was talking about or what thoughts he was having. A ghostly image of a death knight appeared behind the protagonist, causing him to feel anxious and uncertain before him. If that's all the man has to offer, he's probably going to die today. Immediately after these words, his companion began attacking him from behind, striking without warning or expectation. The man became nervous, as he had not expected such an unexpected attack from his companion. Despite this, Cheng Hei was determined to come back from this blow and continue fighting. They were closer together now, shortening the distance between them and preparing to continue their fight up close. The men couldn't realize it was a joke and were surprised how he blocked his combination of attacks so easily. The man wondered how a newcomer could have such unusual strength if he didn't have much experience yet and had only recently begun his journey through the dungeons. Xiaoxi thought that this guy wasn't that strong, and in an instant, he shattered his confidence. Lin realized that he exceeded her expectations and possessed an incredible strength that she could not resist. Now he's probably on the same level as the rookies the association has recruited. But that didn't add up then with what he's doing. Cheng Hei decided to take something from his inventory to use in the current situation. He retrieved an invisibility cloak from his inventory and decided to use it in the fight with the guy to gain a tactical advantage. The main character asked the guy if he said his words seriously or if it was just a joke. As the man has already said, he must win at all costs, no matter what it takes. And after a second, he did indeed disappear, as if it was expected, vanishing into the darkness and otherwise. Chang Hei realized that the effect of this cloak was unrelated, otherwise he wouldn't have been surprised by the guy's disappearance. The goblin was perplexed as to where his opponent had disappeared to, and was confused by his unpredictable disappearance. Not realizing what had happened, Cheng Hei thought that he had met an incredibly strong rookie that he would be able to compete with in strength, but he quickly realized that it was even worth it to confront him. Although he hadn't met such newcomers before, he was unfortunately not destined to become the legend that legends are made of. Unfortunately, his journey had ended here, and he realized that he could no longer continue his adventures. He asked not to blame the guy, because he gave him a chance and thought a fair fight was part of their destiny. He chose to die honorably himself, choosing to die with honor instead of surrendering or running away from his rival. The girl shouted for them to be careful, for the man was still around and would not leave without a trace. After noting that the girl was clearly assisting the guy, Cheng Hei flared up with rage as it caused him to become irritated and resentful. The moment the man turned away, the guy was ready to attack him, being on alert and wanting to strike. In a moment of anger, Cheng Hei was already in an attack directed at the man, not the other way around. Cheng Hei was puzzled as to how the guy was able to determine his location, causing him to feel embarrassed and perplexed. And his perception is 20. Every move he made became important and meaningful to him, and he attached great importance to every step or action he took. the man realized that he had heightened perception, which allowed him to notice and perceive more details and information than normal people. The protagonist stated that the goblin had finally killed the man, implying that it had delivered the fatal blow that led to his death. The goblin approached him and was ready to deal with him once and for all. Continuing his offensive stance, the protagonist headed towards a group of people, on the assumption that they could be his allies and provide him with help in the goblin's situation. He walked over and stood directly in front of Lin, establishing close physical proximity with her to get her attention and start a conversation. He asked how long it would take for data entry if a person wanted to become a member of the association. The data entry process to become a member will take approximately half a day on weekdays. It seems that the reason for his persecution was that someone had leaked information that he was the one who frequented the cemetery. If the day before yesterday she had made a verbal promise to accept him into the association, but his data had still not been accepted, then perhaps, if he had suddenly changed his residence, everything was probably fine. Lin said his move would help and the association would always welcome him, implying that a new location could lead to better opportunities and support from the association. Manager of Yunxiao City Recruitment Association, Chang Hei, received a phone call. The protagonist thought about it and decided that the place he was in would be his new departure point as an adventurer of Yunxiao City. The guy's information will be entered into the system tomorrow, but suddenly he changed his mind after he had just handled one wanted criminal. Dongshan's association had invited him to join them. This new offer and opportunity might have influenced his decision to enter the information into the system. The man was calm as he realized that becoming an adventurer in his hometown was indeed a good option for him. The protagonist also came to the same conclusion and decided to become an adventurer just because of this. He realized that it was a great choice for him. The man showed no further reaction and simply hung up without continuing the conversation. But immediately afterward, in a fit of anger, he smashed his phone, showing his rage and frustration. Lin asked the guy if he had finished all the chores or tasks they had talked about. The protagonist confirmed that he had finished his important conversation and had nothing more to add on the topic. He wondered why the girl still hadn't left, and he wondered about the reason for her presence and continued conversation. The reason why the girl still hadn't left was because she too had received an invitation from the association. Moreover, she was planning to purchase information about it on the black market. The action will take place in the branch building of the Social Adventurers Association. Cheng Hei was asked to use all of his knowledge, rank, and professional skills to focus all of his energy and deliver a crushing blow. The protagonist did not see this as a problem and assured that he would fulfill all the tasks and commitments given to him. He was ready for the challenge and decided to strike out to test his strength and determine what he was capable of. Having prepared well, a split second later, he made an incredibly powerful strike, displaying his strength in its entirety. The automaton showed him 12 points, indicating the success and power of his strike. He learned that this is the official means of assessing an adventurer's basic skills. Plus he heard that the classes here are very intense, so he might not have to go to the gym separately. Lin entered the room and asked if they were already done with the testing they had done earlier. They were almost done, and the guy had remarkable strength and agility scores of 12 out of a possible 12. Lin was surprised that the guy only had 12 points in strength and agility scores, while she had expected higher scores. Realizing that a score of 12 doesn't match what he showed earlier underground, one would assume that his actual strength and agility score is 14 or even 15. Perhaps his rank and experience as a level 9 enhanced interest would make up for the difference in score points. The hero may have his own unique secret or combination of abilities that don't fit the usual professions and ranks, and explain his peculiarities and successes. Lin addressed the protagonist formally, identifying him by name and rank to discuss an important issue or problem. His data has been uploaded and he now has his own pass that confirms his identity and authorizes access to the resources or locations he needs. Yes, it was an unusual case. He was able to go through the dungeon alone and defeat the boss, which was impressive and allowed him to get his pass so quickly. Oddly enough, the card contained all of the guy's information, which seemed unusual and caused some surprise. Also of interest is the information about defending dungeons from level 6 to level 10. Such dungeons are defended about twice a year, after which you get the opportunity to move to an exploration group or resource gathering team. He actively cleans up official fertilized dungeons and focuses on working on his body and combat training. There are requests to join the team from various headquarters. If accepted, one can be rewarded for tracking down monsters monster criminals who have accidentally entered this world. The rewards will be converted into points and deposits that can be used to obtain clues, job change certificates and various association items. Indeed, such requests usually come for high-level participants such as a 9th level. In this case, it might be too early for him to think about it and he should focus on developing his skills and reaching a higher level before considering such offers. Although the guy hadn't reached the high 9th level yet, he still had a question he wanted to ask. The protagonist was curious about what clues exactly Lin was talking about. He is interested in what types of clues are available, how they can be used and what benefit can be derived from their use during his adventures. The likelihood of getting a new or repeated clue may vary, but the effectiveness of clues in proven situations and access to the information network on a pass-by-pass basis allows you to find what you need. The protagonist has realized that he holds a very valuable pass that can give him access to important resources and information that can facilitate his adventures and goals. If the protagonist gets items he doesn't need, he can sell them to associations or exchange them for contribution points or testimonials that can be useful for his development and goals. The young girl, full of curiosity, always waited with interest for the moment when her boss would decide to fire her underperforming ward, causing discontent in the team. Chang Hei is grateful for the help but doubts whether he can rely on the bone flute to summon a random goblin. He fears that he won't be able to summon such a wonderful creature again and doesn't want to miss such an amazing opportunity. No need to worry about it. If the goblin summoned by Chang Hei doesn't die in this world and Chang Hei doesn't plan to summon another goblin, he can always resummon that goblin and enjoy its charms. The news that the goblin could be summoned again did not make Chang Hei and his companion happy. In the goblin tribe's domain located on the 6th level of the dungeon, the residents were having a peaceful and boredom-free time. The protagonist's companion entered this world through a mysterious portal that opened before him. On the other hand, the portal through which the protagonist's companion entered the world closed ruthlessly, denying him the opportunity to go back. Lin cheerfully informed him that she had found information about his past, and she was now introducing him to her colleagues in Dongshan so they could get acquainted. Liang Zhekuan, an association candidate in Dongshan City, welcomed him and informed him that he was also a candidate in lore. One participant asked him to remember to suppress his sensitivity to the characteristics of adventurers that exceeded his own during the first encounter. This situation occurred in Changjingchuan, a third-tier city. In Changjingchuan, at the 3rd level, the association candidate, Liang Zhekuan, welcomed the hero and reminded him of the importance of considering the differences in people's characteristics when dating. Cheng Hei turned to the very man who had done the testing and asked if he was also from Dongshan. Yes, but he hasn't reached full strength yet. He is only at level 8, so he can't be the leader of the dungeon clearing team yet. His name was Yao Wenjun. The protagonist assumed that the position had already been filled by someone else, and that was why that person had not shown up, as the dungeons were being actively explored. He didn't come because he was busy looking for a criminal adventurer. It is said that he came and successfully cleared the dungeon cemetery in this medium-sized city. Zhekuan was proud to be a native of the city where the man who had gone through the dungeon and destroyed the criminal Arang lived. At this time there was complete silence in the comments. No one was active or commenting. The guy couldn't understand why everyone was looking at him, because he thought he had said everything right and the way it should be said. Lin asked him if he still didn't understand why everyone was looking at him. The guy explained that he was just sharing his thoughts and expressing his views. The protagonist decided to raise his hand to explain his point of view. He said the cemeteries he recently mentioned should be considered invalid or disregarded. He was told that there was no need to rush, and it was better to spend time improving his fitness while exploring the low-level dungeon. But there was one important but that raised doubts and influenced the final decision. He decided to explore this dungeon entrance on his own, as he wanted to take on this task and explore it alone. If Lin is to be believed, when he fully exerts himself, his strength reaches the 10th level. Even if he couldn't clear the entire level 7 dungeon with these stats, he would still do something. The most important thing was that there were no difficulty surprises like last time. He noticed that nothing seemed to have changed since the last time, and everything remained the same. At this time, a status window began to appear, displaying the current information and characteristics of the hero. He realized that the panel could be upgraded, based on the 4 stages of adventure development he had been told about earlier. It turns out the next upgrade awaits him at level 11 or 16. With the new updates comes an interesting situation with level UPS of limited knowledge, and imagining what happens after level 11 is scary. It's really good that 2 exit missions have appeared. It's a great option for those who don't plan on completely clearing the dungeon. Chang Hei finally decides to look in and find out what mission lies ahead of him and what he has to do. the protagonist found out that he needed to find Murloco's spawn point, but instead the mission was to befriend a gnoll. At the same time in the 6th level dungeon, the lad's companion had already befriended all the goblins and established good relations with them during their dungeon adventures together. They were amazed at what they saw behind him, their eyes fixed on something unusual or unexpected, causing surprise and interest. As it turned out, the very portal through which he had previously entered this place began to appear, and in a split second, the portal slammed shut, and the goblin that was next to it disappeared with it. Now they were left all alone and without food, as the goblin who had provided them with meat had disappeared along with the portal. They are really worried about the lack of meat they won't be able to eat. There is a food problem they will have to solve. At this time, the goblin told them that these gnolls, though they appear to be bullies, are actually quite cunning and clever. Chang Hei wondered if these gnolls were some sort of forest brigands that could be dangerous and aggressive. The companion confirmed that he was completely correct in his assessment, and these gnolls do indeed act similar to forest brigands. Before proceeding with the gnolls, they need to find a spawn point to try and complete the task. If they fail, they can try again next time. The guy explained that this was their last chance, and the goblin should head back since the mission with the gnolls had failed. From the goblin's reaction, Chang Hei assumed that he was unwilling to go back and leave them at this point. The guy said he could go with him after all and support him on his further adventures. However, the goblin warned that the difficulty of this dungeon was slightly higher than the 7th level, and so Cheng Hei should be calmer and more cautious. Suddenly, a level 3 gnoll scout appeared behind them and noticed the presence of the humans. He appeared unnoticed and no one could have guessed his presence. Here are two men discussing the fact that one of them actually assembled a team to take him through the dungeon, including the 5th level. It was Wan, who said that there was actually nothing that scary in the dungeon and there hadn't been any incidents. However, he said that he had met two adventurers with great potential. Along with Wan was a rich man from Fujian province, Manhwa. He said that if there was a solid defense, his son would not have died. He was aware of this and carefully selected those who would go with him. Otherwise he wouldn't have risked even going to the 2nd level dungeon. He wouldn't want a hired volunteer to abandon him in a dangerous moment that could lead to death. News reports in recent days have reported that his son's death was not accidental, but rather the result of some circumstances and actions that are suspicious. Wang, before sending his son into the dungeon, prepared 2 items to ensure his survival, but he died and the mystery of the dungeon owner remains unsolved. Unfortunately, this couple was killed before he reached them, otherwise, he would definitely make them regret being born into this world. The man should have expressed gratitude to the one who had implicitly brought retribution on his son and dealt justly with the perpetrators. It turned out that Wang knew this person, and strangely enough, it was his blood relative, a hero who had come here to be eternally grateful to him. From Wang's companion's reaction, the man could assume that they were acquainted. Wang stated that there was a man with the same name on his team, and it might be him. The dungeon was also inhabited by Murlocs, whose trial level was rated as 3. The leader ordered everyone to get ready. Since the gnoll scouts might be somewhere nearby, they were to gather together. The subordinates instantly listened to the captain, realizing his authority was crucial to the mission, creating an unbreakable team ready to overcome all obstacles. At this point, the protagonist noticed the companions peeking at them, which caused him some anxiety and suspicion. At the right moment, they still decided to attack the group of creatures, realizing that their success depended on their combined efforts and determination to overcome any obstacles. Well, as it turned out, they didn't kill them, but simply tied them up, determined to preserve the lives of their enemies, perhaps in hopes of future cooperation or information. As it turned out, the goblins spoke their language, which surprised the team members and opened new perspectives for mutual understanding and cooperation. He asked if the guy needed help with translation, showing his willingness to provide support and engage in dialogue with the goblin. But Chang Hei realized that help was not needed at the moment, showing his willingness to offer his help in the future if needed. He has one thing that will help him with that, and if it doesn't work out with him, he'll ask for help with it. He took out an item, the Song of the Sea, which could be used to breathe underwater and communicate with aquatic creatures, giving him hope that the situation would be successfully resolved. Chang Hei decided to find out where the spawn point was so that he would have an idea of the location of their starting point and the possibility of returning if needed. Immediately after saying those words, the bedroom literally filled with some kind of liquid, causing Chang Hei to feel perplexed and anxious. The leader asked if he really thought they would betray their clan, and if so, he was just a piece of idiot, expressing his displeasure and disappointment at the possible betrayal. Better for him to just kill them and be done with it, the leader thought, seeing that decision as the only way to avoid a possible threat to the clan. Without thinking for long, the protagonist realized that he had indeed killed the creature, and everyone was shocked to find the captain dead. Feeling the gravity of his actions and the consequences of his choices, one of them, feeling rage and bitterness at the loss of his captain, wanted revenge to make amends and bring justice for his death. After killing the creature, the partner immediately started telling them that there was a cave at the bottom of the lake where their spawn point was, suggesting a new objective and course of action for the team. Immediately after those words, he killed him anyway, showing his determination and displeasure at the betrayal despite the information about the spawn point. The protagonist said he wouldn't leave it at that for now, and suggested that the goblin hang him from a tree, showing his determination and toughness against traitors. Chang Hei couldn't understand why the goblin stood so far away, causing him to be perplexed and suspicious of his intentions and actions. The protagonist himself accomplished what the goblin asked, acting without hesitation and showing his determination and independence. This is the moment behind him. Murloc, who had been standing in thought, noticed the appearance of the very scouts who had not realized his silence, assuming he was standing there under duress. Next to the scout was a Knoll Hog warrior, and both were hostile, showing no friendliness to those around them. The warrior asked to relay their message to the Murlocs, urging them to lure the Murlocs out of the lake to help the guy destroy their spawn point, showing a willingness to cooperate in the fight against a common enemy. They decided to proceed to Murloc, who was hanging from a tree, about to fulfill their mission and accomplish their goals of fighting him. Immediately afterward, the severed head of the creature appeared in the clearing. The protagonist thought that the lake seemed larger than he originally thought, perhaps because of its mystical atmosphere or unexpected circumstances. First, he needs to find an underwater cave, and then, swimming into the unknown, they will have to continue their search, not knowing how long it will take, but realizing the importance of finding this place. It seems that even experienced adventurers can't always get that far. An option might be to befriend a gnoll, leave the dungeon, purchase diving gear and return. It was expected that the dungeons on level 7 were different from the goblin crypt on level 5. He has the Song of the Sea, which allows him to breathe underwater, and the combat experience encapsulated in Claude's helmet includes knowledge of underwater combat, which, despite his imperfect swimming, makes up for his shortcomings and gives him confidence in his actions. The goblin wanted to share something important, information and resources, sparking his friend's interest and attention. As it turned out, he couldn't swim and asked if he could not go there, expressing his fears and anxiety about possible dangers. Cheng Hei said that the latter could return first, giving him the opportunity to stay safe until his return. Immediately afterward, the goblin entered that portal again. Cheng Hei took another look at the lake and absorbed its appearance completely, paying attention to every detail and the surroundings. His body is not well suited for diving, so it's best to remove all gear except his helmet to maximize mobility and safety. A split second later, he began his warm-up exercises in preparation for his plunge into the lake. He had already finished warming up and was ready to begin the task, showing determination and readiness for action. A split second later, he was off for more adventures, heading to his next task with determination and excitement. On his own, thanks to the helmet and Song of the Sea, his chances of winning are great, and he even feels comfortable in the water, gaining confidence in his abilities. Around it, of course, were a lot of fish, creating an impressive underwater landscape and reminding us of the richness of the sea depths. Well, it turned out that not only was there an unusual fish nearby, but also a Murloc straw, whose test level is 4, heralding a new challenge for the protagonist. The protagonist very quickly reached the spawn point and entered the battle with the Murlocs, preparing to fight to the end to achieve his goal. He was attacked by several creatures in a row at once, causing him to have to react instantly and make decisions in the face of battle. One of them warned the others that the hero was a rare shot and hidden blows wouldn't work. He suggested attacking him altogether as he wouldn't be able to defend himself from all sides at once. Cheng Hei couldn't understand what was going on with this boss despite killing many of his fighters. The boss continued to watch from the sidelines, causing him to be perplexed and worried. The effect of destroying an enemy with a sword has reached its limit, adding +2 to dexterity and +3 to the main character's build, boosting his combat abilities and physical stamina. The boss told them to work harder and keep the action going, measuring him until he fully recovers from his withdrawal, emphasizing the importance of keeping the pressure on the protagonist. He and the guy are roughly equal in strength, and it's a good thing he came here alone because simple fighters would handle him for sure, emphasizing the unequal balance of power and the protagonist's advantage. The girl is struck by both, but after he exhales his warriors will be able to kill him twice nevertheless. At the moment they cannot compete with the numbers and actions of the chocolate. The boss is afraid that when they notice there are fewer of them, they will simply be killed, instilling fear and the need to hide the losses in his subordinates. but it didn't matter to him, and he dared to take the risk, deciding to act regardless of the potential dangers. The leader began to approach the guy, heading towards him with the intention of making contact or engaging in combat. The protagonist asked if she had finally decided to participate, expressing surprise and hope that she was actively involved in what was going on. Cheng Hei had been waiting for this moment the entire battle, preparing for the decisive confrontation and the opportunity to interact with the leader. They asked the leader to be careful, for the guy was very powerful, expressing their fears and warning about the level of threat the protagonist posed. Of course, the boss knew this, but didn't see it as a problem, showing his confidence and determination in his own actions. The protagonist decided not to attack him directly, but to go around him and wound him, aiming for a tactical advantage in the battle. But unfortunately, the guy also got hit right in the chest, creating general danger and tension in the battle. But he considered it an excellent result, for the last line of defense had been broken through, emphasizing the importance and significance of the progress made in the battle. The protagonist immediately disappeared from their sight, demonstrating his agility and ability to quickly leave the battlefield. The boss insisted on keeping him, claiming the lad's injury was serious and he was willing to pay any price for a chance to save him, realizing it could leave him vulnerable to rivals. The subordinates, despite the danger, agreed without hesitation to the order to catch up with the guy and eliminate him. Following the boss's instructions to make sure the mission was accomplished, they instantly set off in pursuit of the lad, wasting no time in thinking, for they knew that the task required swift and decisive action to keep the target from slipping away. In front of them they saw their dead partner, whose corpse lay motionless on the ground, causing them shock and bewilderment, for they had not expected to see him like this and suddenly realized that the situation was becoming much more dangerous and serious. They were surprised, for their leader claimed that the fellow was very badly wounded, and they could not understand how he could escape death and even overpower their sentry. Doubts arose as to whether they should continue the chase. He easily killed the guy with one punch, showing his prowess in combat, which prompted him to think about the boss's possible mistakes. This is probably the wrong man. He doesn't have such strong motives to commit such murders, which makes one wonder if the boss may have made a mistake. The guy stayed alive because of the title, believing that without it he would not have been able to maintain the necessary swimming speed and keep his abilities. If that Murloc had lost his temper, the lad thinks he would not have survived, realizing the danger that might have befallen him in such a case. Now he realizes Li Hao's words that the dungeons are becoming increasingly difficult to go through alone, because fighting groups of monsters is very difficult, and he needs to find a strong partner as soon as possible. Right at that moment, someone was watching the guy, staying in the shadows and hiding their intentions, suggesting possible danger. The enemy's gaze immediately fell on Chang Hei's wounds, which indicated that he was in a painful state and could be a weak point in the fight. As it turned out, it was the same scout who had been watching him, suddenly revealing his role and causing concern about his intentions. The warrior wondered how the guy had managed to get out alive, pondering possible reasons for his survival in such a dangerous situation. The scout couldn't get close enough to see all the details, but you could see in the night that he looked serious and focused. When the warrior learned this information, he immediately had a smile on his face, realizing that the situation was not as dire as he thought and that he had an advantage. But immediately afterward, the protagonist was healed in the blink of an eye, astonishing everyone with his sudden recovery and sudden change of situation. The Murlocs did catch up to him and pulled him out of the water to get a closer look, causing him to feel uneasy and uncertain as to their intentions. But to his surprise, they immediately went right back into the water without taking any further action, causing him confusion and questions about the reason for their behavior. The protagonist decides to try to make contact with them next time, hoping to understand their intentions and perhaps establish some form of communication. At that moment, his companion approached him, drawing the protagonist's attention and leaving him waiting for more instructions or information. The goblin was curious if it was worth continuing or if everything was already complete, causing the protagonist to be somewhat hesitant about the next steps. Cheng Hei explained that there were too many opponents and he couldn't handle it alone. He flipped through the legacy book and found out that goblins, accumulating a certain number of battles, increased their level. This sword now belongs to him, and in the future he will try to find dungeons with monsters of the appropriate level so that when he pumps them up, he can come back for this sword. The goblin couldn't understand what the guy himself would use, not having such a sword at his disposal, causing him some bewilderment and curiosity about the main character's plans. As it turned out, the guy already had a solution and pulled out his Death Knight scythe, indicating that he had alternative means to fight in situations like this. When they saw the dead Murloc, it was safe to assume that the gnolls had done it, perhaps to show their power or out of hostility to the Murlocs. Guy decided to activate the Dance with Death, enacting his skills and fighting strategies to face the threat and fight back against his enemies. At this moment, the the warrior was ready to attack the protagonist, preparing to fight and preparing to strike. Cheng Hei immediately sensed his presence and realized that he should prepare for battle. Sensing the growing danger, the warrior was practically beside the protagonist and was preparing to attack, preparing to strike at the most unexpected moment. But the guy had excellent reactions and didn't let himself be attacked so easily, reacting quickly to the enemy's approach and taking steps to defend himself. Still, he was able to repel this attack, and the warrior regrouped and rose to his feet again, ready to continue the fight. It's a good thing his perception was raised to 20, otherwise he might be dead by now, emphasizing the importance of his improved skills for survival. He was surprised, for according to the scout, this adventurer was seriously wounded, and what he had done, a wounded man would not have been able to do. It couldn't have been that guy. The warrior hesitated slightly and considered his next actions, pondering how best to handle the situation. The goblin reported that the enemy had begun to flee. The information caused an urgent need to decide whether to follow him or leave him to flee. The protagonist said it wasn't necessarily. Perhaps the enemy was trying to trap them in such a way, which made him suspicious and cautioned the others. The goblin wondered if they would pursue the enemy, for such a move could prove to be a clever ruse or trap, causing him to doubt and ponder. Chang Hei thought about the fact that they were most likely surrounded. Realizing the potential danger and preparing for a possible clash with their enemies, he decided not to risk it and just walk out of the dungeon, preferring to preserve his life and avoid possible dangers in a battle with his opponents. He didn't expect a level 10 dungeon to be so difficult compared to the current level dungeon, which caused him some disappointment and worry. It's no wonder that the latitude of the 6th level is divided into a reconnaissance group and a strategy group, because without enough information, traversing the dungeon becomes an impossible task. Guy was alarmed when he realized that the system had detected his allergies, causing him to worry about how it might affect his current situation and future actions. In a house, a woman was furious that the association had given such an order, which caused her indignation and outrage at the organization's actions. The man assured her that the fellow was dead, to give her a sense of relief and to get her to cooperate, for he considered it in his own interest. Shang Li asked what he could do if Gao Chengyun fell into his hands, outlining his possible actions or plans for the situation. It doesn't seem to bother him much. He took the position thanks to her grandfather. After all, she asked if he was afraid he might be fired because of the situation. Zhu Chang didn't appreciate it because if she had died earlier, she wouldn't have passed on the resources left to her grandfather. The man couldn't understand what he was doing, unable to make sense of the protagonist's actions and their consequences. If he doesn't want them, she will give them to a stranger who will assist her in her revenge. At this late hour of the night, some girl was sitting at her computer in one of the apartments, creating a sense of mystery about her actions. She was very much surprised when she saw an advertisement about killing a level 6 named Cheng Hei in Dongshan. The performer would receive resources from the legendary adventurer Zhu Jianming, which made her perplexed and indignant. The gym wasn't empty either. Kochan practiced with his assistant. She said there was something on the black market that might interest him, meaning the availability of goods and services that might be of use to his clients or himself. The man said she could let him know, showing interest and willingness to consider the offer. Someone offers a relic of a legendary adventurer as a reward for a mission in Dongshan, sparking interest and attention to the mission itself and the possible reward. The coach immediately became silent. It was obvious that he was thinking about something, thinking deeply and considering the possible options and consequences of his actions. He wondered who Xi Mao had offended again, piquing his curiosity about current events and possible conflicts in their society. The girl said it wasn't Xi Mao, but an acquaintance too, clearing up the situation and indicating that the conflict was with someone else in their social circle. At this point, the protagonist was dialed and disturbed, causing him to feel uneasy and anxious about what was happening. The nurse said he was now a target, which added a lot of tension and danger to his situation. He couldn't understand what she was talking about, for he thought he had already told her about it, but he had forgotten that he had deleted everything, which left him confused and bewildered. Well, this time it's different. Someone offered a high price for a black market life, which added a new twist to the events and raised the stakes in the game. It's really serious. The price is just exorbitant. Even her brother said that if he hadn't saved her then he would have killed him himself, emphasizing the seriousness of the situation and the real threats. Cheng Hei asked for more details about what exactly happened, expressing his desire to understand what was happening and take appropriate action. On the forum, guys discussed all the information about the hero, his exploits, the dungeons he had explored, and even the number of labyrinths he had traveled, which added to his legendary nature and commanded respect from all who followed his adventures. Lin Xie shared that the award spoken of was truly magnificent, surpassing all expectations and being almost unbelievable in its generosity. The protagonist was tormented by curiosity. He wondered where he could get information about who exactly placed the ad, which could reveal new aspects of the mysterious story he was caught up in. But there was no need to look. Judging from the generosity of the reward, it probably came from one of Zhu Jianming's relatives, raising more questions about the protagonist. Lin couldn't understand how the protagonist was able to penetrate so deeply into another person's soul. He was willing to sacrifice his resources for him and become a true legend. But he had never heard of anyone like this and knew nothing of such connections or affiliations, which added to the mystery of this unusual alliance. The girl decided to turn to her boss and try to resolve this situation. Maybe they will be able to correct this misunderstanding and find a way out of the situation. Some guy broke into the apartment of someone unknown, which caused alarm and made me think about security in my own home. When the guy broke into the apartment, it turned out to be Chang Hei's apartment, and it became clear to him that there had been no fight here, and his neighbor was busy specifically exploring the dungeon that was right under his house. A level 10 adventurer. Once he was in Cheng Hei's apartment, he decided that he needed to find out what was going on. He even wanted to go to the dungeon first. If you block it, there is a risk that it can't escape, but other problems may arise, so the decision needs to be weighed. There are several other people here besides him. He doesn't know how many of them are his allies and how many are hunters stalking him. At that moment, someone was being killed in the dungeon, which made everyone tense up and cautiously continue their journey, afraid of possible danger. This was the same warrior who claimed that he would never be able to defeat a human in his life. He could not understand what had happened to his adventurer, for he had ordered to guard the entrance. He was badly wounded, not to mention his soldiers. Vanner had already made it to the Murloc's splash point, where he met his comrades and prepared to fight his new opponents. He also noticed another adventurer to his right, which added to the tension and made him more alert to his surroundings. And on the other side, to the left, he saw two more adventurers, which caused him to feel that the situation was becoming increasingly tense. There were 3 hunters, which meant the target couldn't have more than one companion, and that added complexity to their plans. Xiai Mao approached the coach, for he had been looking for him for a long time, probably with the purpose of discussing something important or getting the necessary information. He asked the coach if he knew that there was a bounty on Chang Hei's head, perhaps to gauge the danger of the situation. Have him call him, since Chang Hei might not know about it. Offer to go with him to any level 6 dungeon. He doesn't need to explain what to do next. After all, the protagonist actually got the call shortly afterward, just a few minutes before. Oddly enough, it was Xiai Mao who called him, which made him somewhat surprised or curious as to the reason for the call. He suggested something, wanted to warn him or see if he knew there was a bounty on his head, which caused the protagonist some concern or curiosity. The main character said it didn't matter and he wouldn't answer. Anyway, he had an entrance to the dungeon of the house, so if anything, he'd say he was there. 2 more people approached the entrance to the dungeon. The girl said they were too late and the other people had probably already driven the guy inside. The girl announced that they would still enter the dungeon even though there was a delay, hinting at their determination to continue their adventure. In a few seconds they were already inside the dungeon, ready for new challenges and dangers that might await them in the dark corridors. Vanner couldn't understand why the targets had changed so quickly, causing him to feel somewhat hesitant and puzzled. Had they killed so many gnolls that it was no longer considered sufficient for a normal mission? Vanner thought, sensing an unexpected turn of events. The guy was approached by some man. The man asked the guy if he wanted to join them, as they had a lot to discuss. Judging by his words, Wanner simply remained silent and gave him no answer, ignoring his question and request. In other words, they were the first to enter this dungeon. They were the pioneers in exploring its mysteries and dangers. They were the first, and these guys came after them, joining the dungeon exploration already after their arrival. The guy at the time didn't understand why they couldn't get out if the exit wasn't blocked by anyone. Since his companion's ability was related to marine nature, he learned that an outstanding sea creature was born here, and he wanted to make a contract with it before it grew up. Wanner couldn't understand why they couldn't just do it and leave, disregarding the difficulties or obstacles that might arise. All this was happening because after using the drone to search, no trace of Chang Hei was found. They then concluded that he had been to the lake, but they don't know when or why he left. That is why they are still here waiting for him. They can't blame him for that, as his companion has such a gift that he can't swim, so they only have to wait for his return and nothing else to do. Vanner had a solution that could help all of them. He fully realized the situation and they had nothing more to discuss as everything was clear and understood. The man instantly put his head down, expressing his disappointment and deep frustration after hearing the news and events. He explained that the fact was that his companion had died and that was why he was so upset and sad. Deep in the cave, some creature was eating a human body. The creature asked if there was still such food available, or if that was all that was available to it in the cave. The leader explained that in addition to the adventurers, there was also a group of gnolls in the forest, and that would be enough for him to grow and develop. It was a Manhwa's devourer with level 2 to 3. To grow successfully, it devoured corpses whose level should not be lower than its own level. The leader feared that now the military might of their enemy, the Gnolamers, had become so strong that it was now impossible for them to cope. The creature wondered how long it would take to complete this task. It assumed it would take about 5 to 10 sunrises and sunsets. Cerberus was near the dead man. A couple people approached him, and he noticed her immediately. 9th level Adventureland. She claimed that it was in this dungeon that he died when this man approached him. Next to him was Zhu Li, an 8th level interest who was similar to him in his recklessness, reaching the 10th level. But in the end, his fate played a part. It was true, but there was no way he expected this idiotic man to decide to commit suicide, blocking the rest of us from escaping. Their point of emergence is most likely in the water, and their professions and inventory are not designed for underwater combat. If they don't complete the mission, they will also find themselves trapped in this underground trap. The man thought for a moment, percolating in thought and trying to find answers in the sea of his musings. In this dungeon, the maximum number of challengers is 15, but right now only 12 are going, including them. If there is someone strong enough among them to help complete the mission and get out, they should act immediately. The man claimed that his profession involved having strong underwater combat skills, but even that didn't help him get out. There was clearly something wrong with this strange situation, due to an unknown idiot robbing them of their ability to leave the place. Their only option is to complete a mission that requires them to dive underwater, but they realize that even possessing combat skills underwater won't help them fight the immortal dead. Their chances of success are extremely slim. WAN suggested that they return to the exit, disregarding those who had failed the tests so that the 7 people could leave the place. Accordingly, among them there is a chance to find one who has skills that can help them accomplish the mission. At this time, the dangerous creature was approaching them, step by step, emitting menace and filling the air with anxious tension. At this point, the dog instantly sensed danger and became alert, ready to react to the approaching threat. The partners were tasked with saving the lives of a group of people who were in danger. The girl instantly recognized the king of assassins, recognizing him among the crowd or by his distinctive features. Based on her information, the assassin king was supposed to be in Gandunk, so she was surprised by his presence here. The man turned to the guy, wondering if he had successfully accomplished his task and achieved his goal. He replied that he had not planned to come in here at all and believed that they had been deliberately set up a trap and tricked. In the Adventurers Association canteen, Liang Jiakuan expressed surprise, noting that this was the first time he had heard of an offer of epic items in exchange for the head of a level 6 lawyer. The protagonists did not see this as an accomplishment to be proud of, but rather saw it as a wrong and unacceptable proposition. Really, looking at it, it's really strange that such an award was offered and yet, and publicly. One wonders how this announcement even came about and who is behind it. He was right. Even with the laws for adventurers being different from normal people, it was still strange that the reward was being offered for an official member of the association for the first time. The man said it was just a special customer who had his own special requirements and reasons for offering such an award. Yao Wen investigated and found that her interest in what was happening in Qianmen was obvious based on some sources of information. Level 18 trials included the tomb of the Lik Terra, Azralek, but the reason why he could not be eliminated remained unknown. A group of people have come together to fight the enemy and overcome the challenge before them. Zhu Jianming decided that the enemy should start attacking them so that they could take action and respond to it. They then disappeared from sight and no one else had any information about their whereabouts or further events related to them. Cheng Hei asked if he was receiving all the inheritance and privileges that had been passed down to his descendants. Yes, and since his grandson died in the graveyard dungeon, and he saved 2 ordinary townspeople in his place, blocking his chance to get out. His granddaughter is mad at him and wants to kill him, so there's no easy way to resolve the conflict. However, a meeting with the Fujian provincial leader and the granddaughter of the deceased interest had already been scheduled by the boss, and it was necessary to discuss the matter regardless. The man fidgeted nervously, trying to figure out if they were late for the meeting, for time was inexorable and every minute could be crucial. Wan Xian assured that they were exactly on time, which relieved the man of the burden of worrying about possibly being late for the meeting. At this moment, the man looked extremely serious and stern, his face reflecting sternness and unyieldingness. The entrance manager of the Dongshan City Adventurer Association, Zheng Renjun, simply laughed. Another interested visitor approached the dungeon entrance to the main character's apartment, but didn't understand why he couldn't get in. Everyone went inside without any problems, and so when the turn came to him, unexpected difficulties and obstacles began to prevent him from entering. At this time, the dungeon was already crowded with people, and the atmosphere was full of noise and movement. Zhang Jixing, who was exploring the 8th level, experienced rage when he realized that he would have to go back in order to complete the mission. At first it wasn't required, but because of Shenmue's idiotic act, things go wrong. Eventually their mission can't be completed without this dive, and they end up trapped inside. The reserves in the forest, animals, berries and plants, are definitely not enough for the long term to provide food. At this point, one man just stood back, watching without interfering. This adventurer was Chamo, a level 8 adventurer whose main skill was to turn into a werewolf and take the form of a fishman. Chamo didn't have much hope of registration, and it was a surprise that even Wang such a skilled master, was entangled in such a trap. Hiding behind a tree, Chamo proceeded to reincarnate, changing his appearance and adopting a new look to go unnoticed. Due to the lack of competitors, Chamo would be able to simply leave this place once he completed his mission. He might actually be able to get his hands on the epic weapon, as it is now in the High Priest Quidao's bagel. Now the man, walking through the forest, communicated in the language of the Murlocs. Speaking this unusual language on par with other creatures, one of the Murlocs informed him that his tribe had sent them a message from afar, delivering important news or request. He claims to be the High Priest of Quidao himself, having acquired the authority and power of that office. Murloc pondered these words slightly, doubting the validity of the claim that the man was the High Priest of Quidao. Murloc asked the man if he would like to meet with him for a more in-depth discussion. Of course, he agreed to the meeting. However, just in case, it was decided to call all the Murlocs to attend the meeting. He wondered how he would manage to defeat and overcome those jackals so that the meeting with him could take place. Quidao didn't even know what to answer this question at this moment. He pondered, trying to think of a suitable answer or solution. Obeying the Lord's instruction, Murloc set out to bring the messenger. Following his instructions and fulfilling his mission, Murloc had given him a message that the tribal leader wished to meet him and he should follow Murloc to meet the leader. Quidao immediately began to follow Murloc as he requested, heading towards the place where the tribe leader was expected to meet. As they made their way out onto dry land, a status window began to appear in front of Quidao, informing him of important information about his current situation or his progress. He was surprised that the task was completed even without the need for effort. He began to be asked for what purpose he had come here and what had brought him to this place. The man couldn't understand what this place was and why there were such powerful characters in a level 7 dungeon. Murloc couldn't understand why he was frozen in place and the gentleman was asking him what he was forgetting or doing here. He shouldn't have panicked because he was banned from opening his panel this month. He should have apologized for the intrusion and then taken some action. Quidao began to recount his many travels through the various tribes, noting that this was the first time he had seen a straight shade place its nest in a place inaccessible to land creatures. Due to the lack of outsiders, only Quidao and the Straight Curtain had access to this place, making it special and safe. The leader suspected that something had gone wrong and the rescue was incomplete or insufficient. The talent does not lie from the moment it appeared in front of him. His talent constantly reminds him that if he eats this creature he can increase his level. However, his talent must not react to a member of his own race. The leader then announced that the creature before them was not a Murloc at all, as they had previously imagined. The woman started screaming, claiming that her brother had a chance to save himself if it wasn't for Chang Hei, and it was all because of him. According to the 4th paragraph of the Lawyer's Guide, priority should be given to the more vulnerable groups when making decisions in a dungeon survival situation. If Cheng Hei acted in accordance with the guidelines, then he is not to blame for the situation. At the time, it did not attract official attention or have an official status that would generate interest. The man next to her asked her to stop as he wanted to ask one question. The interlocutor was ready to listen to him and open for discussion, creating an atmosphere of mutual understanding and readiness to dialogue on the issue of interest. If all goes well as he suggests, his potential could be very great. He has impressive credentials, and he is already legendary. The protagonist, who started out as a solo adventurer, rose to level 6 in a month, was able to kill a dangerous criminal on his own, and proved his morality and potential with his manifestation in the graveyard, making him worthy of becoming the original leader and possibly a future legend. The man was left speechless, not knowing how to react to this information, and simply fell silent. Guan decided that this issue would not go unanswered and decided to ask the man in charge of the black market to remove the ad. All this time he has been supporting the girl and her brother in memory of his dead friend. But everything has its limit. The guy would like to joyfully cheer Chang Hei as he had good news. The protagonist felt confusion and misunderstanding as he could not figure out what the context was referring to. Upon learning that the ad had been removed, the protagonist instantly smiled, feeling either relieved or satisfied with the information. The gym also noticed that the ad had disappeared, which seemed odd considering it had only been a few hours. The ad was removed and the guy was relieved, so he hurriedly texted the coach to share this good news. He felt secure and grateful that he was not in any danger. Coach assumed that the association sided with him and didn't expect them to be so favorably disposed towards him. The girl was unhappy with the man's decision, as they had discussed it before, and she didn't understand why he had changed his point of view so abruptly. If the matter was limited to Dongshan branch, he would have helped her, but now he was being pressured from the other side, creating restrictions. This guy has connections and contacts that exceed her expectations and perceptions. Kui Dao begged to be stopped from being tortured, but he was willing to tell everything he could. Morlock informed the gentleman that the interview had been completed, letting him know that the questions had been asked and the information had been received. There are 12 interests gathered in the forest with strength as strong as the leader of the jackals, but one of them is unknown to the underwater combat skill, while trapped and unable to get out. And due to the war in the forests, they are facing a food shortage for 50 days. It was quite curious to the leader, piquing his interest and getting his attention. The action in the story will take place in Dongshan branch, where key events will unfold that determine the course of the plot and character interactions. The man was introduced as Jing Ren Jun, the manager of this city, and he was the one who made decisions on its matters. Although the announcement has been taken down, Jing Ren Jun recommends not leaving this building for the next few months. How many people are willing to take the risk to track him down and then, privately, ask for a reward depends on the specific situation and people's motivation. This can vary depending on each person's circumstances and personal interests. The protagonist realized that staying here was what he was advised to do, and he made the decision to follow that advice. The guy couldn't figure out where the person who offered the reward was and began to wonder if he needed to punish the man in some way. The customer turned out to be the granddaughter of the late legendary adventurer Jian Ming. Figuring out how to punish her will not be an easy task, but in time there may be a solution or circumstances may change. In addition, the relics have been entrusted to the person in charge of Fujian province for safekeeping, and now all transactions involving them will be under his control. The protagonist still had some questions that needed clarification or additional information. He said that his house has a level 7 underground level and there are 50 days until the upgrade. Since he is going to be staying here for the next few months, he told him about it so he would be aware of it and could prepare for it. Immediately after these words, some time passed and the explorers came to this dungeon to begin their exploration. The man noticed that the number of applicants had reached its maximum, meaning that the applications were the most numerous. Yes, this was a level 6 dungeon. Because of its interest and attractiveness, a significant number of people were interested in exploring it. However, due to the restrictions and the huge number of applicants, they would not be able to get inside the dungeon. Ren Jun was thinking about something, pondering his thoughts and possible actions. He suggested installing some hidden cameras in the logistics department and asked that he be notified if anyone tried to leave the dungeon. Ren Jun was interested in learning more about the main character, his history, and his role in current events. Ren Jun suggested that the protagonist should simply follow the association's code and adhere to its rules and principles. If the protagonist violates the association's code, he or she will face the maximum punishment as well as the task of reaching level 9 within the association. Lin asked if the guy agreed to such conditions and the punishment of completing the task and reaching the 9th level. Without any thought, the protagonist gave a positive answer, agreeing to the terms and willingness to complete the task to reach level 9. The main character has decided to start attending classes from tomorrow. Classes start at 8 a.m. and he needs to be on time so he won't be late. The nurse was surprised to learn that the guy was not only sent to class, but also had some form of punishment applied to him. Due to the internal rules of the association, the protagonist was punished. Although it was relatively light, the overall situation wasn't that bad. He began to seriously worry about the bounty hunters and realized that there was a real danger in the dungeon of his home. He knew that getting trapped and dying there was quite difficult, but still the excitement remained. The nurse was surprised that he was so good-natured and didn't want to hurt other people. Even so, he still worried about the possible consequences and was afraid that if something happened to him he might be wrongly accused. The guy was curious about who else was helping the nurse besides her brother. He was intrigued and wanted to know more about the people who were supporting and helping her. Her brother said the wealthy Cao Huang of Fujian resented the award and believes such relics associated with legendary adventurers should be preserved and protected as part of religious history. She heard that this alerted the black market man and he quickly removed the ad. This made her suspicious of the true value and rarity of these relics. He asked me to pass on his thanks to his brother when everyone's attention to him had settled down. He also suggested we go out to dinner together to spend some quality time together. The protagonist thought about the meaning of the name Cao Huang and its connection to adventure and history, wondering about the origin and meanings of the name in different cultures and languages. At this time the girl was experiencing the joy that they had not gone out to dinner together, and she was in a state where she was comfortable being alone. Jian and Q Lun couldn't understand what was going on with the girl. They wondered if some random boy could get so much into her head and take such an important place in her thoughts and feelings. At this time, the guy received another call from someone. The protagonist was unable to guess who might be on the other end of the line, but despite this, he decided to pick up the phone and answer the call. A huge shock swept over the protagonist when he realized that he was talking to Cao Huang, who he had just been thinking about. The man said they did not know each other, but Cheng Hei heard about him from his girlfriend. He expressed gratitude for the help they provided and noted that it was because of his intervention that the postings were removed so quickly. The man realized that the guy already knew everything about their previous conversation that had happened. He decided to stay focused and cut to the chase, focusing on the main topic of conversation to move forward and accomplish his goals. The protagonist found out that his son recently died in a banshee dungeon. He investigated and found out that the guy was the one who killed the dungeon owner. He now believes that his offer of a dinner together is a thank you for the guy spending a month with his son and asks him not to cultivate resentment. However, besides thanking him, he decided to call for more than that, for he was a businessman, and he had a proposal he wanted to discuss with the lad. They, along with his comrades, see great potential in him and plan to invest in his project by providing him with financial support. In return they hope for his loyalty and favorable treatment of them when he takes over as regional leader. When he is ready to give his answer, he offers to meet in person to discuss the details and make a final decision. The man introduced himself as Zhu Wei, a guest lecturer in a course of general knowledge and basic attributes and titles. Before he began, he expressed his desire to ask them a question. Zhu Wei, as a guest lecturer, wanted to know what they thought about the concept of adventurer and what characteristics were most important to them in this context. The guy believed that the most important characteristic for an adventurer was strength. He explained that most missions involved killing monsters, and without sufficient strength it was impossible to complete such a mission. The guy agreed with the opinion that it was necessary to find good weapons and armor before entering the dungeon. He added that even a weak adventurer could handle basic monsters with the proper equipment. From that point of view, having even a little strength was enough for a beginner. The combination of strength and dexterity greatly increases an adventurer's chances of survival in dangerous dungeon environments, providing the ability to tackle monsters and effectively evade dangers. Every self-respecting adventurer relies on equipment, titles, and information gained from association. Thus a key characteristic for successful survival in adventure is precisely adaptability and the ability to utilize available resources, be it expensive weapons or even a common spoon. The main character said that dexterity affects the survival rate of the dungeon, but after all, there are enough dexterous guys in the environment of ordinary people. It's actually quite simple. Most titles and professions require well-developed gear, and for newcomers it's often not developed enough to provide full protection. The protagonist now understood why the guys he encountered were not noted for their speed, but fought quite composed and agile. Those who focus only on dexterity development may limit their ability to pump further over time. Although dexterity helps them tackle basic dungeons, they find it difficult to pump after level 6, especially alone. The training was interesting, and the protagonist asked what characteristic was most valuable from level 6 to level 10 in the world he was in. In addition to agility and other necessary characteristics, learning how to work as a team is very important. Instead of focusing too much on individual characteristics, it is now worthwhile to better understand how to organize teamwork and achieve joint goals. The protagonist was interested in which characteristic was most advantageous if different characteristic labels had the same values. Indeed, there is a recognized order of characteristics in which they are ranked as follows: charisma, perception, intelligence, physique, dexterity, and strength. Chang Hei had trouble still understanding why charisma was at the top of the list of characteristics. The man realized that the arrangement of characteristics, where charisma comes first, can be driven by common perceptions and legendary stories that do not always have objective validity. If the new profession adds +1 to charisma but is hidden, and his primary profession is a melee profession, choosing a skin with a hidden profession type is likely to look ridiculous and inappropriate. The guy walked up to the main character and asked him what he was thinking. Cheng Hei wasn't in the mood to talk and replied to the guy that he wasn't thinking about anything. Suddenly it came to the lad's attention that he did not wish to maintain further conversation with him, and he stated emphatically that in that case there was no need to continue the conversation. Lin also asked him if he would go to class after lunch, because a famous martial artist from Guangdong had come to visit them. Still, despite his doubts, the protagonist made the decision to report to class in the afternoon. It is important to note that a martial arts master named Yu Changjiang from Guangdong province was at this very time announcing the results of the 7th round and the determination of the winner. To the surprise of everyone present, the winner was Jing Chuan. Chang Hei couldn't understand how the advantages of firearms were so great that he would find himself in a 14-0 loss. After 7 consecutive defeats, the master's face did not express disappointment, only the fire of determination. This was his test, a chance to overcome himself and prove his invincibility. The protagonist did not succumb to fatigue and expressed his willingness to continue the fight, showing determination and perseverance in achieving his goal. The master was interested in what his opponent thought, because his opponent's opinion could present a new perspective or cause reflection on his own actions. With a simple sigh, he remained silent, giving no answer, leaving his interlocutor in ignorance and reflection. Getting back to their feet, both heroes were ready to get back to sparring, showing their willingness to keep fighting and their hunger for victory. Jin Chuan suggested that the protagonist attack him, perhaps to test his skills or to give him an opportunity to demonstrate his strength and prowess. The master announced a 3-minute break, promising to continue the fight afterwards so that both fighters could recover and be ready for the next round. Guy was surprised to realize that even without his titles, the Chief King was still strong and capable of victory, which made him reconsider his ideas about the king's strength and skill. Lin explained that the reason was because his skills before going to the Banshee Trail dungeon were underdeveloped, and although this dungeon had tested him and added to his fame, his basic skills had not improved much. The guy now realized what the problem was, realizing that his lack of basic skill development had led to his defeat. The dungeon really showed its effectiveness, proving to be a favorable environment for testing the main character's skills and abilities. If you haven't noticed, he has been acting strategically throughout these rounds and the speed of his progress has been noticeable even to the naked eye. His intelligence was at least 17, so after 5 games he should start winning by using his high cognitive abilities to his advantage. The master reported that the 8th round was also won by Chang Jingchuan, emphasizing his resilience and skill in battle, leaving the hero waiting for the next challenge. It had been less than a round and he had already surpassed Liang Jianquan in strength, indicating his outstanding mental ability and talent in training. The protagonist didn't realize that the battle was unfolding game style if his strength was higher. Perhaps he could have emerged victorious by now. The guy was approached by a season ticket holder. In the next round, he asked to use his title and professional skills, demonstrating his desire to win and utilize all his advantages. The protagonist asked if his opponent was confident in this decision, finding out his confidence and readiness for the next stage of the competition. Chang Jingchuan was fully confident as he sought to experience the difference between himself and the new star, preparing for the challenge and seeking rivalry. The investigator noticed that the guy was really serious, indicating that he was ready for decisive action and the possible seriousness of the situation. The protagonist did not enter into an argument with him and simply assured him that he would do what was necessary, showing determination and cooperation. He asked the master to step aside for fear that he might injure him during the fight, showing concern for the safety of his friend and those involved in the event. The man said not to worry about him, reassuring his interlocutor and emphasizing his ability to handle the situation. Then he hurriedly completed it, showing his determination and desire to quickly resolve the current situation. Immediately he realized the significance of the title survivor, realizing that it increased his power and motivated him to further action. Cheng Hei said he was ready and asked if he would start first, showing his readiness for action and respect for his opponent. Surprisingly, Chang Jingchuan refused to attack first and motioned for the guy to start, creating an interesting dynamic in the battle and testing his confidence. The protagonist stated that he would attack immediately before he could blink, showing confidence in his abilities and determination to act quickly. More than anything, his opponent was eager to teach the new star a lesson, demonstrating his strength and experience in battle, perhaps to reinforce his authority and superiority. The protagonist was noticeably faster than before in this battle, showing off his progress and improved skills as the fight progressed. Even his training partner noted that everything happened very quickly, indicating that the protagonist's speed and reactions had improved. However, he was confident that his technique was even faster. Fast lunges. The professional skills and outstanding skills of a kopecker confirmed his confidence. It created the illusion that he was actually able to get inside the main character's head, thus demonstrating his strength and skill in battle. However, he was surprised when he realized that his plan had failed despite the illusion of success he had created, revealing unexpected weaknesses in his strategy. The boy deftly dodged his blow and began to approach him from behind, showing his agility and strategic advantage in combat. They looked at each other and both began to prepare for something more, feeling the tension building and anticipating the next phase of the battle. After a split second, Chang Hei presented his sword in front of his opponent's throat, reminding him of his readiness and determination to take the upper hand in the battle. He announced his opponent's defeat, surprising his opponent with an unexpected move that proved decisive in the outcome of the bout. He then announced that they would end here today, wrapping up the battle and leaving everyone to await the next events. The guy was scared to death of what had just happened, feeling shock and anxiety at the unexpected development. He couldn't understand how the protagonist was able to overpower him so easily. Feeling confused and unsure before such an unexpected outcome, he couldn't even imagine that there was such a big difference between them. Feeling shocked and disappointed with his abilities compared to the protagonist, the master said that he actually fought very well. Even if he were young, he wouldn't have been able to dodge the Tartar, emphasizing his skill in combat. Let him not be upset. He was just unlucky enough to encounter such a rare specimen who could predict his next move. Explaining his defeat, the boy tried to understand what the master was talking about, seeking to internalize the lessons and understanding he was trying to impart to him. If you think about it, people often make mistakes when attacking. Those who know how to use these moments can fight skillfully and overpower even the stronger ones. To win is to make the right move. However, it's easy to say, but reacting in combat is difficult. He must be able to see through the opponent before he makes his move. There were no more than 5 masters left who possessed a new level of proficiency in martial arts, so let him not be sad about losing, given its rarity. The protagonist smiled easily upon hearing the words of support, expressing gratitude and recognizing the importance of that support at a time like this. Unexpectedly, this technique was mastered by a professional who had never practiced martial arts and was also an adventurer, emphasizing his unique talents and abilities. Then, along with a friend, they came over for a little snack, enjoying each other's company and relaxing after their intense fight. Guy asked the protagonist if he noticed how pale Chang Jingchuan turned when he lost to him, sparking interest in his reaction. Just at that moment, behind the guy, the person he was talking about appeared, creating an unexpected twist in the conversation and atmosphere. When asked if he could sit down here, the protagonist answered him positively, showing his willingness to socialize and establish friendships. He admitted that he originally viewed Chang Hei as his rival, opening up about his thoughts and feelings towards him. Now, it seems a place like Dongshan is too tight for him with its strength and potential, opening up new perspectives and opportunities. In the guy's opinion, it was obvious, since he had already passed even the 5th level of the dungeon, he could quietly become a legendary adventurer in the city. The protagonist didn't pay attention to them at all when they argued amongst themselves about the guy, showing his indifference to their conversation. When the protagonist inherited the dungeon, he discovered that the control panel has been improved beyond his current profession. He can activate additional ones without being at level 6 anymore. Looking around for help, he saw a man nearby and, hoping for his wisdom, went to him to resolve his doubts. The lessons for core and supplementary occupations will discuss these issues, but since he has already asked, he will briefly tell him about it. In general, professions can be divided into 2 categories: common and those that depend on rarity. Currently, the ways to advance in most common professions have been explored. If he already has a profession, a suitable additional one can be found on the official adventurer website. The protagonist was interested in what to do if he has a hidden profession that does not fall under conventional standards, and how to find his way in that direction. As it turned out, the investigator guessed correctly. The main profession of the main character was indeed hidden, which added to the mystery of his personality and aroused the interest of others. Due to the complexity of obtaining hidden occupations, only the optimal path for only a few of them is currently known. However, for most hidden occupations, people can remove the wrong options using the elimination method and then choose their path based on their feelings and intuition. In the case of an error in occupational choice, the outcome may be less satisfactory than if a normal occupation with an optimal path is chosen. This formulation can indeed be frustrating because lawyers with a regular profession can also achieve outstanding results and become legends in their field. In the case of a hidden core profession, while there may be risks and challenges, there can also be unique opportunities and achievements. If he is careful, he will choose a profession that will only become a hindrance at a high level, emphasizing the importance of careful choice for successful development. There are some hidden professions that do not require additional training, where rumor has it that you can achieve the highest level of skill without additional qualifications. From that moment on, the main character became much more interesting, because he realized that his hidden profession can lead to exciting opportunities and adventures. But such amazing opportunities exist, and among the hidden professions some of them even represent great ideals, such as the virtues of the Knights of the Eight. Guy, upon returning home, immediately began searching for information, eager to learn more about the mysterious aspects of his hidden profession and the opportunities it offers. Judging by the comments about the series of profession change trials, other than the ridiculously high difficulty of the trials, there are no other drawbacks. There is no limit to the number of attempts, and successful completion of the transition can lead to a legendary level. Chang Hei liked the way his life events unfolded, as each turn opened up new opportunities and challenges, contributing to his personal growth. Deciding to use a trial badge, he chose the Knights of Valor badge, hoping it would help him further his professional development. A gateway to another world immediately opened before him, inviting him on an amazing journey into uncharted realms of opportunity and adventure. He instantly used the title Survivor, striving to become stronger to overcome the challenges and dangers that may be encountered in this other world. Not wanting to waste time, he decided not to delay and entered the gate, ready for the uncharted adventures and opportunities that awaited him beyond the threshold. In a split second he was already inside some castle, surrounded by a mysterious atmosphere and filled with riddles waiting to be solved. Looking a little ahead, he noticed the figure of a knight standing guard in front of him, whose eyes sparkled with determination, causing him to feel anxious and excited. In front of him stood a legend, a knight whose valor activated his armor. The level of the challenge was huge, 19th, causing him to have mixed feelings of excitement and determination. Cheng Hei was easily surprised. After all, he had expected to receive recognition from a legendary Knight of Valor, and this unexpected turn of events made him feel so alive and important. And I only had 10 minutes to do this, thought Chang Hei, realizing that he was facing not only a test of valor, but also a test of time. The protagonist couldn't figure out what this job description meant, whether he needed to endure 10 minutes in the challenge or if he only had 10 minutes to win the recognition of the legendary knight. But he didn't have time to think, he had to act. Legend immediately attacked the guy, giving him no time to think or prepare, forcing him to react instantly and instinctively. Fortunately, he was not amiss and was able to fend off this attack, returning to safety with an incredible sense of relief. Slightly wary of the legend's permanent weapon, the guy looked extremely strong, giving off the impression of a powerful and dangerous opponent. Yes, and moreover, he needed to surpass Kuroda's strength, making his situation even more difficult and tense. He decided to test the ground beneath his feet first, assessing his options and looking for any advantages that might help in the battle. It was necessary to understand the distance between him and the legendary opponent to determine strategy and action in this fight. Despite his best attempts, nothing worked, and after a while he lay on his bed with a broken arm, realizing his failures. Cheng Hei couldn't understand who could even last these 10 minutes. Even 3 minutes seemed unbearable to him. He doubted that anyone could pass this test. Replacing it to increase survivability might cause his perception to not be enough to reach 18 points, preventing him from activating for a turn-based kill. He wondered why he still didn't have it. After some time, the protagonist again decided to take this test, despite previous failures, striving to overcome his limitations and reach new heights. The knight was surprised though the gate opened. He didn't see anyone in front of him, which caused him a feeling of incomprehension and anxiety. It turned out that he had been behind a pillar the whole time, causing the knight to not see him. Much to the relief of the protagonist, he was lucky, as his weakness in perception caused the knight to not notice him in his invisible clothing, which was in his favor. At this point, the protagonist began to realize that something was not going according to plan when he noticed that his presence was not detected by the knight. The knight began using bright yellow orbs to attack attack, forcing the protagonist to take up a defense, realizing the gravity of the situation. At this moment, the knight completed his spell, and the protagonist began to slowly appear in front of him, revealing himself out of his state. Of course, the knight spotted him immediately and was ready to deal with him, preparing himself for a fight with a new opponent. As expected, the lad failed again, falling into the knight's trap and testing his strength and skill. Not understanding how the knight could see through the invisible man's clothes, he felt mixed feelings of bewilderment and anxiety at being in such a difficult situation. The idea of passing this test did not leave Cheng Hei. He was still persistent in his pursuit of victory despite his previous failures and difficulties. The knight's movements were indeed very agile and fast compared to the guy, creating a significant advantage in this fight. His blows were so strong that the guy couldn't stay on his feet even once, showing the unrivaled strength and skill of a knight. When he saw what the knight's strikes were leading to, Chang Hei realized that this was another failure, which was a hard realization for him. After being struck, the guy immediately disappeared, falling into oblivion because of this ordeal, leaving the scene of the battle. The lad felt that this was about his 10th attempt, but he was still eager to complete the ordeal to the end, despite all the difficulties. His determination knew no limit, and he kept coming back to this challenge without getting discouraged or losing faith in his abilities. The knight was once again ready to deal with this guy once and for all, showing his tenacity and determination in this fight. The protagonist ordered the knight to begin his attack, indicating that he was not yet tired, preparing for another test of his endurance. Cheng Hei was surprised that a certain adventurer was still in his house despite the failure of the mission. The researcher confirmed that the guy was absolutely right in supporting his decision and actions in this situation, which caused Cheng Hei to be surprised, although he doesn't know what happened inside. But if he still doesn't complete the mission before the deadline, it will probably require a more detailed study of the dungeon to solve all the problems. Cheng Hei decided to stop and rest after his training, realizing the importance of regaining his strength before continuing his journey. He got off the trainer and headed toward the man, ready to ask him a question or talk about something important. The guy offered to talk about it elsewhere, pointing out the need for privacy or a more comfortable setting for the conversation. Of course, all the people still remained inside the dungeon, which emphasizes the seriousness and complexity of the situation. The man turned to his partner, asking if they had still found Xiaomo. Expressing alarm and hope for success, the man searched everywhere, but there was not the slightest trace of Xiaomo, causing him to feel anxious and uncertain. Although he doubted, he couldn't pass by the mysterious lake. Instead of continuing on his way, he slowly made his way towards the water, sincerely hoping to find answers. He raced forward with the hope that this was his last stop. Otherwise, incredible trouble awaited him that could turn his whole life upside down. Vanner continued to follow them, hidden in the shadows, carefully remaining undetected. He penetratingly studied their actions, seeking to uncover their secrets and intentions. Lan Chi also felt that they were being watched, and realized that the difficulty of the dungeon was increasing as time went on. He realized that after forming a Murloc combat squad, they would have to overcome even greater difficulties. Most likely, a lot of their interests are doomed to oblivion and will disappear without a trace, buried under the weight of time and circumstance. The man was astonished to learn that his task in clearing the dungeon was specifically to destroy the Murlocs that inhabit the lakeshore. The protagonist was aware of the necessity of this task, but it was not clear to him how he would be able to accomplish it. The man had to calm down and give Lin a chance to explain everything to the guy. What was of interest was that he might know the official purpose and sender of this dungeon, which could affect their future actions. After overturning their positions in the dungeon, the natives change places. Their abilities are limited, and they can invade the protagonist's world for loot, turning the dungeon into a place of survival. He had done a great job working hard at his task, and now he could enjoy the results of his labor. He realized that the people who came to their land also needed to fulfill certain conditions before they could return to their world. Chang Hei realized that this meant that foreigners would also be assigned tasks, and, in most cases, their tasks will be similar. For example, the task of killing Murlocs can be transformed into the task of destroying a human object. The main character felt it was over and it seemed extremely difficult for him. The trainers relayed the information that the city would be undergoing a level 7 dungeon coup next month. In the dungeon of the 7th level there were Murlocs and gnolls, representing a danger. The hero's task was to destroy the Murlocs in this mission. The coach was interested in whether it was possible to recruit their Xiao Mao for this mission. The reward offered was an official quota for completing the same level dungeon. Coachin is confident that such a decision is the right and useful one to achieve the goals in this situation. The guy explained that Jing was a level 14 lawyer and had access to the entrance to the level 7 dungeon. However, for some reason, they decided to bring in adventurers for the task. The reason was that Jing would not be able to act on his own after the coup, so it was decided to bring in adventurers for the task. The rules of the coup that had been established caused Jing to disagree. After the coup, the world will be in darkness in the eyes of the creatures. However, according to the iron lore, levels will remain the same before and after the coup. Zheng, who has a level above this range, will have to wait until Murloc completes his mission before taking any action. Upon realizing this, Chang Hei felt a sudden terror sweep over him, leaving him in a state of anxiety and worry. It turned out to be no surprise since the graveyard was actually only a level 5 dungeon. However, due to the presence of the legendary creature, it was understandable why this small graveyard dungeon had immediately advanced to stage 2. Of course, this rule is not mandatory. The main reason why Jin can't take action is because adventurers from the other country have already tried to do so. As a result, the entrance to the dungeon becomes larger, the danger level increases, and high-level monsters from the opposite side begin to enter this world. Lin asked Jing if that was the best plan and suggested the option of involving the army. She realized that a high-level adventurer like Jing might not be comfortable acting on his own. However, the army and the use of heat weapons are clearly more reliable options. The danger level is the same, and the most effective solution would be to use troops and heat weapons to resolve the first row and conquer the dungeon. Over the past decades, all countries that have decided to take the risk have ended up regretting it. The protagonist could not understand why all these countries regretted their decisions and risks, and was confused as to the reasons for their regrets. The reason for the country's regret is that with the introduction of the bug involving the mirror principle of the level before and after dungeon exit, the difficulty of the trials remains unchanged, but army intervention and the use of heat weapons make the post-coup trials significantly more difficult than the original level. Indeed, this means that the actual difficulty of entering the dungeon will be higher than it seems at first glance. The intervention of the army and the use of heat weapons create additional obstacles and cause increased difficulty of the tests. If the military falls quickly upon entering a dungeon, the difficulty will increase with each successive time until a balance is reached between the strength of the attackers and defenders of a given area. According to this information, starting from the 11th level of the dungeon, the role of conventional weapons becomes less and less important. Moreover, when reaching the 16th level, there are monsters that can only be destroyed with nuclear bombs, and the dungeon at the 20th level is particularly difficult and dangerous. The bottom line is that while military intervention may temporarily solve an ongoing problem, it does not get rid of it completely. It only postpones it for a while, choosing the right moment to act. Ignoring hidden dangers and overuse of weapons will lead to an accumulation of problems that are bound to eventually manifest themselves and need to be addressed. Now the protagonist realizes that they will have to face monsters that can rival the most advanced weapons. He realizes that weapons cannot be used to fully solve this problem. The price to be paid is too high for their densely populated countries. After all the events that happened, the main character decided to relax and spend time in the hall. The guy noticed that Cheng Hei was overzealous in the gym and showed a high degree of strength and dedication to training. If he continued to train so intensely every day, his body would definitely fail. The man was interested in whether the guy was having a conversation with Lin. He wanted to know what the topics were and how involved they were with each other. Next month he is about to head into the dungeon, preparing for new challenges and adventures. At this time, someone was cooking food in the dungeon, preparing food for the inhabitants and visitors of this place. The man was interested in how things were going in the dungeon. He wanted to know about the current situation, progress and possible changes taking place there. The monsters in the lake refuse to come ashore, and he believes that the dungeon boss has realized that they are trapped if the situation continues. The monsters will start attacking in a few days. Everyone was quite optimistic, and Xia Ming's disappearance did not cause them any alarm. The men were still wary of the whole situation and felt a certain uneasiness. By this time, Cheng Hei had already finished his training. The man approached Chang Hei and offered him water. Chang Hei accepted and took the bottle to quench his thirst. As it turned out, it was a girl, but it was Thursday and she had to be at school. It seemed like she was supposed to be at her studies, but someone was in trouble. She decided to go through the dungeon, perhaps to help or deal with the situation. A level 12 teacher named Han Chiumei announced that this class would present a lot of confidential information that could not be shared. So before the lecture began, each student needed to sign a non-disclosure contract. The guy decided he would be the first to sign a non-disclosure contract. as he signed the non-disclosure contract. A wide smile appeared on his face expressing surprise. The man asked that the following give him a contract to sign. After the girls signed the contract, the main character was the last one to sign it. Before signing the contract, he decided to read the contents carefully to fully understand the terms and obligations that lay ahead after signing. With a smile on his face, the protagonist realized that the girl's name was Suyu. She was furious and told him to hurry up and sign the contract. Han Chiume repeated one last time that what she was about to say could not be shared with third parties. She warned that if the contract was broken, the violators would indefinitely regret it and suffer the consequences. After these words were spoken, the expression on the faces of all present changed dramatically, reflecting a mixed feeling of apprehension and anxiety about the possible consequences of a breach of contract. After signing the contract, they encountered an obstacle that prevented them from starting classes. It was due to some technical and organizational problems. In a dungeon that does not accept schemers, visitors cannot rely on their titles and ranks for special privileges and influence. The man was furious and couldn't understand why exactly this was happening. At this point, there is no consensus in the academic world, but the basic position is that it is a balanced adjustment based on a favorable situation for the defender. Indeed, it is easy to understand that compared to the defenders, the attacking side is at a geographical advantage. If the defender's combat power is unlimited, the other side is at a disadvantage and loses. The main character had some sort of question for the woman. He suggested taking this dungeon as an example and asked the question: if the murlocs inside adapted to their actions, would they become stronger? Before they make their escape or, say, accomplish their mission, their powers won't increase significantly. That is, if monsters successfully complete an escape mission, they will become more likely to complete a sweep mission, as such completion gives them an advantage corresponding to the escape mission.